She must be in shock. The other paramedic asked, "Can you breathe? Do you need some oxygen?" She had to clear her throat before she could tell him, "No." Obviously, he did not believe her. He tried to put a mask over her mouth, but she pushed him away. Jeffrey looked worried. "Maybe you should." "I'm okay," she told them all, feeling foolish having so many people fuss over her. She pulled on Jeffrey's shirt, trying to stand. He practically lifted her off the ground, his arm around her waist. She put her hand over his to keep it there. She told him, "I want to go back to the room." He didn't ask questions. He led her through the crowd, using his hand to push people aside and make a path. They were all staring, and Sarah looked down at the ground, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other, holding Jeffrey as closely as she could. "Hold on, Chief." It was Jake Valentine. "Not now," Jeffrey told him. He took off his ball cap. "If you could just—" "Not now," Jeffrey repeated, tightening his grip around Sarah's waist. The lights from the snack machines were flickering as they walked by, the compressors buzzing like a hive. Sarah hadn't closed the door properly when they'd left the room, and Jeffrey slowly pushed it open with one hand. She could feel his body tense as he looked around, made sure no one was inside. He tried not to make a big show of it, but he kept Sarah behind him as he checked out the small room that held the toilet and the tub. Once he was certain they were alone, he turned on the faucet and took a rag off the towel rack. "I want to know why he ran," Jeffrey said, wetting the cloth, his mind still on the man in the building. Sarah pushed herself up onto the countertop, feet dangling above the floor. Her senses were coming back. She could smell an acidic mix of smoke and sweat coming off Jeffrey's body. His shirt was wet with perspiration and soot. He said, "I couldn't get a good look at him. Smoke was everywhere." "Can you breathe okay?" she asked, the doctor part of her brain whirring to life. "Does your chest or throat hurt?" He shook his head. "Come here." Carefully he washed her face with the rag, saying, "There's a stream that runs behind the building, some kind of shack beside it. The guy tripped down the bank and fell into the water. I thought I'd catch him then, but he just disappeared." Jeffrey picked something out of Sarah's hair and threw it into the trash can. "I couldn't tell if he dropped what he was carrying. Whatever he had, he thought it was worth running into a burning building for." He rinsed out the rag. She could see that it was spotted with dirt and wondered what her face looked like. He finished, "Then the building blew, and I saw you go down." She felt something cool on her cheeks and realized that she was crying. "Hey now," Jeffrey said, wiping her tears. "You're okay?" Emotions came rushing in. Sarah didn't give a damn about herself. You went into that building, and then the next thing I saw, I thought you were—" He gave her a curious smile, as if she was overreacting. "Come on, babe. I'm fine." She touched his face, tried to keep her hands from shaking. Sarah knew that Jeffrey was attracted to her toughness, her independence. She couldn't be that person right now, couldn't let him think for a moment that she could survive without him. "I don't know what I would do if something happened to you." "Come on." He tried to make a joke of it. "You'd have a line of guys waiting to take my place." Sarah shook her head, unable to play along. "Don't say that." "Maybe Nick Shelton would finally get his shot. Y'all could get matching necklaces." She kissed him, feeling grit on his lips. Sarah didn't care. She opened her mouth to him, wrapped her arms around his shoulders, her legs around his hips, pulling him as close as possible. She wanted to feel every part of his body, to know that he still belonged to her. Something frantic took hold, and she tore the neck of his shirt, trying to take it off. "Hey!" He pulled back, that same curious smile on his face. "We're okay, all right? We're fine." "We," he had said, but that had never been her concern. She could see right through him, that his smile didn't really reach his eyes, that he was talking too fast, that he was worried about something, too worried to tell her about it. She touched the tips of her fingers to his lips, let them travel down his neck, his chest. When she scratched her fingernails down the front of his jeans, he finally stopped smiling. "Don't ever leave me," she told him, unbuttoning his jeans, opening the fly. It sounded like a threat, but she was speaking out of sheer terror at the thought of her life without him. "Don't ever leave." He was ready even before she wrapped her hand around him. His tongue went deep into her mouth as he kissed her, long, firm strokes that matched her own. Sarah kissed back harder, used both hands to tease him until he jerked down her pants and spread her legs apart. She slid to the edge of the counter, putting her full weight onto him as he pushed inside of her. Again he tried to slow her down, but she gripped the counter with one hand and thrust against him, quickening his pace. "Fuck," he breathed, slamming her back against the mirror, kissing and biting her neck. She felt his teeth graze her breast, his hands gripping her ass as he pushed harder, deeper. Sarah dug her fingernails into his back, knowing how close he was, wanting nothing more than for him to let go. "You feel so good," she whispered, putting her lips to his ear, letting him feel her breath. "So good." She kept talking, coaxing him along with the words she knew would push him over the edge. He gasped, the muscles along his back tensing like wire. Sarah squeezed her eyes closed, focusing everything on the warm flowering at her center as his body shook with release. He slowed his pace, and this time she let him, relishing each stroke, wishing she could hold him in forever. He shuddered again as he finished, falling against her, his hands gripping the counter as if he needed help standing. She traced her fingernails lightly up and down his back. His skin was hot and sticky, but still she wanted to feel every part of it. Sarah kissed his shoulder, his neck, his face. "Jesus," he panted. "I'm sorry I couldn't." He shook his head. "Jesus." Sarah put her mouth to his, gave him a soft kiss. She could count on one hand the number of times Geoffrey had let himself finish before she did. She could also honestly say she had never felt closer to him in her life. He was smiling again, that half-smile that could infuriate her and make her love him at the same time. "I bet you Nick couldn't do that." She leaned her head back against the mirror, still not ready to make a game of this. "You know what they say about short guys overcompensating." She looked at him, saw that he needed her to play along. "Give me a little credit," she relented. "I think I can do better than Nick." He smoothed back her hair. "Do you know that I have loved you pretty much since the first time I laid eyes on you?" She laughed. "You had a hot date lined up the very same night." "I did not." She poked him in the ribs. "You had to call her to tell her you'd be late." He brushed his lips across hers. "I love you, Sarah." She felt her throat tighten. She gave him her usual answer, her joking answer that had driven him crazy the first year they were together because she would never say the words back to him. "I know." "You know what else?" he asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "You are a dirty, dirty girl." Sarah felt herself blush crimson, and he laughed out loud. "That, too, but I meant literally. Look in the mirror." She turned and checked her reflection. He'd managed to wipe off most of the dirt from her face, but she still looked as if she'd been hit by a truck. He said, "I have to be honest. I don't like what you've done with your hair." She turned back around. "You're not exactly the prize pig at the fair." "Then why don't we finish this in the shower?" He glanced down, ran his hands up her thighs. "Or did you want to give me a chance to redeem myself right now?" "You think you remember how?" They both jumped as a loud banging shook the door. Sarah slid off the counter, pulling up her sweatpants and closing her shirt in one swift motion. Her heart was pounding like she was 18 years old again, caught in the back of a Buick with a boy instead of an old married woman who had every right to be in a cheap motel with her husband. There was more pounding on the door, almost like a hammer. Light streamed in at the top where the flimsy plywood bent from the impact. The plate glass window overlooking the parking lot made an ominous creaking sound. Sarah buttoned her shirt as Jeffrey tucked himself back into his jeans. "If that's Jake Valentine," he began, but didn't have time to finish his sentence. The window shattered, glass flying into the room, curtains billowing as a large object smashed onto the plastic table, then fell to the floor. Jeffrey had dropped to his knees, his arms covering his head. "What the—" Wheels screeched on asphalt outside. Sarah's mouth opened in surprise. The object was a man. Someone had just thrown a man through their window. Instinctively she ran toward him, but Jeffrey caught her hand, yanking her to the ground. "Go into the bathroom," he ordered, reaching under the mattress and pulling out his gun. "Now." Sarah ran in a crouch as Jeffrey moved toward the door. He put his hand on the knob, tried the door, but it wouldn't budge. He pressed his back to the door, then the wall, making his way to the window. Quickly, he looked out the window, scanning the parking lot, then kneeling back down under the ledge. He did this twice, and Sarah held her breath each time, waiting for his head to be blown off. Jeffrey glanced back at Sarah. "Stay here," he told her, then jumped through the broken window. Sarah held her breath, ears straining for the sound of gunshot. She crawled on her knees toward the man, trying to see if he was alive. Glass was everywhere, and she picked around it, trying not to cut herself. She kept her head down as she pressed her fingers to his neck, but wasn't sure if what she felt was a pulse or her own shaking hands. "Sarah!" She screamed, ducking down at the same moment that she realized it was only Jeffrey. "Whoever it was is gone." He used the butt of his gun to knock away some glass before climbing back through the window. "Is he dead?" She finally looked at the man. He was on his left side facing the window. The white pearl handle of an expensive-looking folding knife stuck out of his back. A large shard of glass was fixed in his neck, but there was only a trickle of blood, not the expected spurt generated from a beating heart. Still, she pressed her fingers to his carotid, just to make sure. She told Jeffrey, "Nothing." He seemed almost relieved. "The door's been nailed shut." Sarah sat back on her knees, said a silent prayer of thanks that it was just a man thrown through the window and not a flaming ball of fire. Jeffrey tilted the man's head, looked at his face. "I think it's the guy from the bar." "It has to be," she told him. The man had obviously recently been in a fire. His eyes were open, but the lashes were singed off. His close-cropped hair was covered in soot. His shirt was burned away in large patches, the flesh underneath showing first- and second-degree burns. Jeffrey started to tear open the man's shirt sleeve. "Don't," Sarah told him, thinking there might be evidence on the shirt, but she saw Jeffrey's reason soon enough. Tattooed onto the dead man's arm was a large red swastika. Lena, Chapter 12. Lena sat at Hank's kitchen table, her back against the wall, waiting for him to come home. The clock over the stove ticked loudly, and Lena had to force herself not to match her breathing to the noise. The Mercedes was in the driveway, so he must have come home at some point, but he was nowhere to be found now. The house was empty. The shed and beat-up old pickup in the backyard were both vacant. She had driven by the bar, called the hospital, even talked to some old coot at the sheriff's office who gave her the standard line about waiting 24 hours, but Hank had pretty much disappeared. His cell phone was on the kitchen table, the battery dead. The answering machine showed no messages. The blue metal box, his drug kit, was gone. There was no way Hank would go anywhere without his kit. He must have taken it with him, which meant he'd left the house of his own accord, but that didn't tell her where he had gone. Lena didn't even know what she would do if and when he turned up. What would she say if he walked through the door right now? What could she possibly ask him? 4 hours had passed since she'd talked to Charlotte at the school, but the passage of time had done nothing to give Lena any clarity. Hank had not been driving the car. Angela Adams had blinded her own daughter, then what? Driven away? Left Hank to deal with the fallout, to shoulder the blame? The one thing Lena had sworn she'd never forgive him for, and the bastard hadn't even done it. All that anger she'd held against him for most of her life was still boiling up inside her, only now she had nowhere to direct it. Should she be mad at her mother, a woman she couldn't even remember meeting? What was so bad about Angela Adams that Hank would let people assume he blinded his own niece rather than let the girls know that she was alive? What had she done to all of them? The fluorescent light over the kitchen sink bathed the room in a blue cast as the sun started to go down. Hank's AA pamphlets were still scattered on the table, strewn across the floor, stacked hundreds deep on the gas stove. The clock kept ticking, marking away the minutes, then another hour. After the accident, Sybil hadn't been able to remember running into the driveway, or even the fact that she'd been playing ball with Lena in the first place. At the time, the doctor said this was fairly normal with severe head trauma, that sometimes the memories never came back. The sisters had never really talked about it afterward. Maybe they had as children, but as time passed, Sybil's blindness and the cause of it had just become an accepted thing between them. Talking about the accident would have been like talking about the sun rising every morning, a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, Lena had blamed Hank, and Hank sure as hell hadn't done anything to disabuse her of the notion. Whenever she threw it in his face, he'd just tighten his jaw, stare somewhere over her shoulder, and wait for her to finish. Charlotte Warren had to know more about this than she was letting on. She was 3 years older than Lena and Sybil. Her memory was better, her shock less traumatic. Still, all the woman had revealed were the bare facts. The car had hit Sybil, Hank had come running, and Angela had bolted, not stopping to see if Sybil was okay, not bothering to explain what had happened. The police had arrived within minutes, then the ambulance. Charlotte's mother had taken her daughter home and told her to forget about what had happened, that no good would come from talking about it. According to Charlotte, she had taken her mother's words to heart. Even as her relationship with Sybil developed into something more serious, Charlotte had assumed that there were some things that were just too awful, too painful to talk about. Had it been that simple, though? Had Charlotte and Sybil really never talked about that day? Lena supposed it was feasible that if Sybil wouldn't discuss the subject with her own sister, she wouldn't bring it up with Charlotte Warren either. Sybil had bristled at the thought of having anyone's pity. She had devoted her life to being as self-sufficient as a seeing person. She had never given in to her disability or used it for personal gain. Maybe she hadn't talked about the accident because she hadn't wanted anyone to feel sorry for her. So many secrets, so many people protecting Angela Adams, and no one willing to explain why. Lena reached back over her head to the phone on the wall. The receiver was sticky in her hand, the buttons stuck with grime. She dialed Nan Thomas's number, thinking she'd ask Sybil's lover exactly what her sister had known about that horrible day. Her heart was pounding by the time Nan's phone started to ring. Lena waited, counting off the rings, until voicemail picked up. She hung up, not leaving a message. What if Sybil had known it was their mother? No. She would have said something to Lena. There was no way she could have gone all those years without telling Lena that their mother had been alive years after Hank had told them she'd died, that they had been lied to. Unless Sybil was trying to protect Lena, too. Shit, Lena cursed, rubbing her eyes. She was tired, and sitting in Hank's house was somehow worse than being in her crappy motel room. It was certainly dirtier. She stood up and walked toward the back door. Lena put her hand on the knob but didn't turn it. Instead, she dropped her hand and walked back toward the hall. She stopped in front of the bathroom, then turned back around and went into the kitchen. The chair's legs scraped across the wood floor, but she was hardly worried about the finish. Many years ago, Hank had run out of room to put all his shit. He'd gotten pre-cut strips of plywood from the hardware store and made Lena hand them up through the attic opening one by one so he could nail them in place. Of course he'd had the wisdom to tackle this project in the middle of August, the hottest month of the year. When he'd come down out of the attic, the last piece of wood nailed in place, he'd passed out in the hallway from heat stroke. The next day he was back up in the attic, stacking boxes, moving stuff around. Lena was 10, maybe 12 at the time, just a few years after Angela Adams had blinded Sybil. What had Hank put up there? What papers had been hidden above her head all this time? He left so much shit lying around that the extra stuff in the attic hadn't even occurred to her until now. Lena climbed onto the chair and pressed her hands against the access panel. It felt stuck, though not with paint. Something was on top, a box maybe, and Lena had to use her fist to punch up the panel and knock off the box. By the time she managed to slide the panel aside, her hand was throbbing, blood trickling from her knuckles. The stagnant air from the attic wafted down, but Lena didn't give herself time to think it through before reaching up into the open space, grabbing the beams on either side of the opening and pulling herself up. The roof was pitched, but not enough to stand. She kept at a low crouch as she moved toward the light switch, knowing that long rusty nails from the shingles were jutting down, waiting to rip her scalp open. Even with the sun down, the attic was hot as hell. A bead of sweat rolled down her back. Knowing she was wasting her time, she flicked the light switch. Much to her amazement, the bulb came on, illuminating a small area of the cramped attic. A blown bulb and an empty pack were on the floor, so she had to think Hank had been up here recently. There was no telling what he had been doing. Boxes were stacked everywhere, papers spilling out all over the place. Rat droppings dotted the plywood floor. She heard a squeaking sound as some kind of animal protested her invasion. The smell hit her with sudden intensity, the overwhelming stench of death. As a rookie cop, Lena had handled her share of calls from out-of-town sons and daughters who were wondering why Mom or Dad or Grandma wasn't picking up the phone. Generally, there was a very good reason, and the more senior officers considered it on-the-job training to send the rookies out to discover the bodies. Once, Lena had found an old woman sitting in her recliner, dead as a doornail. An unfinished Afghan and some knitting needles were in her lap, the TV chattering in the background. The woman smelled like urine and rotting meat. Lena had puked her guts out on the back porch before she'd radioed back to the station to tell them what she'd found. Now, in the attic, she felt like puking again, not from stress, but from fear. She knew what a dead person smelled like, the way their body fluids seeped out, the gases escaped, as they decomposed. She knew the way their skin sank into the bones, that more likely than not they'd baked in their own shit as they'd waited for someone to find them. A thought flashed into her head, one that wouldn't go away. Had she found her mother? Had Angela Adams been up here all those years, her body rotting into the floorboards as Lena and Sybil lived down below? No, it wasn't possible. Too much time had passed. The odor would be gone. Hank would have moved it by now. Lena felt her heart beating in her throat. Hank. She always thought of him last, even now. Tears sprang into her eyes. She reached up, steadying herself against a rafter. There was another noise in the attic, the sound of her own cries, like a siren winding down. She saw it now on the opposite end of the attic, a pale foot sticking out from behind the boxes, a man's foot, the sparse spattering of hair around the ankle, the waxy sheen of death on the skin. No, Lena whispered, because that was all she could manage. He had finally done it. He had climbed up here with his kit, taken that last needle, burned that last bag of powder, and killed himself, just as he had told Lena he would do, just as she had secretly hoped that he would do all those years ago. She could leave right now. She could go back to Grant County. She could go to work on Monday, do her job, come home, have some dinner, maybe watch a movie on TV. She could call Nan and maybe go visit. They would drink beer and sit in the backyard and talk about Sybil, and maybe Lena would ask her sister's lover exactly what Sybil had known. Or maybe she wouldn't. Maybe they would talk about the weather or some book Nan was reading that Lena couldn't begin to understand. Nan would ask about Hank, and Lena would tell her that she hadn't heard from him in a while, didn't know what he was up to. Lena crawled to him on her hands and knees. Her arms were trembling so badly that she had to stop halfway, steady herself, before she could go on. She was hearing things again, words in a small voice, like a little girl was saying them. "I'm sorry," she heard. "It's my fault. I should have never left you. I should have called an ambulance. I should have taken you to the hospital. I should have stopped you." Lena realized that the voice she heard was her own. She sobbed, gasping for air in the closed attic. Lena reached up, shoved away the boxes so that they toppled to the side. She saw the naked man lying dead in front of her. It wasn't Hank. Thursday morning, Chapter 13. Jeffrey had never liked sleeping in strange places. In his wilder days he'd been loath to spend the entire evening with a woman, and not just because her husband might come home. He liked being able to get up in the middle of the night and know where the bathroom was. He liked knowing where the light switches were, and which cabinet the glasses were in. What he didn't like was waking up in Jake Valentine's house. He had easily found the sheriff in the parking lot of Hank's bar next door, though there wasn't much the sheriff could do but watch the building burn. Jeffrey had found him standing beside one of his deputies, thumbs hooked into the waist of his blue jeans as he watched the last of the fire burn itself out. Valentine was still wearing his ankle holster, and smelled a lot like the beer he'd been drinking with Jeffrey the night before. When Jeffrey had asked the man to follow him back to the motel, he hadn't asked questions. "That's Boyd Gibson," Valentine had said when Jeffrey showed him the dead man lying on the floor of his and Sarah's motel room. "I went to school with him." Not, "How the hell did this dead guy get in your room?" or "Who stabbed him in the back?" Just, "Damn, his daddy's going to be heartbroken." Jeffrey supposed he should be thankful that Valentine had offered them his spare room for the night. Grant County was a long drive, and Sarah had turned quiet again, too quiet for Jeffrey's liking. When he asked if she minded sleeping at the sheriff's house, she'd merely nodded, silently tucking her clothes into the suitcase she'd brought from home. She hadn't spoken during the quick drive to Valentine's house, either. When Jeffrey climbed into bed beside her, she'd put her head on his chest, wrapped her arm around him. Jeffrey found himself listening to see if Sarah was crying again. Sarah very seldom cried, and when she did, he felt as if his heart was being squeezed in a vice. She wasn't crying, though. She was thinking. That much was obvious when she leaned up on her elbow, her tone telling him she'd made up her mind when she said, "I'm not leaving this place until you do." He'd opened his mouth to argue the point, but she put her fingers to his lips, shushed him. "When I married you," she allowed a smile, "at least this last time, I knew you were the kind of man who runs toward trouble instead of running away from it." She paused, her tone soft but firm. "I can't stop you from trying to save the world, but I won't abandon you while you're doing it." He had felt like an absolute shit then, not because he still wanted her to go home, not because he'd put her in the line of fire, but because he had been lying to her face from the minute that dead body had been thrown into their room. Jeffrey had seen the tattooed man on the floor, saw the dark black blood flowering out from the pearl-handled folding knife in his back, and said nothing. "I'm not leaving until you do," Sarah had told him. There wasn't anything else to say after that. He closed his eyes, but sleep wouldn't come, so he found himself listening to Sarah's breathing. She was obviously restless, and after a while she turned on her side, then laid flat on her stomach. At least a full hour passed before her breathing finally slowed, and she fell asleep. Jeffrey got out of bed and dressed, even though there was nowhere for him to go. He desperately wanted to take a shower, but there was only one bathroom in the house, and he didn't want to wake anyone up. He didn't want to prowl around Valentine's home either, so he pulled up a metal folding chair and sat by the window looking out at the street. He adjusted the blinds just enough to see outside. Like the guest bedroom, the living room was on the street side of the house, and Jeffrey imagined the sheriff had been looking at much the same view as Jeffrey was now when he noticed the fire coming from the football field. It would have taken him less than 5 minutes to jog over to see what happened. At least that part of the sheriff's story checked out. Despite the modest house, Valentine, or maybe his wife, seemed to be quite the gardener. Tiny landscaping lights lining the front yard illuminated their handiwork, fall plantings and grass that was mowed neat like a green blanket. There were so many things a man did to make a house a home, whether it was replacing a rotted soffit or painting the walls or hanging some ugly floral wallpaper in the bathroom that your wife had picked out. Not that Sarah was partial to large floral patterns, but judging from the Laura Ashley Gone Wild scheme throughout the house, Geoffrey was guessing Mrs. Valentine was. He had tried to think of all the changes he and Sarah had made to their home over the years. The only ones that came to mind were more recent. Before the woman from the adoption agency came for a home visit, Sarah had convinced Geoffrey to get on his hands and knees with her and look at the house the way a baby might. He'd played along, laughing, until they'd found a nail sticking out from the kitchen cabinet under the sink. By the time he spotted a finger-sized gap between an electrical socket and the sheetrock in the laundry room, he was ready to tear down the house and start again from scratch. Geoffrey found himself wondering what Al Pfeiffer's house had looked like before the firebomb had been thrown through his window. What had Pfeiffer been thinking as he watched his home burn down? Or had the old sheriff been too consumed by his own injuries to take much notice of what he was losing? Jesus, had he heard them nailing his front door shut and known what was about to happen? Geoffrey glanced back at Sarah lying in bed. What had he gotten her into? Or worse yet, what had Lena gotten them into? Just yesterday he had been looking for ways to tie together all the threads. Tonight the solution had come flying through his window with a big bow tied around it. The pearl-handled knife jutting out of Boyd Gibson's back belonged to Lena. Geoffrey sighed, slouching back in the uncomfortable metal chair. He stared out the window again, watching the empty street. He must have dozed off, because the next thing he knew, a hint of light was slanting in through the window. A car pulled up outside. The driver got out and stumbled toward the house across the street, dropping his keys twice before he managed to open the front door. Less than a minute later, he came back out of the house and walked in a drunken diagonal back toward his car. Geoffrey was wondering if he should intervene when the man fell into the back seat. The front door of the house opened a crack. A woman poked out her head to check on the man, then shut the door again. Sarah stirred, and Geoffrey turned around to see if she was awake. She was still on her stomach, arms and legs spread as she took advantage of his empty side of the bed. There was enough light now so that he could see her face. He hated arguing with her, couldn't function when they were mad at each other. Watching her in the morgue, the careful, respectful way she handled that poor woman's body had reminded him of all the reasons he needed Sarah in his life. She was the one person who could cut through all the bullshit and show him what was important. She was his conscience. When Geoffrey had initially met Kathy and Eddie Litton, his first thought was that they just didn't make marriages like that anymore. Now, being with Sarah, he understood that they did. The floor creaked outside the bedroom door as someone walked past. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, separating the two bedrooms, and Geoffrey listened as the footsteps softened, shuffling across the tile. The door clicked closed. Seeing the house last night, Geoffrey had found himself thinking there was no way Jake Valentine was on the take, not unless he had a secret mansion somewhere out in the woods. The place was definitely a fixer-upper. Fake pine paneling lined the living room, and the kitchen cupboards were original to the house, not a good thing when you lived in a 1960s ranch. If Jake was taking money to look the other way, the sheriff sure wasn't spending it on himself. The shower turned on. Geoffrey wondered if it was the sheriff or his wife. Myra Valentine wasn't exactly friendly with them last night, but not many wives would be glad to welcome two strangers into their home at 1 a.m. She was a short woman, maybe 5 feet tall in her socks, the top of her head not quite reaching Jake's chest. What she lacked in height, she made up for in girth. Geoffrey guessed she was at least 100 pounds overweight. Standing side by side, the Valentines looked like the living embodiment of the number 10. Like her husband, Myra hadn't asked a lot of questions. After the most basic introductions were made, she had hustled Jeffrey and Sarah into the guest bedroom with the kind of efficiency you'd expect from a high school English teacher, fetching Sarah a towel and wash rag, briskly changing the bed so they would have fresh sheets to sleep on. When Jeffrey had volunteered to help, she'd given him a scowl that made him feel like he'd been caught passing a note in class. The shower turned off. Noises came from the rest of the house. Pots and pans clattered together. A radio was switched on, the sound down low. In the bathroom, a hairdryer whirred. Sarah didn't move. She had always been a heavy sleeper. She'd told him once that it came from her grueling internship, where catching sleep was a competitive sport. 2 years ago she'd slept through a hurricane while he'd anxiously stared out the windows, waiting for the oak tree in the front yard to come crashing down on the house. Jeffrey stood up, stretching his arms over his head, feeling his spine creak as it tried to align itself to something other than the shape of a folding chair. There was a dull throb in his head, and he could still smell smoke from last night's fire on his skin and hair. He could smell Sarah mixed in there somewhere, too, and his body stirred at the thought. If he'd been just about anywhere else in the world but Jake Valentine's house, he would have climbed back in bed with her and done something about it. Instead, he laid out some fresh clothes, putting them in a neat pile on the edge of the bed, so desperate for a shower that he could almost feel the warm water on his back. At the motel, Sarah had just shoved everything into the suitcase. Now Jeffrey folded her shirts, smoothed down her jeans so they wouldn't wrinkle. The front door opened and closed, and Jeffrey went to the window again, peered out through the blinds. He'd thought Jake Valentine was sneaking out, but he saw the gangly young man standing in the front yard, hands on his hips as he surveyed the street like the lord of the manor. The sheriff was wearing a ridiculously short red velour robe that stopped a few inches shy of his knees, and when he bent over to retrieve the morning paper, Jeffrey winced at the sight of the tighty-whities cracking a smile. Valentine tucked the paper under his arm as he walked over to the car parked in front of his house. He was wearing brown loafers and socks with the robe, and his footprints left their mark in the grass as he walked toward the neighbor's car. He checked the back seat where Jeffrey assumed the drunk was still sleeping it off, then looked up and down the street again before heading back to the house. Jeffrey closed the blinds, not wanting the light to wake up Sarah. When he turned around, he saw that he was too late. She was on her side, watching him. "How'd you sleep?" "Like a baby." "Babies don't tend to sleep sitting up in metal chairs." "High chairs?" He smiled at her dubious expression, sat beside her on the bed. "You okay?" "I'm better," was all she allowed. "What are we doing?" He took her hand. "You still sticking around?" "Yep." He wasn't happy about her staying, but he'd be stupid not to use her. "I was hoping you could tell us something about our drop-in visitor from last night." "Boyd Gibson?" Sarah sat up, leaned her back against the headboard. "Do you think Jake will ask me to do the autopsy?" "I'd bet money on it," Jeffrey told her. Valentine would want to keep tabs on Sarah and Jeffrey, and there was no better way to occupy their time than by sticking them at the morgue all day. What the sheriff probably wasn't planning on was that Jeffrey had no problem leaving Sarah alone at the morgue. She asked, "Do you want me to do the procedure?" "Might as well," he answered. "Maybe something will turn up." She lowered her voice to just above a whisper. "Like Lena's fingerprints on her knife?" She could have kicked him in the face, and he would have been less surprised. Sarah explained. "The handle is very distinctive. I've seen her with it before." "I'm sorry," he apologized, knowing he should have told her hours ago. "I guess I didn't want to think about how it might have gotten there." "I don't want a marriage where we keep things from each other. We did that one time before, and it didn't work for either of us." "You're right," he agreed, feeling even shittier since she was letting him off so easy. He felt the need to apologize again. "I'm really sorry," she offered. "It could have been self-defense." "Nice try," he said, giving a dry laugh. It was hard to make a case for self-defense when the victim had been stabbed in the back. You think you'll get anything useful from the body?
You know I hate to make predictions, she prefaced. But from what I saw last night, it was pretty straightforward. Knife in the back, blade through the heart, death probably instantaneous. She shrugged. Does it really matter if he was hit in the head before he was killed, or what he had for his last meal?
What about a tox screen?
It'll take months to get results back, and even when we do, what can it tell us?
Nothing new, Jeffrey admitted. We know he's a white supremacist by the tattoo. We know he was in the bar before it burned down because we saw him.
Do you think he set the fire?
Jeffrey shook his head. It looked to me like the fire started from the outside. Besides, I'm certain he was looking for something in that bar when we saw him. He sure as hell didn't want to leave there without it.
Drugs might explain his behavior.
But not his motivation, Jeffrey pointed out. He tried to think through his day, pin down things he could do that would actually move them toward his goal, which was finding out what exactly Lena had stumbled into and trying to help her find her way out. I want to go by Hank's house and see if I can find anything.
Drop me off at the morgue first, and I'll start the autopsy.
He had to try. If you left here around 1, you'd be back in Grant in time for supper.
Or I could find us another hotel to stay in, she countered. I remember seeing a town with more than a bar and a post office about half an hour from here. Maybe they'll have something.
You know I don't want you here. I mean, I do, but
She shushed him. I know.
The hallway floor squeaked, but this time whoever it was didn't go into the bathroom. Sarah pulled her knees to her chest, straightened the blanket so it covered her, just as a light knock came at the door. Jeffrey said, "Come in." Jake Valentine smiled as he cracked open the door. "Sorry to disturb y'all." He had changed from his skimpy robe into his sheriff's uniform, a decided improvement, though he still looked as if he was wearing his daddy's clothes. "Myra's already gone off to school, but she left you some bacon and eggs on the stove if you want." His mouth went up in a quick smile, as if the thought of his wife cooking breakfast made him happy.
"Thank you," Sarah told him. "That was very nice of her."
Valentine took off his hat and addressed Sarah. "Anyway, ma'am, I was kind of hoping you'd oblige us again today with the autopsy on Boyd. That's the man from last night, Boyd Gibson. I can get you cash if—"
"That's really unnecessary," she cut him off. "I'm glad to help out."
"That's great." Valentine twirled his hat between his hands. "I'll head over to Grover's now, pick him up and tote him to the morgue so he can make the formal ID." Sarah was never good at hiding her surprise.
"You haven't told him about his son yet?"
Valentine stopped playing with his hat. "Grover does the second shift at the tire factory," he told her, as if that was an excuse. "I figured I'd let him finish his work, get some sleep before I told him about Boyd." Sarah nodded, but her disapproval was evident. Especially in a small town where rumors pretty much became gospel, a cop had to get to the family first to make sure they heard the truth rather than rampant speculation. It was bad enough when you had to tell a parent that their child was dead, but when you knew the victim had actually spent time with the family, it made everything harder. Sarah volunteered.
"Maybe you could take Jeffrey with you to tell the father. I'm sure Mr. Gibson will have some questions about how his son died, and Jeffrey was one of the last people to see him alive."
Valentine's mouth twisted to the side as he thought about her suggestion, more than likely trying to come up with a good reason to say no. You don't need him to help you in the morgue today?" Sarah feigned surprise at the question. She shook her head, giving an innocent-sounding, "Not really." Jeffrey offered, "You could interview me on the way there." "Interview you for what?" "About last night," Jeffrey clarified. "I'm assuming you'll need a statement from me about what happened. The bar burning down, the dead man being thrown through our window." "Yeah," Valentine agreed. "Okay." He glanced at his watch.
We'd better get then.
Just give me 10 minutes to take a quick shower,
Jeffrey said, grabbing his clothes off the bed.
I'll be right with you.
Jeffrey didn't know whether it was just for his benefit, but Jake Valentine was a painfully careful driver. The man never met an intersection he didn't slow down for, and he actually stopped at a green light on the outskirts of town, telling Jeffrey, "It turns red real fast." He liked to talk, and Jeffrey kept his own counsel, nodding to keep him going as they made the trip to tell Grover Gibson his son had been stabbed to death. After half an hour of non-stop babbling, Valentine seemed to exhaust himself of talk of the weather and local anecdotes involving high school seniors pulling pranks during homecoming week. Not once had he brought up the reason for their trip, or speculated on who might have killed Boyd Gibson. Jeffrey knew that even Jake Valentine would have dusted the knife sticking out of Boyd's back for prints. He'd have to scan in anything he found and send it to the state lab for cross-referencing. Unless he put a rush on it, and that was seriously doubtful, he'd have something back in a few days. Jeffrey asked,
"You ever been in a situation like this before?"
"What's that?"
"Known a victim."
Jeffrey answered.
"This Boyd Gibson. You went to high school with him, you said."
"We ran in different crowds."
"You were with the jocks and he was with the stoners?"
"Oh, me," Valentine laughed. "My daddy's biggest disappointment was me not being able to handle a basketball." He glanced at Jeffrey. "Dad was all-state his last year at UGA. Scored 37 points in the last half pretty much on his own. Me, I'm just good for changing light bulbs and getting down boxes from the top shelf."
"What made you pick up the badge?"
"Oh," he waved his hand, dismissing the question. "Just thought it'd be something to do."
"Seems like a pretty dangerous job to take up on a whim, considering the last guy who had it was chased out of town."
"He landed on his feet."
"Sounds to me like he got when the getting was good."
Valentine gave Jeffrey a sharp look. "You telling me I should do the same?"
"I'm telling you this is a dangerous job for somebody who doesn't have his heart in it."
Valentine slowed his car for a turn onto a one-lane dirt road. "I might just surprise you, Chief."
"You know what surprises me?"
Jeffrey asked, feeling the temperature drop in the car as they got out of the sun and drove down the tree-lined path.
"It surprises me that you don't seem to have any questions."
"What kind of questions should I have?"
"Start with why my detective gave you the slip."
Jeffrey began.
"Who made Hank Norton disappear? Who got his bar closed down? Who's been setting fires? Who killed your buddy from high school?"
Valentine slowed the car to a stop. He put the car in park and turned toward Jeffrey. Two things occurred to Jeffrey. One was that they were in the middle of nowhere, and the other was that Jake Valentine was the only one of them who was armed. He felt a bead of sweat roll down his back. Valentine rested his hand on the bottom curve of the steering wheel, his fingers inches from the gun on his belt. He said,
"You look nervous, Chief." "I want to know why you stopped."
"To answer your questions," he said. "Come on, let's go for a walk." He opened the door and got out. Jeffrey sat there, his heart beating hard enough to feel. The lane they were parked on was little more than packed dirt, dense forest on either side. No one knew they were out here but Sarah, and there were a lot of excuses she could be told as to why Jeffrey never came back. Valentine stood in the road a few feet in front of the car. He waved for Jeffrey to get out. "Come on, Chief." Jeffrey opened the door. He'd left his gun in the back of Sarah's car, locked in the trunk with their suitcase. He'd thought they were coming here to tell a man that his son was dead, not chase bad guys. Valentine said, "It's getting cool out."
"Yeah,"
Jeffrey agreed. He felt the wind stir up as he got out of the car. He'd put on a light jacket over a long-sleeved T-shirt this morning, but he didn't zip the jacket closed. He wanted the sheriff to think that Jeffrey wanted to be able to reach into the coat if he needed to. Jeffrey closed the car door. The lane was covered in fall leaves, the trees bending over to block out the light. It would have been gorgeous if Geoffrey hadn't had the powerful suspicion that he'd been brought out here for some kind of ambush.
"This way."
Valentine started strolling down the lane, slow enough for Geoffrey to catch up. Geoffrey said,
"I didn't plan on going for a walk." "Pretty day for it, though. Might want to zip up your jacket."
"I'm fine," Geoffrey assured him. Valentine reached up and tugged a bright orange leaf from an overhanging branch. He twirled it in his fingers as he talked.
"Good country folk live out here. Real simple people. Most of 'em, they just want to go to work, come home to the wife and kids, maybe have enough money left over at the end of the week to get a couple of beers and watch the football game on TV.
Geoffrey kept his hands at his sides. There was a way you walked when you were carrying a gun, like you had brass ones swinging to your knees.
Grant County's not that much different.
Guess not. Valentine let Geoffrey get a foot or so ahead of him. The move was subtle, but Geoffrey knew the other man was looking for the telltale bulge of a gun at his back. Valentine said,
"Most small towns are alike, I think. Politics and all that crap blurs things. But we all have the same goals, whether we're in South Georgia or South France or Timbuktu. We want to feel safe. We want our kids to go to good schools and have the opportunities we didn't. We want to live our lives and feel like we've got some control over our destinies."
He was sounding like a different person now, the aw-shucks gestures and good old boy slang all but gone.
"What's this leading up to, Jake?"
He gave Geoffrey a lazy smile. "This way." He pointed to a small trail that cut through the woods.
"What's down there?" "See for yourself."
This time Valentine took the lead, and Geoffrey followed, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling as they went deeper into the forest. The trail didn't appear to be well used. The ground sloped downward, and Geoffrey slowed his pace, putting some distance between himself and the sheriff. Valentine didn't seem to notice. He kept walking, still twirling the leaf. It wasn't until he reached a small clearing that he stopped, waiting for Geoffrey. "Look at this," Valentine said. He pointed to a sloped rock with a hole in it. A long section of white PVC pipe was propped up against the hole. A trickle of water fed into the pipe.
"It's a natural spring,"
Geoffrey said, more than a little surprised. He knelt down to check it out before he could think about what he was doing. He looked up at the sheriff, waited for the man to make his move.
"Here,"
Valentine offered his hand, helped Geoffrey stand.
"The pipe goes down the hill here."
He started walking, following the pipe's path. The woods started to clear, and the trees thinned out as they made their way down the slope toward what looked like an abandoned shack. Geoffrey guessed they walked about 50 yards before they reached a huge plastic holding tank of spring water. Geoffrey could hear the water dripping into the tank, saw the larger plastic pipe feeding into a shack sitting in the middle of a clearing.
"Plumbing," Valentine told Geoffrey. "Spring water goes into the hookup at the house. Cold as a witch's tit if you want to take a shower, but pretty damn smart, don't you think?"
"Yeah," Geoffrey agreed. He could see a beat-up Ford parked in front of the shack. A long wire ran from the roof to an electric pole. Except for the small satellite dish angled off the roof, he could be looking at a home circa the Great Depression. Valentine said,
"Just got electricity out here a few years ago. Like it took forever for the county to do it. Grover had to do most of the work himself." "This is where Boyd Gibson's father lives?" "Course it is. Where'd you think I was taking you?"
Valentine took off his hat and wiped his forehead with the back of his sleeve. He was sweating as bad as Geoffrey, and it suddenly occurred to him that Jake Valentine had been just as wary during their tense walk through the woods as Geoffrey had been. Valentine pointed to a dilapidated wooden picnic table tucked back into the woods. It had obviously been there for a while. Kudzu had taken over. Valentine told Geoffrey,
"Me and Boyd used to sit up there and smoke weed when we was kids. Skip school all the time, always in trouble. Now it was his brother Larry who was the jock. Me and Boyd were the stoners."
He was quiet for a moment, seemed to be reflecting as he stared at the picnic table.
"Boyd's old man hated my guts. Mind you, I wasn't crazy about him either. He beat his wife to an early grave, and then he started hauling off on his sons. Beat me once, too. Blamed me for getting Boyd hooked, and I think maybe he's right. He rubbed his jaw as if in memory of a punch. Maybe I'm just fooling myself, because I sure as hell drink too much, but with drugs I think that some folks can take it or leave it. I tried a little bit of everything. Coke, speed, dope. It was nice, but then I met Myra, and she didn't stand for that kind of thing, so I just left it behind. Boyd couldn't do that. He got into meth real heavy, started shooting up, which was something I was always too chicken to do. Needles scare the crap out of me. Once Boyd started putting that shit in his veins, he never looked back. You and Sarah got kids? Jeffrey was taken aback by the sudden question. We're trying. Myra says she won't bring a baby into this world without knowing he's going to have a daddy. Jeffrey and Sarah had talked about the same thing many times. It's dangerous work, being a cop, but you can't put your life on hold because of it. Valentine nodded, looking back at the picnic table. Jeffrey could see the beginnings of a bald spot on the crown of the man's head. That would explain why he wore a hat all the time. Jeffrey's father had been an asshole of the highest degree, but Jeffrey took comfort in the fact that his old man had died with a full head of hair. Valentine said, Myra and me, we knew each other in high school. Well, the kind of way you know who the bad folks are and who the good folks are. Her family moved to town my sophomore year. Big city girl. He laughed at a private joke. Myra was the good one, in case you need to be told. Real religious. Loves the Lord. She was pretty surprised when I showed up at the same college as her. Thought I was just some dumb pothead who'd end up slinging tires at the factory. I had to work my ass off to convince her I wasn't just some fool chasing a piece of tail. He chuckled again. That was 10 years ago, and she hasn't changed a bit. God, but she's pretty. Smart as a whip, and don't mind putting me in my place, which I probably need more often than not. Now I can't even imagine what my life was like without her. Miserable, I guess. Maybe I'd be in jail instead of running the place. Could have just as easily been me as Boyd thrown through your window last night. Jeffrey crossed his arms, wondering if what he was hearing was the truth or some carefully planned story to get his defenses down. Valentine hadn't exactly been forthcoming over the last few days, and now he was laying down his life story like he was testifying at a tent revival. Valentine leaned back on his heel, put his hat on his head. You wanted to know who's been setting fires, who chased off Hank and got his place closed down? He glanced back at the small house as if to make sure no one was listening. Answer to both questions is Boyd Gibson. He was working the bar, slinging Bud Light with meth chasers when the ATF came in. As far as who stabbed him, I've got me some ideas, but I'm going to have to trust you a hell of a lot more before I tell you that. Did he torch the Escalade? Wouldn't be surprised. Why did my detective run? I gather she's as hard-headed and arrogant as a boss. I arrested her because I think she's involved in this up to her eyeballs. I'm going to find her again, and I'll be goddamned if I let her slip away from me a second time. Jeffrey spoke from experience. You're fighting a losing battle. Yeah, well, he shrugged. We'll see about that. Who's in charge? Jeffrey asked. Who's running the skinheads? If I could answer that, you and me probably would have never met. Valentine's sloppy grin came back. Anyways, Chief, I guess I should warn you that the last time I saw Grover Gibson, he threatened to beat the shit out of me if I ever stepped foot on his property again. Part of Jeffrey relished the idea of the young sheriff getting his ass kicked. Maybe you should call some backup then. I'm not really here in an official capacity. I figured as much when you got into my squad car without your gun. He gave Jeffrey a wink before heading toward the house, saying, I hope that pretty wife of yours really is a doctor. I have a feeling I'm going to need some stitches. Lena, Chapter 14.
Deacon Sims was one of those men who always looked old and out of step with the world, even when he was in his 20s. Lena supposed Deacon had considered himself a rebel, that when his gray braid slapped against his back as he drove his ancient Harley to the bar, he had thought he was making some kind of statement against society. He still looked every inch the Hell's Angel he'd been in his younger days. Handlebar mustache, Confederate flag on the T-shirt stretching across his gut, leather chaps over faded jeans. Even in the 1970s, he had looked like someone caught in a time warp, an old hippie whose slow speech and delayed reasoning proved that you didn't quit being a pothead no matter how many years ago you stopped lighting up. Like Hank, Deacon was wrapped up in AA and NA and any A that would have him. Unlike Hank, please, God, hopefully unlike her uncle, Deacon was dead. Now, leaning over the man's body in Hank's attic, Lena guessed Deacon had been beaten to death. His face looked more like a bruised plum, his sunken cheeks caked with dried blood. His lip had been broken open, the split cutting into his mustache so that it hung off like an actor's prop. Deacon must have lived for a while. Lena wasn't a doctor, but she had seen enough bruises at Sarah Litton's morgue to know that you didn't bruise like that unless your heart was still pumping blood. If Lena had to guess again, she'd say that he'd been dead a week, maybe 10 days. How long had he waited to die? Had the con with the swastika stuck him up there? Had Hank? There were certain procedures to follow when you found a stiff. Lena had learned them all her second week at the police academy, when they taught the important stuff they didn't want to waste on the cadets who washed out in the first week. First, you roped off the scene, then you made the phone calls. By law, the coroner had to pronounce that the person was dead, even if the body was so putrid the smell made your eyes sting. It was the coroner's job to decide whether the death was suspicious or not. Deacon Sims was what you'd call a no-brainer, an instant call to your chief who would then radio out homicide to take over. Next, forensic evidence had to be gathered, pictures taken, the area around the body vacuumed, and fingertips searched for any trace evidence that might have been left by the killer. Only after that would they remove the body for autopsy and go over their findings in order to track the killer. In the case of Hank's attic, someone would point out the way the rat turds and dust were disturbed in a large swath from the access panel to Deacon's final resting place and conclude that he'd been dragged there. Maybe they would notice the boxes stacked in front of the body and assume that he'd been hidden there, left to die. Certainly they would see the deep cuts on his palms and forearms and say that he had tried to defend himself from someone who was wielding a very sharp knife. The fact of his missing clothes would indicate that there had been something on said clothes that the killer felt might lead back to him. Or maybe the doer got some kind of sick twist out of beating a 60-year-old man to death and leaving him naked up in an attic to die. The most disturbing part was the trophy, the patch of skin that had been removed right above Deacon's left nipple. Blood surrounded the area, but the wound had not been fatal. It was just the skin the killer had wanted, a 2-inch by 2-inch square that had been expertly peeled from the body. The faded tattoo surrounding the missing flesh offered some clue as to what had been drawn on the removed section. Before his death, Lena had never seen Deacon without his shirt on, but she was more than familiar with the scenes adorning his chest. Deacon was Hell's Angels, the original hate-mongers. Someone had carved off his swastika. The only good thing the missing skin told her was that Hank had not been involved in Deacon's death. The two had argued just about every day of their lives together, but Hank would never have hurt the only person in the world who could be called his friend. No matter what dark places Lena had let her mind go to over the past few days, she knew now without a shadow of a doubt that Hank would never intentionally harm anyone but himself. He was not a murderer. The thought brought Lena to an obvious question. What had Hank been doing while someone had beaten Deacon to death and left him in the attic to die? She had to find Hank. The local police would assume Hank had something to do with Deacon's murder. They would see a desperate drug addict and a violent death and leap to the obvious conclusion. Even Jeffrey would have a hard time believing Hank was innocent. He'd want to know how many days had passed with Hank living in the house and Deacon lying dead right above him. He'd want something more concrete than a missing piece of skin to prove Hank's innocence. Lena couldn't give him any of that. The fact that Hank was missing sure didn't do much to help matters. You only bolted if you had something to hide. Or maybe Hank was hiding from someone. Maybe he was hiding from Lena. She crawled back across the attic on her hands and knees, then dropped down onto the kitchen chair. Lena reached around the access panel and moved the box back in place. When she was finished, she found a rag in the bathroom and wiped the trim around the panel's opening so that her dirty fingerprints didn't show. She put the chair back in the kitchen, turned off all the lights but the one over the kitchen sink, then locked the door behind her. She felt like a criminal as she drove her Celica through town. Hell, she was a criminal. Not only had she failed to report Deacon's death, she'd hidden the body, wiped off her fingerprints. She could just imagine sitting in Al Pfeiffer's office, the old fart leering at her as she told him what had happened. Al would find Hank. He'd bring him in and have him up on murder charges before Lena could even open the phone book and look for a lawyer. Some of the outside lights were on at the bar as Lena pulled up, but there were no other cars in the lot. She assumed the lights were on timers, but then saw the rigged cords where Hank had strung together some cheap solar panels. The bulbs were a pale, fading orange, and she doubted they would stay on for much longer. She leaned over and got the flashlight out of the glove compartment before getting out of the car. Tape with the logo of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms still crisscrossed the front door. Lena checked the seal with her flashlight to make sure it hadn't been broken before heading to the back of the building. She felt the hair on the back of her neck go up as she crossed out of the semi-lit parking lot and walked along the dirt path that led to Hank's office. Considering the week she was having, she didn't think her paranoia an unhealthy emotion. She had tried to cover the hole she'd kicked in the wall of Hank's office with a couple of trash cans from the bar. Unless you knew what you were looking for, the damage wasn't as obvious as she'd thought. She glanced over her shoulder, shined her light toward the woods, before pushing aside the trash cans and going into the office. Inside, the shack looked exactly as she'd left it. She couldn't decide if it was a good thing or a bad thing that Hank hadn't been back. Deacon Sims was dead. Other than Charlotte Warren, Hank didn't have any friends he could turn to. There was no couch he could crash on, no spare room he could hole up in. The checkbook was still open on his desk. She sat down in the chair and went back through the register. As far as she could remember, everything was the same as when she'd found Charlotte's letters. Still, Lena flipped through the checks, making sure none were missing. Next, she went through the desk again, this time looking for anything that might connect to Deacon Sims. All she found was Hank's spare set of keys under a beat-up old copy of I Am the Cheese. Lena pocketed the keys and flipped through the book, which bore the stamp of the Aloha County Library on the spine. Glued on the back of the cover was a paper pocket with a checkout slip tucked inside. Lena Adams was scribbled on the strip where she'd signed out the book 1 billion years ago. She had needed it for an English paper. Lena had loved the book, but blown off the assignment. When the teacher had called Hank to let him know, Lena had lied, told him she'd lost the book. In addition to tanning her hide, Hank had made her pay for the book out of her allowance. And the asshole had kept it this entire time. Lena tossed the book onto the desk, accidentally knocking over a stack of receipts. She was scooping them up, trying to put them back in a pile, when she saw the telephone underneath. The phone was old, the kind they started making shortly after getting rid of the rotary dial. Lena reached behind it and followed the cord under the desk, looking for the answering machine. She guessed that, as with the electrical supply, Hank hadn't bothered to pay the phone company to get service all the way out to the shack. The galvanized pipe with the extension cord that led back to the bar was about 2 inches round. There was plenty of space for a long telephone extension cord. She tucked the checkbook under her arm and knelt down to leave the shack through the hole. There wasn't anything worth stealing in the office, but she moved the trash cans back in front of the hole. The back door of the bar was padlocked, but that had been Hank's doing, not the drug agent's.
As with the front door, ATF had stuck their usual tape across the jamb, but she easily cut the seal with one of the keys. Lena matched the kryptonite key to the padlock, then a smaller Yale key to the deadbolt. The metal door groaned as it opened, the pungent odor of stale smoke and beer spilling into the night air. The soles of her shoes snicked across the rubber fatigue mats as she walked through the kitchen. Something ran over her foot, and she stood stock still, hoping that it was just a rat, then hoping that it was alone. She used her flashlight to find the light switch, her mind conjuring a host of rabid rodents eager to attack. There was a noise in the corner that she chose to ignore as she walked to the front of the bar. Lena coughed, her lungs not quite used to the stale smoke and lack of oxygen. She turned on the light switches as she walked through, one of them triggering the jukebox into starting up in the middle of a song. Trash was scattered everywhere, and she saw the sheen of spilled drinks that had left sticky spots on the linoleum. It didn't take a detective to read this scene. The cops had come in, cleared everybody out, made their arrests, and turned off the lights on their way out. Suddenly, Lena remembered something. She knelt down behind the bar and rapped the floor with the back of her knuckles, straining to hear over the jukebox. She finally found what she was looking for and took out her knife to pry up a tile. Underneath, she saw a cigar box cradled between the joists. Hank's hidden stash. Lena opened the box. There was about $2,000 in it. She hesitated, feeling suddenly like a thief. This was Hank's money. Was it stealing from him if she took it so he couldn't buy dope? She stood on the top of the bar and tucked the money behind a bottle of scotch that was so cheap the coloring had turned to sediment in the bottom. She jumped down and returned the empty cigar box to its hiding place. Some country crooner Lena didn't recognize was just dipping into a ballad as she pressed her heel into the tile, snapping it back in place. She felt better now, like she had done something to help Hank instead of contributing to his demise. The telephone was behind the bar under the cash register, just where it always was. The answering machine beside it read 12 calls. Lena pressed play and figured that the most recent calls came first, when her own voice said, "Hank, it's Lee. Where are you?" She was shocked at her tone as it echoed in the bar, the anger that radiated from every word. Did she always sound this hateful when she called him? Lena shook her head, another thing she couldn't think about right now. The next call was from Nan, Sybil's lover. Her words were kinder, but her message was clear. "Haven't heard from you in a few days, and I was getting worried. Please let me know if you're doing all right." Message 10 came on, a staticky silence Lena was about to fast forward through when she heard the beginning of an automated message that made her stomach knot. Georgia, like just about every state in the Union, used an electronic system to handle calls from prison inmates. A computerized voice announced the prison from which the call originated and advised the listener to be sure they understood the charges before they pressed a button to OK the call. Then every 2 minutes, the same automated voice came on the line to remind the recipient that he or she was talking to an inmate in a state prison. The exorbitant charges helped pay for listening software to monitor inmate calls, as well as protect unsuspecting strangers from getting a $20 bill for a 2-minute call. The recording was pretty standard, first announcing the origin of the call, then allowing a 3-second spot for the inmate to say his name. Over the years, for various cases, Lena had listened to some of the inmate calls coming out of the Grant County Jail. It was amazing what the perps could fit into the short bursts the 3 seconds allowed. They seldom said their names. It was more like the world's fastest opportunity to beg somebody to talk to you. They ranged from, "Mama, I love you, please talk to me," to her personal favorite, "I'm going to kill you, bitch," from a man who kept insisting to the judge that he posed no threat to his wife. Hank's machine played the 5th message, a duplicate to the 4 that preceded it. "This is a collect call from an inmate in Coastal State Prison. Press 1 if you wish to talk to inmate." Lena put her hand on the bar to hold herself up. She let the machine play, her throat feeling as if she had swallowed glass. 5 times the same message played. 5 times she heard his voice. She could not stop herself. She listened to the next one, then the next.
All of them were the same. All played that hard, emotionless voice that seemed to echo the computer's own. The number 1 flashed on the machine as the final message played. This is a collect phone call from an inmate at Coastal State Prison. Press 1 if you wish to talk to inmate. Lena held her breath, hoping it would be different this time, that this was all some kind of sick joke. It was not. The speaker captured his voice perfectly, playing his slow, sure cadence as he enunciated each word. Ethan Green. Lena ripped out the machine and threw it against the wall. Thursday morning, Chapter 15. Back in Grant County, Sarah had a helper, or diener, who performed the less glamorous tasks relating to autopsy. Carlos cataloged all the surgical tools, kept up with the samples, took the x-rays, cleaned up the substantial mess, and basically made Sarah's job far easier just by being in the room. He took notes, weighed organs, and, most important, performed a duty known as running the gut, which meant standing over a sink and cleaning out the bowels so the contents could be examined and weighed. The task was as odious as it sounded, and handing it off to someone else was a gift from heaven. The word diener was German for servant, but Sarah had always thought of Carlos as her assistant, a vital part of her job. If she'd ever doubted his value, not having him around to help was a harsh reminder. Even Jeffrey doing his best yesterday was better than going it alone. From the minute she'd opened the freezer and seen Boyd Gibson lying face down on a gurney, Sarah had known her day was going to be as long as it was difficult. At 5'11", Sarah was hardly dainty, but she nearly threw out her back maneuvering Gibson onto the metal gurney. The dead man's body was solid as a brick, comprised of as much muscle as fat. He was thickly built, what her father would have called a fire plug, but through a process of pushing and pulling she managed to get him out of the body bag and onto the table without dislodging the knife from his back. After taking x-rays to document the position of the knife, Sarah took the body back to the main room of the morgue, where she measured for weight and height. Next, she started on the man's shoes and clothes. The sneakers were loosely tied, probably a year old. His jeans and underwear were newer, but not by much. She found his wallet with most of the usual contents chained to one of his belt loops. A leather sheath was attached to his belt, the hand tooling matching the design on the bone handle of the knife it held. The artwork wouldn't have been Sarah's first choice, a hunting scene with 2 hounds chasing pheasant out of the woods. After checking to make sure the hole in the shirt lined up with the hole in Gibson's back, she carefully cut off the shirt, photographing her actions as much as she could. Considering the antiquated autopsy suite, Sarah was surprised by the sophistication of the digital camera. Jeffrey had taken the photographs yesterday, but she was quickly becoming adept at using the many features. The macro zoom was better than the one she had at home, and the large LCD on the back let her scroll through the pictures to make sure she'd gotten exactly what she wanted. She took a few shots of the clothes lying on the papers she'd spread out on the counter, then examined the material for trace evidence. Other than dirt and a few hairs that looked to belong to the victim, Sarah found nothing remarkable on Boyd Gibson's clothes. Likewise, his New Balance sneakers were muddy but seemingly innocuous. Still, she carefully bagged and catalogued every item, taking particular care to record the contents of the man's wallet. A driver's license for Boyd Carroll Gibson, 1 Delta Sky Miles American Express card, 1 Bank of Alawa Visa card, 2 snapshots of what looked to be blue-tick hounds sitting by a stream, and $5 in cash. Either Boyd Gibson was an exceptionally neat man, or someone had screened the contents of his wallet. Sarah made a note to mention this to Jeffrey. She picked up the camera again and photographed the nude body, zooming in around the knife, Lena's knife. When Sarah had first seen the weapon last night, she'd known instantly who it belonged to. The look on Jeffrey's face had confirmed the belief. She could tell then that he didn't want to share the information, didn't want to admit that Lena was more than a passive spectator in this mess they had gotten themselves into. And what about Hank? It would have taken 2 people to swing Boyd Gibson through the motel window. Sarah had only met Lena's uncle a few times, but from her recollection, Hank Norton was a slight man and not very tall.
If he wasn't Lena's accomplice, then who was? There was no way Lena had managed to do this alone. Or maybe she hadn't done this at all. Just because the knife belonged to Lena did not mean that she had been the one to stab the man. Sarah had to keep an open mind. She couldn't go into the autopsy with preconceived notions, or she'd blind herself to other possibilities. Sarah leaned over Gibson's body, going in for a tighter shot of the stab wound. She frowned, noticing a discrepancy between the size of the blade and the size of the wound. The handle of Lena's knife was almost exactly perpendicular to the body, traveling slightly upward and perhaps a few inches to the left, suggesting a right-handed killer who'd come from behind and stabbed into the heart. Yet the elongated shape of the wound indicated that the knife had gone in at an angle from an extremely superior position. Lena was right-handed, but she was roughly 5 feet 4 inches tall. Either the knife had been bumped in transport, or Lena had stood on a ladder to stab him. Knowing the Aloha Sheriff's Office, Sarah would have bet half her paycheck that the knife had been bumped during transport. She made a note to ask Jake Valentine about this. The inconsistency was just the type of detail a defense lawyer longed for. Sarah would have to be very specific how she described the wound in her notes in case this ever ended up in court. Otherwise, she would be torn apart on cross-examination. Then again, the deposition Sarah had given in the malpractice suit had pretty much proved that no matter how thorough you were, no matter how carefully you prepared yourself, there was always some greedy jackal of a lawyer out there who could twist your words to suit their cause. Sarah muttered a few expletives in the name of lawyers before she continued the external examination. She found a few cuts and scrapes on the palms that most likely came from sliding down the bank of the creek outside Hank's bar. The burn marks on the man's arms were unremarkable and certainly survivable, barring a radical infection. The singed hair would have grown back in a few months, the eyelashes in a few weeks. Surprisingly, Gibson had only one tattoo, the ugly red swastika Jeffrey had pointed out the night before. Usually these guys were as marked up as a bathroom wall. Sarah used one hand to press a small metal ruler against the tattoo, and with the other held the camera as she documented the size and detail. She stopped, putting down the camera to make more notes, wishing not for the first time that Jeffrey were there to help speed along the process. They had developed a rhythm yesterday, and she found herself wanting him there if only to share her observations on the body. Gibson had a series of old scars crisscrossing his back that made Sarah think that at some point he'd been whipped with a belt or something similar. There was a long white scar down the side of his right thigh that appeared to be from an open fracture. The timer on the X-ray developer buzzed, indicating the films were ready, and Sarah studied them on the ancient light box hanging by the door. Dark lines told the story, signs of an old spiral fracture in the left forearm, as well as long-ago posterior lateral breaks in the ribs. The skull showed long-healed fractures across the suture line. Indications of a long bone shaft fracture dated back at least 10 years. If Sarah had to guess, she'd say that Boyd Gibson had been severely abused as a child. She turned back to the body, unable to keep herself from feeling sorry for the man. How many post-mortem X-rays had she seen in Grant County exactly like this? It was very seldom she came across a dead criminal whose body did not reveal some sign of childhood abuse. As a pediatrician, she had to wonder about the people in Boyd Gibson's early years. How had he hidden such abuse from his teachers, his doctor, his pastor? How many times had Gibson's mother or father made an excuse about clumsiness or boyhood exuberance to cover for broken bones and concussions? How many adults had ignored the evidence before their eyes and believed them? While childhood abuse certainly didn't excuse the man's adult actions, Sarah could not help but wonder whether Boyd Gibson would have ended up on her table if he'd had a happy childhood. Of course, there were plenty of people out there in the world who had suffered worse than this, and they didn't turn into Nazi drug dealers, or end up killing them. Had Lena done this horrible thing? Had she stabbed this man in the back? Sarah couldn't see it for the same reason she couldn't see Lena burning someone alive. The woman had a temper, true, but if Lena Adams killed someone, she would be looking them in the eyes when she did it. Hardly a defense, but the truth was often awkward. Sarah turned her focus to the murder weapon. She could tell from the powder marks on the pearl handle that Jake Valentine had already dusted it for prints. From the looks of it, nothing had been lifted. Lena would have known to use gloves to wipe down the weapon. Was that when the knife had dislodged, as she'd cleaned the handle of her prints? Sarah zoomed the camera in close to see if there were any minute ridge marks the Aloha Sheriff's Department had missed. Her eyes blurred as the handle came into sharp detail, and she glanced away for a second to clear her vision. "Wait a minute," she said to no one in particular. In looking away, she had seen something else. 3 small round bruises were on the back of the dead man's arm. Someone very strong had grabbed Gibson hard enough to leave a mark. Sarah could tell from the color that the bruise had happened immediately prior to Gibson's death. She pressed the ruler underneath the bruises and took photos from several angles. Then, just to make sure, she went back over the body inch by inch, searching for other marks she might have missed. Satisfied that she'd done all she could, Sarah removed her gloves and reviewed her notes, making sure that she could read her writing and that nothing could be misinterpreted. From the moment Sarah entered an autopsy suite, she always kept it in the back of her mind that everything she did would eventually be reviewed at trial. On the heels of the malpractice deposition, she felt doubly paranoid. She kept coming back to the knife, not because it was Lena's, a fact that she blatantly left out of her notes, but because the wound still troubled her. Sarah took off her reading glasses and rubbed her eyes. Unlike the day before, the adjacent garage was in full swing, air compressors buzzing on and off, exhaust fumes seeping into the morgue. She wasn't happy that the garage odors were so overwhelming, not just because it was giving her a headache, but because an autopsy was more than about what you saw. Certain smells from the body could point to anything from diabetes to poisoning. Sarah slipped on her safety goggles and a fresh pair of latex gloves as she walked to the table in the middle of the room. Using a large-bore needle, she took central blood and urine samples and labeled them accordingly. With her foot, she pushed over a small step stool so that she would have enough height to stand over the body. Once she was in place, Sarah braced her right hand against Gibson's back and wrapped her left around the handle of the knife. She was about to pull out the knife when someone knocked on the door. "Hello?" a man asked, walking into the room without being invited. He saw Sarah, hands still on the knife, and gave a low whistle. "Hope you're taking that out and not putting it in." Sarah dropped her hands. "Can I help you?" The man gave a quick, ferret-like smile that showed a straight line of small, square teeth. He held out his hand, then thought better of it. "Fred Bott," he said. "You've been doing my job." Sarah got down off the step-stool. She was at least a foot taller than the man, and there was something about him that instantly rubbed her the wrong way. Still, she apologized. "I'm sorry. I was asked by the sheriff to—" He barked a loud laugh. "Just pulling your leg, sweetheart. Don't worry about it." Growing up in the South, Sarah had often been called sweetheart or darlin' or even baby. Her grandfather called her princess, and the mailman called her peanut, but somehow they managed to do it in an endearing rather than derogatory way. She even signed Christmas and birthday cards to them using the familiar names. That being said, there was a fine line between the kind of men who could get away with this sort of thing and the kind who could not. Fred Bart, with his cheap, too-tight suit and mirror-finish loafers, fell squarely into the latter category. "Nice to meet you," Sarah told him, making an effort to be polite. "I was in the process of—" She let her voice trail off as Bart picked up her notes. "I'm not finished with those." "That's okay, darling. I think I can figure them out." He started reading, and Sarah fought the urge to rip the pages from his hands. Instead, she put her hands on her hips and waited, focusing a laser beam of hate at the top of his balding head. The remaining tufts of hair over his ears had an unnatural appearance, and after a long period of study,
She decided he was an advocate of Grecian formula. Bart was at least a decade older than Sarah, if not more, the kind of guy who never forgave the world for the fact that he'd started losing his hair in his 20s. She got the feeling he was the type who blamed other people for a lot of things he found wrong with himself. She glanced down at his hands, checking for a wedding ring, glad to find at least there wasn't a woman out there who was having to put up with the busybody know-it-all. When he finally finished checking her notes, he gave her a quick smile and dropped the pages back where he'd found them. She expected at least a snarky comment about her penmanship, but all he said was, "Need help with any of this?" "I think I can handle it." Bart took a pair of gloves out of the box. He slipped them on as he said, "I can at least help you with getting that knife out. Don't know if you've ever run into anything like this, but they tend to stick the longer you wait." "I can manage, thank you," Sarah told him, unable to find a way to tell the dentist she knew what she was doing without tearing his head from his neck and tossing it out the window like a soccer ball. "No problem at all," he answered, standing on the stool Sarah had just vacated. He put both hands on the knife, then gave her a questioning look. When she did not move, he told her, "Can't do this without you holding him down, sweetheart." She was suddenly aware of the fact that she was standing with her hands on her hips and her mouth pursed, looking exactly like the stereotype of a man-hating feminist bitch that Fred Bart probably kept in his mind to explain why his excessive charms didn't work on a woman. Sarah pressed her hands against the corpse's back, and Bart pulled the knife. She noticed how easily the flesh relinquished the blade. Apparently Bart noticed, too. "Not so bad," he said, dropping the knife onto the tray beside the body. "Find any fingerprints?" "You'd have to ask the sheriff. I'm just doing the procedure." "Might want to take your own," he suggested, snapping off the latex gloves. "In my experience, little buddy Jake ain't exactly up on his forensic techniques." He tossed the gloves into the waste can and took out a pack of cigarettes. "I'd prefer you didn't smoke in here." He put the cigarette in his mouth, let it dangle as he talked. "You one of those smoking Nazis?" Sarah wondered at his word choice, considering the red swastika on the victim's arm. "I would just prefer you didn't smoke," she replied evenly. He flashed another smile, made a show of taking the cigarette out of his mouth and putting it back in the pack, just for her. "So, what did you find? Anything interesting?" Sarah picked up the camera to document the wound. "Not yet." "You're a pediatrician, right?" "That's right." She felt the need to add, "I'm also a medical examiner." "Didn't think people could afford to be doctors anymore." Bart gave a dry laugh, and Sarah didn't know if she was just being sensitive or if the man knew about the malpractice suit. He would have had to do some digging to find that out. She was probably just being paranoid. After what she'd been through over the last few days, Sarah figured she had an excuse. Bart walked around the body, stopped at the tattoo. "Figures," he said. "I got one of these bastards here last month. Took out a telephone pole out on Highway 16. Sideswiped a family in a minivan while he was at it." He glanced up quickly. "Family made it. Just bumps and bruises." Sarah realized she might be able to get some information from him if she trod carefully. "Are skinheads a problem around here?" Bart shrugged. "Meth's the big problem, and skinheads come with it. Good luck for me, though." Sarah must have looked confused, because he clarified, "I'm a dentist. I thought for sure Jake would have told you that." He crossed his arms, the shoulders of his cheap suit riding up to his ears. 10 years ago, I'd be lucky if I got 1 root canal a month. Now I do 2, maybe 3 a week. Get them from all over the county, sometimes into the next. Crowns, bridges, veneers. It's boom time." Sarah had seen what meth could do to a person's mouth. Most heavy users lost their teeth within the first year. "Big business.
Bart said. "But I'd trade it all in if I never had to see another kid hooked on that shit." His face reddened. "Sorry for my language, ma'am." Sarah didn't know if it was his apology or his obvious concern, but she felt herself not hating him so much. Bart said, "Let me help you turn the body." Sarah was still reluctant to accept his offer, but she had to admit she wasn't relishing maneuvering Gibson over on the table. She took a few more photographs, then waited for Bart to glove up again. He took the head and shoulders, and Sarah took the feet. It gave her some amount of pleasure to watch the dentist struggle under the weight as they rolled Gibson onto his back. It also gave her pause, because if the two of them were having trouble just flipping the body on the table, it must have taken some pretty strong men to toss him through a window. She said, "Big guy, huh?" Bart shrugged his shoulders, but she could see a bead of sweat roll down his cheek. "I've seen worse." "I can imagine." She saw his eyes flash as he registered the comment, probably wondering if she was being condescending. Sarah kept him wondering, all but batting her eyelashes, when she said, "Thanks so much for lending me some of your muscle." Instinctively, he reached for his cigarettes, then stopped himself. "I see you figured out Bertha." He pointed to the X-rays. "I keep asking the county to replace that thing, and they keep telling me no." "It serves its purpose," Sarah allowed. If you watched enough television, you would assume that all police departments were at the cutting edge of forensic technology. In reality, no lab in the country could afford the billions of dollars of equipment you saw being used on an average Thursday night drama. What little equipment the state had was in high demand, and sometimes it took up to a year to get an analysis back. Bart was still studying Boyd Gibson's X-rays. He gave a low whistle. "Not much of a childhood." He traced a faint line along the clavicle. "Nasty break." "Did you know him?" Bart turned around, and for the first time since he'd come into the room, he seemed to be really looking at her. "Yeah," he said, his tone filled with sadness. "His mama used to bring him in. She was always torn up." He indicated his face, and Sarah realized he was indicating abuse. "Never saw it in Boyd or his brother. He's got an older brother. But I called the sheriff plenty of times about Ella. That was her name." He turned his back to Sarah as he looked at the films again, or maybe he just didn't want her to see him upset. "She was a great lady. Quiet, respectful, good cook. Everything you'd want in a wife. I guess some men can't be happy with that. Grover sure as hell wasn't." Sarah waited to make sure he was finished speaking before asking, "What did the sheriff do when you reported it?" "That was back when Al was in charge," Bart said, turning back around. "Al was a good man, but you couldn't press charges back then without the wife on board to testify, and Ella wasn't going to say a word against Grover. Not that she had any love left for him, but she knew what he would do to the boys, and it wasn't like she could go out and get a job to support all of them." "Is she still with him?" "No," he said, looking down at his feet. "Cancer took her when Boyd was about 10, maybe 11. I didn't see him much after that. Grover wasn't going to waste his drinking money on having their teeth cleaned." He pointed to the corpse. "Course I've seen him plenty lately." "How's that?" Bart directed his gaze toward Gibson's forearms, where a track mark scarred the flesh. They were fairly healed, at least 4 to 6 months old. Gibson was also heavy, and meth users tended to be extremely thin. She said, "He doesn't look as if he's been using lately." "Yeah, he got cleaned up for a while." Bart shrugged. "Lots of 'em clean up for a month, sometimes a year. Then something happens, and they're back on the needle quick as you please." "Is that what happened to Boyd?" Bart didn't exactly answer her question. "He came in about 6 weeks ago. He didn't have the money for the work, but I set up a payment schedule for him. He was in awful pain. His whole mouth was infected. Would have lost the rest of his teeth if I hadn't done something."
"I saw the bridge," Sarah said, indicating the dental film. She hadn't yet examined Gibson's mouth.
Bart looked at the X-ray. "Not as bad as it could have been." He gave a quick smile. "You must see that kind of thing a lot more than me."
"What's that?"
"Indigence."
He pronounced the word sharply, but Sarah could not tell if she was meant to infer derision or pity.
"They come in and you know they can't afford it, but you can't turn them away because that's not why you went to school."
Sarah nodded and shrugged at the same time, not knowing what else to say. She was hardly going to have a protracted discussion about the dismal state of health care with this man.
"Well,"
Bart glanced at his watch as if he had just remembered an appointment.
"Anyway, I just wanted to drop by and make sure you were making yourself at home. Let me know if you need anything, all right?"
"Thank you," Sarah said, and she really meant it until he flashed one of his ferret smiles.
"You take care now, darling. Wouldn't want you to get mixed up in any of this."
She felt her own smile tighten on her face. "Thank you," she repeated, but Fred Bart had already left. Sarah looked back at the dead man lying on the table as if he might offer some wry comment about what had just happened. Of course he did not. Sarah took off her gloves as she walked back over to her notes. She found the right page and recorded that Fred Bart had assisted with the removal of the knife. She also noted that the knife had easily slipped from the wound. Bart was right about one thing. Usually the blade stuck, whether from dried blood or tissue that stiffened around the metal. She pushed this to the back of her mind as she continued the external examination, photographing the healed scars that indicated needle use, making note of a few scratches on the front of the shin. Gibson's mouth was already open, and the bridge spanning the gap where his front teeth should have been popped out easily. Though she didn't want to, Sarah had to admit that Bart did good work. The gums were almost completely healed, and there didn't seem to be any indication that the bridge had fit awkwardly. Sarah checked the time, wondering what was taking Jeffrey and Jake Valentine so long. They were supposed to bring Boyd Gibson's father in to identify the body, but that had been a good 2 hours ago. Technically, Jake had already positively identified Boyd Gibson, but she knew from experience that the family generally needed to see the victim in order to get some closure. She called Jeffrey's cell phone, but he didn't pick up. She left a message for him, but after 20 minutes passed without him returning her call, she decided to go ahead with the internal examination. She could always cover the body when Gibson's father arrived to spare him the more graphic aspects of his son's death. She regloved and returned to the table, where she picked up a scalpel and began the Y incision. Because there was a dictaphone over the autopsy table that she used back in Grant, Sarah could not stop her mind from doing a running narration of every movement she made, so that when she opened the rib cage or examined the pleura, she heard a little voice in her head echoing the motions. She followed the penetration path of the stab wound to the heart, finding just what she'd predicted. The blade had pierced the left posterior thoracic wall and exited the anterior, causing almost immediate death. She stopped here, making some more notes, taking photographs and measuring the blade's path, then doing her own drawing of exactly what she'd found. Even without the stab wound, the heart was in bad shape. Enlarged from the extra weight on Gibson's frame, the major arteries were already showing signs of disease. Had the knife not killed him, his bad health habits would have ensured he didn't live into a comfortable old age. Though she had obvious cause of death, Sarah continued the autopsy in minute detail, carefully weighing and dissecting the organs, taking tissue samples. Boyd Gibson's last meal had been similar to the one Jeffrey and Sarah had shared, pizza. He preferred pepperoni from the looks of it, but he'd chosen to eat a healthy salad to balance it out. Maybe he had smoked while he ate. Judging from the coloring and the enlarged air spaces in his lungs, Gibson had been a heavy smoker. Considering this, Sarah thought it odd that he hadn't had cigarettes in his pockets. She made a note of this, took more photographs, and did so many drawings that her hand cramped. Unfortunately, her devotion to detail was only punishing herself. By the time the clock hands ticked past noon, her feet were killing her, and her back felt as if it had been bent into a shepherd's hook. And honestly, Sarah had never been an artist. Her drawings looked like the class project of a psychopathic kindergartner. She covered the body and sat down, every vertebra in her neck popping as she looked up at the ceiling in hopes of counteracting the fact that she had been looking straight down for the last 2 hours. She was just starting to let herself worry about Jeffrey when she heard a car pull up outside. Jake Valentine opened the door, knocking at the same time.
"Sorry we're late,"
he told her, a sloppy grin on his face. He had a piece of toilet tissue shoved up his nose. The bridge was swollen, the fingertips of a bruise spreading under his left eye. Sarah stood in alarm. "Where's Jeffrey?" Before she had finished the question, he came in behind Valentine, shutting the door.
"Slight altercation,"
Jeffrey explained. He shared the same sloppy grin as the sheriff, as if they just had a great deal of fun together. What kind of altercation? Sarah felt like she was talking to 2 naughty children, and Jeffrey's burst of laughter did nothing to disabuse her of the notion. Valentine laughed too, though she could tell from the tears in his eyes that it hurt to do so. He told her,
"Grover wasn't exactly happy to see me."
Jeffrey explained.
"He punched Jake in the face as soon as he opened the door."
Sarah noticed that he was using the sheriff's first name now. Only 2 cops could bond over one of them getting their face punched. Valentine told Sarah,
"Lucky thing you told me to bring him along this morning. You'd probably have me on that table right now if he hadn't been there."
"Shit," Jeffrey replied.
"Probably be both of us if you hadn't tripped the old fool."
Sarah resisted the urge to roll her eyes. "I take it Mr. Gibson is not coming in to do the formal identification?" Valentine explained.
"He wasn't too broke up about losing his son. They weren't exactly close."
He shrugged, allowing a hint of seriousness to enter his voice.
"Maybe when he sobers up, it'll hit him."
Jeffrey turned serious as well, telling Sarah,
"He was out of control. We cuffed him, took him to the station so he could sleep it off. Not the first time he's been there from the looks of it."
"No," Valentine agreed.
"Probably won't be the last, either."
"I took several photographs of his face," Sarah offered. "You can show those to his father. It might make things easier." Jeffrey asked Sarah,
"Did you find anything?"
"Not really." She picked up the murder weapon and placed it on a sheet of brown paper so that she could photograph it. This was the first time Sarah had really examined the full blade and handle. Looking at it now, she noticed 2 things about the knife. The blade was thin, maybe half an inch wide, and it was at least 4 inches long. Most important, unlike the majority of folding knives Sarah had seen, there was no serration. The blade was smooth on one side and sharp on the other. Valentine's cell phone rang, the opening bars of Dixie filling the room. He checked the caller ID, then told them,
"If y'all could excuse me for a minute."
Sarah waited until the door closed before picking up the camera and scrolling through the photographs. Jeffrey asked,
"Did you call the hospitals to see if Lena or Hank had been admitted?"
"There are 3 within a 50-mile radius," she told him, scanning through the photos. "No sign at any of them."
"I guess that's good,"
he said, though she could tell he was disappointed. If Lena had been tucked up in a hospital last night, there was no way she could have been out killing Boyd Gibson. Sarah found the photo she wanted. "This should make you feel better."
"What's that?"
"Look at the wound," she said, finding the series of close-ups she'd taken. "It's jagged at the bottom and jagged at the top. I knew something wasn't right." Jeffrey looked at the knife on the table, then back at the camera's LCD. He obviously knew where she was going with this, but still said,
"Okay."
"The knife, this knife," she indicated Lena's knife on the table, "would have made a wound with a V-shaped bottom and a squared edge at the top. A serration leaves a jagged edge in the skin. The top and bottom of the wound in Boyd Gibson's back is jagged."
He was nodding. "Based on the wound, the knife that killed Gibson was double-edged, serrated."
She could hear the excitement in his voice. Statistically, most stabbing victims were killed with single-edged serrated knives because that was what usually was in the kitchen drawer. Sarah had never seen a double-edged serrated knife, let alone a stab wound from one. If there was someone out there in Alawa carrying such a weapon, he was more than likely the killer. Jeffrey tapped his fingers on the table, processing the new lead.
"I'd bet it was a custom job, maybe something off-market for the military. Definitely full tang, probably a custom handle to match the sheath. How long do you think the blade would have to be?"
"From the hilt to the point of the blade would have to be at least 6 inches long. Then I'd guess from the wound that it's around 1.5 inches wide, tops." She pointed to Gibson. "Look at how big he is. His chest is huge. His heart was enlarged. I found an entrance and exit wound through the left chamber." She indicated Lena's knife again. "This blade might have pierced the back of the heart, but there's no way it could have gone all the way through the heart and out the front. It's not long enough. The whole thing tipped to handle is 8 inches long."
"There's got to be a local who makes these things."
He could not wipe the smile off his face.
"With the handle, a 6-inch knife would run close to 9–10 inches. The guy we saw outside the hospital had a big knife on his belt. He left it in his car before he got out."
"It's not unusual for men to carry knives," Sarah pointed out. "My dad keeps one on his belt for work."
"Last time I checked, your dad doesn't have a big fat swastika on his arm,"
Jeffrey countered.
"Whoever did this was trying to frame Lena. No wonder she ran."
Or maybe he was close to his knife and didn't want to let it go. She walked over to the table where she had bagged Gibson's personal effects. "Look at Gibson's knife. It's not off the shelf. He paid some good money for it. This isn't something you'd easily let go of." The door opened and Valentine appeared. He kept the door propped open with his foot, as if he didn't plan to stay long. The man was obviously furious when he told them.
"That was the principal from the high school on the phone."
Jeffrey exchanged a look with Sarah.
"And?"
"He found some blankets and a couple of empty bags of potato chips in one of the temporary classrooms." He shook his head, his teeth clenched so tight that his jaw stood out like a carved relief.
"Looks like we found out where your detective's been sleeping."
Jeffrey flashed a smile that sent Valentine straight over the edge.
"My wife works at that school, you fuckwad."
Jeffrey offered.
"Well, I wouldn't feel too bad, Jake. I'm sure Myra didn't let us sleep there on purpose."
Valentine pressed his lips together, obviously struggling to think of a cutting response. He finally settled on,
"Go to hell,"
then turned on his heel and slammed the door shut behind him. Lena, Chapter 16. 2 years ago, Jeffrey had thrown Ethan Green's arrest jacket in Lena's face, ordering her to read it. Of course, she never had. She had pretended to skim the file, taking in every 5th or 6th word, then pushed it back in his face with a belligerent, "So." Jeffrey had given her the highlights, the rundown of Ethan's crimes: grand theft auto, felony assault, forcible sodomy, rape. None of his words had penetrated. Lena was still in that phase where she thought of Ethan as 2 different people, the one who loved her and the one who would eventually kill her. The duality was not much of a stretch. At the time, Lena thought of herself in much the same terms. Sybil had been dead almost a year when Lena first met Ethan. She was living at the college dorms, working campus security, struggling to get through each day without putting a gun to her head. Ethan was working on his master's degree. He had pursued Lena relentlessly, almost wearing her down. A few months later, Lena got her job back with the police force and moved in with Nan Thomas. Ethan was still in her life. Ethan was still her life. His arrest file had stayed in her Celica the whole time, well concealed behind the CD changer in her trunk.
Lena hadn't wanted Nan to accidentally come across it. Truth be told, she hadn't wanted to take it into the house where Sybil had once lived. It was bad enough when Ethan slept over. Lena walked across the weedy strip of land between the motel and the bar, her shoes crunching on broken glass and other debris that had been swept off the road. She passed the motel lobby on the way to her Celica. Though the night air was turning cold, Lena could still feel herself sweating as if she was sitting back in Hank's hellhole of a house. Grand theft auto. Felony assault. The file was exactly where she had secreted it 2 years ago, black tire treads marring the state of Connecticut seal on the outside of the yellowing folder. Lena took it out and for some reason felt the need to hide the file under her shirt as she bolted up the stairs to her motel room. No one was watching her. There was no need for these furtive moves. She still felt guilty, though. She still felt as if someone, somewhere, was disapproving. Maybe it would be better not to know. Ethan may have been calling Hank for money or support, or perhaps he'd simply wanted to get in touch with Lena. She had moved from Nan's and had a new phone number now. Had he sent letters to Nan? Had Nan hidden them from Lena, hoping she could sever the connection? Lena hooked the Do Not Disturb sign on her door. She yanked the curtains closed and sat cross-legged on the bed, still holding the file to her chest. She could feel her beating heart thumping against the thick stack of pages, sweat making the manila folder stick to her skin. Slowly she slid the file out from under her shirt. She ran her hand along the print, tracing the circle of the seal. Her fingers found the edge, and she opened the file to find exactly the thing she never wanted to see again. Ethan staring back at her. The mugshot had been taken a few years before Lena had met Ethan, back when he was 18. He'd kept his hair cut short when she knew him, but in the photo his head was shaved bald. His lips curled into a sneer as he glared at the camera, and the little sign he held in his hand was askew, as if he couldn't be bothered to keep it straight. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, something he never did anymore, or maybe he had stopped hiding his tattoos now that he was back in prison. They would serve him well inside. Ethan Allen Green, a.k.a. Ethan Allen White, a.k.a. Ethan Allen Mueller. Lena could remember the time Ethan had explained the origins of his name. They were both in his dorm room, squeezed together on his single bed. He was on his back, and she had wrapped herself around him so that she wouldn't fall off the narrow twin bed. Ethan was fairly short. He was only a few inches taller than Lena, but his muscles stood out from his body as if they were cut from granite. She'd had her head tucked under his arm, and the sound of his voice had vibrated in her ear. Sometime around the American Revolution, he told her, Ethan Allen had been the leader of the Green Mountain Boys, a group that had pledged its life to Vermont's independence. During the war, Allen and his crew had captured a British fort. By some accounts, he was a military genius, by others an ignorant, cold-blooded killer. She had thought then, as she did now, that the namesake was not far off. Forcible sodomy. Rape. Lena knew only a little about Ethan's life before he'd moved to Grant County. Ethan's father had run out on him when he was a kid. His mother, a rabid racist, had married a man named Ezekiel White, a preacher of some kind. Ethan had changed his name to Green when he dropped out of his skinhead family. Lena had no idea why he didn't go back to Mueller, his biological father's name. Ethan didn't like to talk about his dad. When Lena had first met Ethan, he had claimed that he was working hard to change himself. Lena had accepted that, even respected it. As time passed, she had told herself there was no way he would be dating her if he still held on to his old beliefs. She was Hispanic, clearly so. She had become roommates with a lesbian, not just any lesbian, but Sybil's lover. Ethan seemed not to care. He was more than cordial to Nan. He had said that he was in love with Lena, wanted to share the rest of his life with her. He had said that being with her was the only good thing he had ever done with his life. That his words from his mouth so sharply contrasted with the blows from his fists wasn't something she let herself think about too long.
Height, 5 feet 6 inches. Weight, 160. Sex, male. Hair color, brown. Eye color, blue. Race, white. Race. His skin privilege, he called it. His white birthright. Tattoos. There were so many, some Lena had even forgotten about. The arresting officer had documented them all, making notations about their origin, what they symbolized. Lena studied the photographs, really looking at the tattoos for the first time. She had always averted her gaze or kept her eyes closed when he took off his clothes. Even then, some of the images had managed to bleed through. A row of SS soldiers on the left side of his chest saluted an image of Hitler on the right. Below this was a large black swastika that undulated across his ripped abs. His left arm was covered with scenes of war, soldiers shouldering rifles, their hats emblazoned with the double S. The other arm had barbed wire snaking up it, faint outlines of camp barracks in the background. How had she touched this body? How had she let this body touch hers? Lena turned the page, found yet another photograph. Ethan's thick brown hair had concealed more tattoos. In an arc at the base of his shaved skull were the words Sieg Heil. On the top of his head was another black swastika. Beside the photo, someone had explained, Hitler's salute on back of head generally given after 6 years of active involvement. Swastika on head usual tag for leaders of North Connecticut skinhead group. The last photo was a close-up of the underside of his left arm. Just at the base of his bicep was the letter A with the dash beside it. A negative. The cop had written an explanation on the back of the picture. Hitler's Waffen-SS, the Death's Head battalion who guarded the concentration camps, all had their blood types tattooed under their arms. Symbolizes rank of general in white power movement. Lena had never asked about the letter under Ethan's arm, never wanted to know the truth of his past. Now she was confronted with the truth, overwhelmed with it. Every photo was like a slap in the face. This was the father of the child she had left in some trash can at the clinic in Atlanta. This was the man with whom she had shared her days for 2 whole years of her life. After Ethan had been taken back to prison, Lena had tried and failed miserably to be with another man. Greg Mitchell had lived with her several years before, and it seemed like fate when he re-entered her life around the same time Ethan was leaving it. Nothing worked between them, though. She was not that same person from before, something that at first Greg took as a good thing. Later he came to be almost frightened of her. From the beginning, Lena had tried to hide her true self from Greg, to cloak her darkness and rough edges. She reined in her emotions so much that she spent most of her time with Greg feeling like a shell of what a human being should be. Sex between them was disastrous. After Ethan, she no longer knew how to be with a man who was gentle, how to kiss him and hold him and take pleasure from him instead of pain. If Angela Adams had stuck around, if she had been a mother to her 2 young girls instead of abandoning them to Hank, would Lena have ended up with Ethan? Would that defect inside of her, the one that drew her to his violence, his ruthless control, never have been triggered? Or would Lena have ended up like Charlotte Warren, still living in Reese, raising a couple of kids, waiting for her husband to come home from work so she could put supper on the table? Ethan's rap sheet was nearly 30 pages long. Most of the notes were written in the dry, minimalist style of a seasoned cop who knew better than to put too much on the page so some dickhead lawyer could later twist it all around and throw it back in his face during a trial. Lena knew how to read between the lines, though, and as she scanned records of arrest after arrest, she started to get a sharper picture of Ethan's life before they met. He had started young, his first arrest coming when he was 13. He'd stolen some clothes from a local department store. At 15, he was arrested for trying to steal a car. Both cases had been referred to juvenile court. Both times he had been given probation. That couldn't have been it, though. You didn't go from stealing clothes to stealing cars without something in between.
Lena knew that for every one crime you caught these guys doing, there were 4 more hiding in their closet. She would have bet good money that Ethan had boosted at least 10 cars before they caught him in the act. His record stayed clean until he reached the age of 17. Then he'd been accused of sodomizing a 15-year-old girl. 2 weeks later, the charges were dropped. Lena gathered from the terse language in the report that the girl's parents hadn't wanted to put her through a trial. This was fairly common, and probably wise. The world liked to believe differently, but any cop could tell you that there was nothing more horrible, or more likely to ruin a woman's life, than a protracted rape trial. There was a notation on this arrest. Suspect bears tattoos and markings associated with violent neo-Nazi sect. Suggest referral to FBI for monitoring. Ethan was 19 when he was arrested for assault. He'd used a knife during a fight, which brought it to a felony charge. The victim had apparently been cut pretty badly, but he refused to cooperate with police, so the charges were reduced. Again, Ethan walked away from a serious charge. 3 more years passed before the Connecticut State Police heard from Ethan Green again. Lena imagined this was during the time Ethan had finished his undergraduate degree and started his master's. That was probably the one thing about Ethan that scared people the most. He was smart, even gifted. He gave lie to the ignorant redneck racist. When Lena had first met him, he was trying to get into the Ph.D. program at Grant Tech, and probably would have made it had he not been arrested. Oddly enough, the charge that the Connecticut State Police finally managed to make stick was for kiting checks. Ethan had written a check to A&P for $28 and change when his bank account showed a balance of $12. He'd put his payroll check in to cover it the next day, but it was still illegal to knowingly float a check. This was the kind of arrest that indicated the cops had just been waiting to pounce on him. Millions of people shifted around money like this every day. You didn't get caught unless somebody was watching. Ethan had been caught, though. If the judge was in a bad mood, he was looking at 10 years in a federal penitentiary. Lena was turning the page to find out what happened when the phone rang. She jumped, papers scattering on the bed. Her first thought was that no one knew she was here. Then she remembered Hank. She leaned over to pick up the receiver, then stopped, letting the phone keep ringing. A photograph had fallen to the floor, and she bent to retrieve it, freezing in mid-air as she saw the image of a beaten woman lying in a pool of blood. Lena did not move to pick up the picture. She stared at it from a distance, taking in the black bruises on the young woman's thighs, the bloody pulp of her face. The red burns around her feet and wrists indicated that she had been held spread-eagle, strong hands pulling back her arms and legs so that she would be open to any violation. Ethan's last girlfriend. She was black. The phone stopped ringing as Lena stared at the photograph. The room turned deathly quiet. The air felt more stifling. The girl in the picture must have been lovely, her skin a soft milk chocolate. Like Lena, she wore her hair long, with curls that would have brushed her shoulders if her head had not been yanked back, her hair matted with blood. Evelyn Marie Johnson, aged 19. College student. Soprano in the church choir. Lena thumbed through the file, looking for more pictures. She skipped past the pages of lurid crime scene photos and found what must have been the woman's school picture. It was a stunning before. Silky black hair, bow-tie lips, big brown eyes. She could have been a model. Lena found the crime scene report. Tire tracks had been found near her body. The impressions had been sent to the lab, which matched the tires to Ethan's 1989 GMC truck. He was out on bail for the check kiting, awaiting sentencing. He flipped for a deal that would keep him out of jail if he testified against the killers. According to the girl's sister, Evelyn had been taken from her house by 4 white men in the middle of the night. The sister had hid in the closet because she had seen the swastikas on their bald heads, knew what the tattoos meant. According to Ethan, he had been forced at gunpoint to take the men to Evelyn's house. The year before, he had tried to leave the militant neo-Nazi group calling themselves the Church of Christ's Chosen Soldiers, but they would not let him go. One of his former friends had stayed in the truck that night, holding Ethan at gunpoint, while the others went inside and abducted Evelyn. Ethan was then forced to drive them deep into the woods. His hands were tied with clothesline to the steering wheel, the keys to his truck thrown on the empty seat beside him. He sat there while he watched 4 men assault Evelyn and beat her to death. Ethan claimed the men had then gotten into a jeep that had been parked in the clearing and drove off. He further claimed that he had used his teeth to pick at the knots in the rope that tied his hands to the steering wheel, and that this had taken him at least an hour. Once he was free, he had not gotten out of the truck, not gone to his girlfriend, because he could already tell that she was dead. Instead, he drove home. The phone started to ring again, and Lena's heart stuttered. She closed the file, her hands shaking, feeling as if she had just let something evil out, something that would stalk her like a rabid animal, not resting until she was punished. This was just how Ethan had been on the outside, relentless, savage, cunning. He had told Lena that he would never let her go, and she had forced him away, pried his fingers from her life, and sent him back to hell where he had come from. Was Ethan reaching out to Hank in order to get to her? She should just leave it be. None of this had anything to do with her. The Ethan part of her life was over. Whatever reason had compelled him to make those calls to Hank was none of her business. It did not explain who had killed Lena's father and mother. It did not explain why Hank had lied to her all of those years, or why he was pushing himself into an early grave. Lena snatched up the phone to stop the ringing. What?
It's Rod.
Who?
Rod,
The voice repeated.
from the desk.
The carrot-headed idiot. What do you want?
Somebody keeps calling to see if you're in.
Lena opened the file again, scattering pages and photographs as she looked for Ethan's prison intake sheet. A man or a woman?
Woman,
He answered.
I told her you were out. Figured when you didn't answer the phone that you didn't want to be bothered. That cool with you?
Lena found the number she was looking for. Can you get me an outside line?
I was just...
If her stupid cell phone worked in this place, she would have already hung up. She enunciated each word clearly. I said I need an outside line.
Hold on.
The kid heaved a pitiful sigh so she'd know that he was doing her a favor. There was a click. Then she had a dial tone. Lena dialed the long-distance number, her hand still trembling. She stood to pace, glancing at the clock by the bed. It was past midnight. The switchboard picked up. A recorded voice told her to listen to the message because it had recently changed. She pressed the 0 key, and nothing happened. She pressed it a couple more times, and the phone started to ring. After 23 rings, a polite-sounding man answered.
Coastal State Prison.
Lena looked down at the floor, saw the photograph at her feet.
Hello?
This is Detective Lena Adams with the Grant County Police Department. She gave her badge number, reciting it twice as he wrote it down. I need to arrange a meeting with one of your prisoners for first thing in the morning. Her eyes were locked on the school photo of Evelyn again, the curly black hair, the warm smile on her perfect lips. It's urgent. Thursday afternoon, Chapter 17. Jeffrey tapped his fingers on the steering wheel as Sarah sat beside him talking on her cell phone. Lena's knife had not killed Boyd Gibson. Jeffrey had known deep in his gut that there was no way she had killed the man. Obviously, someone was trying to frame her for the murder. That somebody could very well be the reason Lena had left the hospital. She was a cop to her core. Lena would have taken one look at Jake Valentine and known the only way the sheriff could solve a crime is if somebody handed him the pieces. That was why she ran. She was out there trying to put together the pieces for him. The only problem was explaining how the murderer had gotten Lena's knife. She had carried the blade for a while now. There was no way she would give it up without a fight. Whoever had taken the knife off her might have injured Lena in the process. Was that why she'd hidden out at the school? Jeffrey should have followed Valentine and examined the blankets they'd found. If there was blood on them, then Lena might be in even more trouble than he'd suspected. Okay. Sarah had his notepad in her lap, and she scribbled something down, saying, "Right, okay," into the phone. He guessed from the arrows she was scrawling that she was taking directions, and hoped she'd be able to decipher the words once they were on the road. Sarah had the worst handwriting of anyone he'd ever met. "Thanks," she finally said, closing the phone. She told Jeffrey, "There's a Holiday Inn about 40 minutes from here." Just the thought of the clean, reliable hotel chain made him smile. "We're moving up in the world." "It's about time." Sarah put on her seatbelt. "I am so ready to get out of this place." He turned the ignition key, and the engine purred to life. "Tell me something," he began, indicating the glowing satellite navigation screen on the dashboard. "Does this thing have a memory on it?" "Hank's address, right?" She started to toggle through the options, looking for the address. Jeffrey shook his head as he watched her. She hated to use a cell phone, would barely touch a computer, and refused to do anything more complicated with the DVD player than press play, but somehow she had figured out the navigation system well enough to breeze through the screens. Jeffrey drove out of the lot and headed toward town. "It's near the school," he told her. "You could walk there pretty easily." Sarah found the directions. The tinny woman's voice told him to prepare to take a right in 300 feet. In Jeffrey's opinion, the engineers had made a big mistake when they chose the voice for a computer. Nothing annoyed a man more than hearing a woman tell him where to go. Sarah said, "I have that map I bought at the convenience store somewhere in the suitcase. Downtown is just a big rectangle with a forest in the middle. I'd bet you good money there are all kinds of trails through there." Jeffrey loved the way her mind worked. Trails Lena could have used to get from the hospital to Hank's the night she escaped. Or that she's been using over the last few days to get around without being seen. Jeffrey waited for the computer to finish telling him to bear left. "You mind if we check that out after we get to Hank's?" "Of course not." Jeffrey followed the prompts, driving past the town dump and the high school, one looking remarkably like the other. They saw the courthouse and the Allowa County Library, which both shared the same squat 1950s feel as the other municipal buildings in town. He took a left onto Corcoran Court and recognized where they were. He pointed to the satellite system, asking Sarah, "Can you turn that thing off?" She pressed a button, toggled the dial, and the tinny voice stopped mid-sentence. The silence was unbelievably welcome. Jeffrey pulled up outside Hank's house. The cruiser he'd seen there the day before was gone. He guessed Valentine had called in the troops to search the school. "This is it," he told Sarah. "It's—" She didn't finish the thought. There weren't a whole lot of nice things you could say about the place. Hank's house was by far the biggest dump on the block. "His car is gone," Jeffrey told her. She raised an eyebrow. "Did you put out an APB?" "I left that to Jake." "Was the mailbox like that when you were here before?" "Yes." He saw that it was still duct-taped onto the post, the door hanging by a thread. "Cherry bomb," he said, knowing the signs. When he'd been a kid, Jeffrey and two of his friends had cherry-bombed just about every mailbox in the neighborhood one Halloween. Unfortunately, they hadn't been smart enough to cover their tracks. The sheriff had simply knocked on the doors of the only 3 houses in the neighborhood that still had undamaged mailboxes in their front yards. Jeffrey got out of the car and walked around to open Sarah's door. She looked up at Hank's house as she got out, frowning. "Do you think it was always like this?" Jeffrey took in the weeds growing in the front yard, the patches of raw wood showing where the paint had chipped off. "Looks like it." "It makes you wonder." "What's that?" "If maybe somewhere
she began, her voice troubled. "The mother of our child is living like this." He hadn't been thinking about that. The adoption was an oasis to go to when things got too overwhelming. She was right, though. People from good homes and solid families usually didn't feel compelled to give up their children. That wasn't to say they were any better than poor people, but usually the well-off were able to pay somebody else to raise their kids if they didn't want to do it themselves. "Oh, God." Sarah covered her mouth and nose with her hands. "Do you smell that?" Jeffrey nodded, not wanting to open his mouth for fear of something coming out. Unnecessarily, he put out his hand to stop her from going up the front steps. "Is it a body?" He hoped to hell not. "Wait here." The smell got worse the closer he got to the house. Jeffrey stopped, seeing that the front door had been busted open and hastily repaired with duct tape. The tape looked new. Jeffrey glanced at Sarah. "Stay there, all right?" She nodded, and he raised his hand to knock on the door. The door shook from the impact, but the tape held. He knocked a little harder and guessed from the way the door moved that it had been taped from the inside as well. After several knocks with no answer, he turned back to Sarah. "What do you think?" "I think if I hadn't been standing here, you would have busted down that door 10 minutes ago." She was right. A good kick just under the knob sent the door flying. The jamb was busted out, the recess for the lock completely missing. Sharp metal edges jutted into the air like knives where the flashing had been ripped from the wood. Jeffrey drew his gun, giving Sarah a nod to stay put before heading into the house. He stood in Hank's living room, looking around, trying to get his bearings. The windows had probably never been opened, and the fug of cigarette smoke and rotting meat made his lungs tighten in his chest. Trash was everywhere. Old pizza boxes and take-out containers, soiled underclothes, stacks of papers and magazines that looked damp from the heat. All of this was nothing compared to the smell. In his almost 20-year law enforcement career, Jeffrey had smelled a lot of bad things, but nothing could ever compete with the stench permeating Hank Norton's house. With each step it got worse. He couldn't tell if it was a putrid corpse or decaying trash that was making bile squirt up in the back of his throat. Sweat started pouring off his body, some kind of primal response to protect him from disease. There were 2 bedrooms. One of them had obviously belonged to Lena and her sister. The second had a mattress on the floor, the bureau spilling out clothes as if it had been searched by a thief. He found the source of the smell in the bathroom. The toilet bowl was broken in 2, exposing what was basically an open sewer. Black shit caked the floor. A sledgehammer leaned against the wall, and he guessed someone, maybe Hank Norton, had used it to bust open the toilet. Jeffrey gagged, backing out into the hall. Instinctively he took a deep breath, but there was no fresh air to clear his lungs. A swinging door to what must have been the kitchen stood closed on the left. "Hank," he called. "Hank Norton, or anyone in here. This is the police." There was no answer, and Jeffrey looked down to see what his shoes were crunching. Saltine crackers, he thought. "Hank!" Slowly, Jeffrey put the toe of his foot against the swinging door. He pushed it open, gun aimed at the space in front of him. He could see the kitchen was the largest room in the house. The cabinets were the old metal kind, the sink rusted cast iron. He swung the kitchen door wide, thinking that the smell wasn't as bad in here, or maybe Jeffrey was just getting used to it.
"Jeff?"
Sarah called. From the sound of it, she was standing in the front doorway.
"Don't come in here,"
he warned. Sarah asked,
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine," he told her, trying to open the window over the sink. It was stuck, and he had to holster his gun and use both hands to force it up. Jeffrey stood at the window, breathing the fresh air. The weeds in the backyard were higher than the ones in the front, but he could easily see the body lying on the ground. It was Lena. He ran toward the back door, yanking it open. There were boxes stacked on the back deck, blocking the path. Jeffrey kicked them aside, scattering leaflets into the air.
"Sarah!" he yelled. "Come to the back!"
When he got to the body, he stopped. He was wrong. This wasn't Lena. It was Hank Norton. The man's body was emaciated, his face sunken. Open needle wounds pocked his arms.
"Sarah!"
Jeffrey yelled again, kneeling down beside the man.
"In the back!"
He pressed his head to Hank's chest, trying to see if the man was breathing. Jeffrey heard nothing.
"Sarah!"
He tried again, but she was already pushing open the gate to the backyard. He saw her relief when she realized he was okay, then her astonished expression when she saw the body. She dropped to her knees and pushed him aside. "Did you find him like this?" Jeffrey nodded, taking out his cell phone to call an ambulance.
"Is he alive?"
"Barely." She opened Hank's eyelids, checking his pupils. Jeffrey could see dark blood in the sclera. Streaks of dried blood flaked from his mouth and ears. "Hank?" she asked, voice raised. "It's Sarah Linton, Lena's friend. Can you hear me?" She patted his face with a firm hand. "Hank, I need you to open your eyes." Jeffrey was giving the 911 operator Hank's address when Sarah held up her hand for silence. She pressed her ear to Hank's chest. He stopped breathing. Jeffrey ended the call as Sarah started chest compressions.
"The ambulance should be here in 10 minutes.
She nodded, then bent down to put her mouth over Hank's. Shocked, Jeffrey pulled her away, yelling,
"Sarah, no! There's blood."
"I can't just sit here while he—"
"Look at him, Sarah. He's an IV drug user."
"He's all Lena's got." Sarah leaned over Hank again, pressing into his chest, forcing blood through his heart. Jeffrey knew she wasn't really thinking about Hank right now. She was thinking about Jimmy Powell and the other patients she had not been able to help. She was remembering what it felt like to lose them. Jeffrey told her,
"Get the CPR kit out of your trunk."
She hesitated, and he said,
"I'll take over here."
Finally, she let him take her place. He overlapped his right hand with his left and pushed the heel of his hand into Hank's chest, counting between repetitions. Sarah jogged toward the gate, but not before saying, "Don't stop compressions." Jeffrey felt sweat dripping down his back as he leaned over Hank, the sour odor of the man filling the air around them. He could not believe Sarah had not given it a second thought before leaning down to put her mouth against Hank's bloody lips. Looking at the man, it was obvious he didn't give a shit what he put into his body. He could have infected Sarah with anything, and for what? So Hank would die tomorrow instead of today? Just as Jeffrey was thinking his effort was useless, Hank made a gurgling sound, red-tinged air bubbles popping on his lips. Jeffrey sat back on his heels, watching the old man's eyes slit open as he struggled to breathe. He saw Jeffrey and gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head, as if he could not understand why he had been brought back, why anyone would care. Sarah burst through the gate, CPR kit in hand.
"It's going to be okay,"
Jeffrey told Hank, taking the man's dry, waxy hand.
"You're going to be fine."
Lena, Chapter 18. Lena had been to Coastal State Prison once before. Shortly after Jeffrey had arrested Ethan on the parole violation, she had driven to the prison thinking that she would confront Ethan, let him know exactly how she had set him up, betrayed him, given him the biggest fuck you that she could muster. She had sat in her car in the visitors' parking lot for almost 2 hours, her mind cataloging all the violence he had done to her. The split lips, the broken fingers, the sprained wrists. Unbidden, the image of the two of them in bed came back to her. She had never thought of sex with Ethan in romantic terms, but there had been times, maybe more than a few, that she could recall clutching on to him, holding him in her arms. He had loved her just as passionately as he had hated her, and she had often returned his moods in equal measure. Sitting in the car outside the prison, her skin started to tingle from the memory of his hands, his mouth, his tongue. She'd barely made it out of the Celica in time to keep from being sick in the car.
Visiting day was popular at the prison. Women and children were lined up at the door waiting to see their men. They had all turned, staring with blank curiosity as Lena threw up onto the asphalt. So much came out that her stomach felt as if a knife had ripped it in two. When she could manage, Lena crawled back into the Celica and drove back to Grant County with her tail between her legs. This time was different, though. It had to be different. If she couldn't face Ethan for herself, then she could do it for Hank. Ethan was calling him for a reason, and Lena would not leave Coastal without finding out what exactly had gone on between the two men. Before she'd left the motel this morning, Lena had changed into slacks and a crisp linen shirt. She'd put on makeup and fixed her hair so that she looked like a cop who was in control instead of a terrified woman. She went into the prison armed with lies and nothing else. Her Glock was hidden under the mattress back at the motel room, and her folding knife was tucked in its hiding place under the front seat of her car. She'd even left her cell phone on the sink basin so it could charge. All she took into the prison with her was her ID and a tube of chapstick. Lena had told the warden that she was investigating threats made by one of Ethan's henchmen on the outside. The warden proved to be the picture of compliance. He had given her transcripts of Ethan's phone records, his visitor log, copies of his outgoing mail. In addition, he had offered her the full services of the prison to do all they could to make a case against one of its most dangerous inmates. The records were not going to get Ethan into trouble. The only person he'd called was Hank. He'd had no visitors. Ethan had neither written nor received any mail since the date of his incarceration. Not that any of this meant a damn thing. Lena knew Ethan was smart enough, charismatic enough to get someone else to do his dirty work. According to the warden, his gang wasn't the biggest or the strongest, but Ethan managed to wield a psychological power that served to keep them high up in the prison food chain. Lena had no trouble believing that. She hadn't seen Ethan in almost a year, and still her heart had started pounding the minute she pulled into the prison parking lot. One of the guards led Lena to the conference room they used for lawyer-inmate meetings. It was more like an interrogation room as far as she could see, little more than 10 feet by 12, with a water-stained ceiling and heavy bars blocking the small windows. The table was bolted to the floor, a red line painted down its center as if to separate the good from the bad. The chairs were lightweight, unbreakable plastic, so they wouldn't do much damage if they were thrown or used as a weapon. Guards were not allowed to hear exchanges between prisoners and their legal counsel, so there was a ring bolted to the wall where more violent inmates could be restrained. "He's extremely dangerous," the warden had told Lena. "I'm not happy about leaving you alone in a locked room with this guy." The man had gone on to list suspected crimes committed by Ethan within the walls of the prison: shankings in the yard, drug trafficking, inmate shakedowns, a man who'd had his face burned off in the prison laundry. None of it could be linked back to Ethan, but the warden knew who was responsible for it all. Lena had asked that Ethan be chained to the ring in the wall. The guard had told her that with violent prisoners, that was standard procedure. She sat at the table and waited, her ears sensitive to every noise. Finally, the bolt slid back on the door. Lena kept her place at the table, pretending to read the records in front of her, willing her hands not to shake. She could hear chains rattling, feet sliding across the floor. "What's this spick want with me?" Ethan's voice, a hot knife in her ears. "Shut the fuck up and sit down." This from the guard, a beefy man who looked as if he enjoyed his job a little too much. Lena sat back in her chair, arms folded across her chest. She kept her eyes trained on Ethan's chest, her vision blurring into the orange of his prison uniform as the guard pushed him down into the chair and linked the chains into the bolt. Ethan tested his boundaries. He could fold his hands in front of him on the table, but the restraint would prevent him from going an inch farther. Now Lena understood what the red line was for. Ethan's chains prevented him from crossing it. The guard told Lena, "Knock on the door when you're finished." He waited for her to nod. The warden had shown her the panic button under the table a few minutes earlier. She put her hands in her lap in easy reach of the button. The guard left, and the bolt slid back on the door. There was no window in the door, no cameras the guards could watch to make sure she was okay. Lena was on her own. Ethan smacked his lips. What a pleasant surprise. Lena looked at his hands on the table. The knuckles were red, one of them cut. She asked him, "Why have you been calling Hank?" He spoke softly, intimately. "You can't even look me in the eye." He was right. She forced herself to meet his gaze. "Why have you been trying to call Hank?" He pressed his lips together, leaned back in his chair. Had his eyes always been this blue? They were like ice, but colder. He said, "I miss the old guy." "You don't even know him." "I thought I knew you." Lena let the silence build, not because she was in control of the interview, but because she did not know what else to say. He asked, "You know what it's like in here?" "I don't want to know. I'm just here to tell you to back off Hank." Was she, though? She didn't even know where her uncle was. Hank could be face down in a sewer right now. He could be a John Doe on someone's slab at the morgue. Ethan's chains clunked against the table as he clasped his hands in front of him. The handcuffs around his wrist were heavy-duty reinforced steel, and the chain bolting him to the wall was so thick you'd need a torch to cut it off. Still, he somehow managed to seem in control. Lena could not even hold his gaze. She looked at his arms, saw that he had embellished the prison camp tattoos. Bodies were caught in the barbed wire fence, emaciated prisoners with their mouths open in horror. "Do you remember Sean Cable from school?" She shook her head. "He was in my class at Grant Tech. Short guy, curly hair." She shook her head again, but she remembered the guy. They had been lab partners. Sean had coasted by on Ethan's work. "He's working at BASF now, in their industrial coatings division." Lena stared at the barbed wire on his arm. "That could have been my job," Ethan said, "but your boss jammed me up, and now I'm in here." Lena opened her mouth to defend Jeffrey, but stopped when she realized that she would only be implicating herself. "I was out of it," he said, indicating the tattoos. "I was out of that life and starting a new one with you." "A new one where you beat me?" "You hit me sometimes, too." Lena's throat started to close, making it hard to breathe. She had hit him. She hadn't just rolled over and taken it. Sometimes she had even started the fights herself. "I loved you," Ethan said. "I loved you, and this is what you did to me." She found her voice. "Did you love Evelyn Johnson, too?" The silence between them was different this time, and when she dared look at his face, he was looking down at his chained wrists. She said, "You never told me she was black." "You never asked." They were talking like normal people now, and it set Lena's teeth on edge. She tried to keep reminding herself of who he really was, but all she kept coming back to was the person sitting in front of her, his eyes down, his shoulders slouched. She had loved him. She could not get around the fact that she had loved him. She asked, "What happened with her?" "Are you recording this?" "What do you think?" He was staring at her again, and Lena felt trapped in his gaze, unable to break the contact. "Unbutton your blouse." "Fuck you." He raised his eyebrow. "You did, baby." The smile on his face was familiar. The old Ethan was coming out to play. "Unbutton your blouse. Let me see if you're wired." "I told you I'm not." "I'm supposed to take you at your word." His lips twisted into a grin. "No dice, Lee. Last time I trusted you, I ended up in here." Show me you're not wired, or I'll call the monkey back to take me to my cage. She fumbled with the top button, trying to make her fingers work. She looked at the door as she did this, as if she was afraid the guard would come through at any moment. She had been sweating in the small room, and the air was cool on her skin as she opened the blouse to her waist. "No wires," she told him. "Satisfied?" He shrugged, the smile making her blood freeze in her veins. Lena started to button back her blouse, but he wouldn't let it go at that. "You still look good." She couldn't get the buttons to fasten because her hands were trembling. "You know how many nights I've jerked myself raw thinking about fucking you?" She gave up, clasping the blouse closed. Her voice shook. "Why have you been calling Hank?" "Open your shirt again." "No." "Open it up, and I'll tell you whatever you want to know." "No." He made to stand. "Then call the guard, because I've got nothing else to say." "Ethan." "Hey!" he called, his loud voice echoing in the cramped room. "Guard!" "Shut up!" she hissed, as if she'd ever been able to stop him from doing anything. He smiled again, that same smile he used to give before he beat the shit out of her. He pointed his finger at her, indicating that she should open her blouse. She could barely speak. Tears blurred her vision. "Tell me why you've been calling Hank." "You know the trade. Tit for tat." Lena glared at him, furious with him, furious with herself. He was the one in chains. He was the one bolted to the wall. Yet she was the one who felt imprisoned. "Open," he coaxed. Her hands shook as she slowly parted her blouse. She was wearing an old bra, black with lace and a clasp in the middle. He said, "Bra too." "No." He knew her so well, knew when to keep pushing and when to pull back. He said, "Spread your shoulders." She looked at the door, put her shoulders back like he said. "Jesus, you look so good." Ethan leaned as far forward as the chains would allow. His hands were under the table, and she kept her face turned away, staring at the metal door, trying not to listen to what he was doing. He let out a low groan as he finished. She heard him zip himself up, sit back in the chair. She pulled her blouse closed, trying not to imagine the satisfied look on his ugly face. "Tell me something," he said, "just out of curiosity. When you called your boss that morning after I left, were you sitting down or standing?" Lena shook her head. "Come on, baby. Sitting or standing?" She shook her head again as the day came back to her. His hand muffling the scream in her throat as he slammed her down on the bed, forcing back her revulsion when she kissed him goodbye and told him to have a good day at work. Lena forced herself to speak. "What does it matter?" "I want to know," he insisted. "When you sent me into this hellhole for 10 years of my life, were you sitting in the bed where I had just fucked you, or were you standing beside it?" She suppressed a shudder as his words recalled the sensation. "You got what you wanted," she told him, her hands steady now as she buttoned her blouse. "Tell me why you've been trying to get in touch with Hank." "All right," he said, leaning forward. "Come here." She leaned forward, waited. The smile on his face should have been her first warning, but she was still surprised when the sound of his laughter filled the room. "You stupid bitch," he said, shaking his head as if he could not believe how hilarious the situation was. "You think I'm going to tell you anything?" Abruptly, the laughter stopped. "Get the fuck out of here. You make me sick." Lena was stunned by her own stupidity. "You said—" He slammed his hands down on the table, the chains clanging against the steel. "I said, get the fuck out of here, bitch!" Lena grabbed the records in front of her as she stood, backing up until she felt the wall behind her. He looped his arm over the back of his chair, a satisfied smile on his face. She didn't leave. She waited, wanting to hurt him, to humiliate him as much as she had been humiliated. "You know what, Ethan?" "What, baby?" "I'm really glad I came here today." "Yeah?" He reached down, grabbing himself between the legs. "Me too, baby." "No." She clutched the papers tighter to her chest, as if they could serve as some sort of armor. "See, I was really upset about something." She paused, studying the sneer on his face, wanting to savor every moment. "Remember when I told you that I thought I was pregnant?" He sat up in the chair. She had his full attention now. "I told you it was a false alarm, but it wasn't." His lips parted, but he didn't speak. "And then I told you that I had to go to Macon for a refresher course for work," she continued. "Only I wasn't in Macon, Ethan. I was in Atlanta." It was her turn to smile. "Do you know what I was doing up there, baby?" His jaw clenched. "You shut up." "Do you know what I was doing, Ethan? Honey?" He lunged at her, the chains jerking him back against the wall. He screamed, "I will fucking kill you!" saliva spraying from his mouth. "You goddamn whore!" Every muscle in his body shook from the effort of pulling at the restraints. He was like a rabid pit bull, ready to choke himself to death rather than suppress the urge to attack. Lena knocked on the door. "Think about what I did," she told him. "Think about what I did to your child the next time you jerk yourself raw." The guard opened the door. He looked at Ethan, then Lena, obviously sensing the tension in the room. "You finished?" "Yeah," Lena said, glancing back at Ethan one last time. "I'm finished." Lena didn't break down until she was out of the parking lot, well on her way to the interstate. She felt disgusting from being in Ethan's presence, and like a monster for the callous way she'd spoken about their child. Leaving that room, walking down the hallway to the exit and knowing Ethan could not follow her, she had felt powerful, invincible. Then her words had come back to her, and the stupid way she had yet again let him talk her into doing exactly what he wanted made her feel raw inside. By the time she made it back to the Allowa County limits, Lena was exhausted. Over and over again she kept reviewing how she had played right into Ethan's hands. He had always taken a sick delight in mind games. She could picture him calling Hank with that smirk on his face, delighting in the prospect of torturing the old man. Ethan had always used other people to get to Lena, whether it was threatening Nan or trying to rile up Jeffrey. Lena wasn't even sure Hank had heard the calls on the machine. Even if he had, what the fuck did he care about Ethan Green? A couple of phone messages weren't enough to make Hank take up the needle again. There had to be something else, something Lena still wasn't seeing, and she felt in her gut that it all tied back to the drug dealer with the red swastika that she'd seen leaving Hank's house. Hank had said that the man had killed her mother. Where had he done this? When? How? The visit to the prison had been a waste of time. Lena had pissed away a full day tracking down a false lead when she could have been looking for information on Angela Adams. She had to find something, a birth certificate, marriage certificate, death certificate, last known address. At the very least, a social security number would lead to income tax information. Tax information would give an address, a place of employment, something she could use for leverage with Hank. Lena felt certain more and more that her mother was the key to all of this. Hank was spiraling out of control for a reason. If Lena knew what had really happened to her mother, why Hank had lied all those years, then she could confront him with it, make him get help. As Lena drove down the state highway leading into Reese, she started making plans. It was time to talk to the local cops. Fuck Al Pfeiffer and his lecherous hands. Lena was no longer a cowering teenager scared of a speeding ticket. She was a detective on the Grant County Police Force. She would go to the sheriff's office first thing in the morning and demand copies of the reports in the investigation into her father's death. If Pfeiffer balked, then she would call Jeffrey and let him do the good old boy shuffle. If Jeffrey needed a reason for her wanting the file, she would spin him some yarn about needing closure. Since Jeffrey had married Sarah again, he'd gotten enough estrogen back in his life to believe in that kind of shit. Lena could still go to the hospital and try to track down her mother's birth certificate. If that didn't work, she would go back to Hank's and find the information on her own. She shuddered at the prospect of going up into that attic again, the smell of Deacon Sims. She had no choice, though. Hank was consistent in one respect. He never threw anything away, whether it was an electric bill from 1973 or a newspaper covering the Challenger explosion. Somewhere in that house, under all the self-help pamphlets and dirty clothes and boxes of crap, there had to be information about her mother. Lena followed the car in front of her, turning off the highway and going toward downtown Reese. She passed the motel but did not turn in, the thought of the dark, lonely room too much to handle. Without realizing it, she had made the decision to go through Hank's things tonight. She would get some big trash bags and throw out the trash as she went along. Maybe she could find a way to dispose of Deacon's body. As she passed the high school, the car ahead of her slammed on the brakes, and Lena turned the steering wheel hard, trying to avoid an accident. Her head slammed into the steering wheel as she skidded into the oncoming lane. The Celica stopped just short of rolling into the ditch. Her heart was in her throat as her brain processed what had happened. She could feel blood trickling down the side of her head, and she wiped it away as she pushed open the door. Up ahead was a white Escalade. Lena reached under the seat and grabbed her folding knife. She flipped the blade open and got out of the car. The streetlights nearly blinded her, or maybe the crash had jostled her brain. She felt dizzy and sick, her head pounding like a drum. Lena squinted, trying to see inside the SUV. The rear window slid down with a mechanical whir. Charlotte Warren sat in the back seat. Duct tape covered her mouth. Her eyes were wide with terror. Hank's dealer got out from behind the wheel, leaving the door open. Lena clenched her fist around the pearl-handled knife, ready to use it, but the man simply grabbed her by her hair and threw her toward the Cadillac like a sack of flour. "Get in," he said. Her knife was in his hand. She must have dropped it. He folded down the blade and tucked it into his back pocket while she was watching. Lena pushed away from the car, but he threw her back toward the open driver's door. Charlotte gave a muffled yell, and Lena saw that another man was sitting beside her. This one wore a black ski mask. Surgical gloves covered his hands. He held a gun to Charlotte's head. His smile sent a cold shiver through her body. He said, "Get in." Lena didn't move. He pressed the muzzle of the gun to Charlotte's temple. "Get in, or I'll kill her right now." Lena got in. Thursday evening, Chapter 19. Jeffrey sat on the front steps of Hank Norton's house as he studied the street map of downtown Reese. Sarah had ridden in the ambulance with Hank so that she could manage his care on the ride to the hospital. Jeffrey knew without asking that she would want to stay with him until his condition was stabilized. Sarah had cut her teeth as an ER doc. She wouldn't leave Hank's side until she was sure he was in capable hands. That left Jeffrey with plenty of time to search the man's house. First, he had opened every window that would budge in the hopes that the place would air out. While he was waiting for this miracle to occur, he checked the shed in the backyard. Other than rat shit and about 100 boxes full of paper so old it was starting to pulp, he found nothing. The old Chevy pickup was empty, the cab floor so rusted that the bench seat had fallen through. The clothes Hank had worn were by the fence. Jeffrey guessed from the way the pants, shirt, and underwear trailed along the lawn that the old man had taken them off as he walked into the backyard. After the paramedics had shifted Hank to the gurney, Jeffrey had checked the grass underneath the man's body. Jeffrey took comfort in the discovery. When he'd first seen Hank lying in the grass,
He thought Lena's uncle had lain there for days, waiting for someone to discover him. The ground underneath his emaciated frame would have been dry if he'd been there overnight. Geoffrey was biding his time, pacing around the backyard, when his foot found the soft, wet earth over the septic tank. Obviously the system had backed up into the house. Whoever had taken a sledgehammer to the toilet bowl had broken the natural seal and allowed raw sewage to spew out into the house. A plumber would have to suck out the septic tank. Then some poor bastard would have to get a shovel and take care of the rest of it. As far as Geoffrey was concerned, the easiest thing to do would be to rent a bulldozer and push the whole damn house down. After waiting half an hour for the odor to dissipate, he was able to go back inside without dry heaving. Even with the windows open, rotting food and the various insects it attracted made Geoffrey gag so many times that bile had made his throat raw. He had felt odd looking through Lena's girlhood bedroom. Like most parents, Hank had not changed much when the girls left, and like most children, Lena and Sybil had left behind the crap they didn't want to take with them. When Geoffrey found himself faced with Lena's underwear drawer, he decided to move on to Hank's room. As he went through the man's things, Geoffrey got the distinct impression that this wasn't the first time the house had been searched. He didn't know if this was Lena's doing or someone else's. He did know that when he pulled back the duct tape from around the front door, the splintered wood around the jamb looked newly damaged. Lena knew how to kick in a door. She also knew how to perform a thorough search. Knowing she could have done either of these things to her uncle's house did not come as a consolation. Geoffrey knew she was hiding out, sleeping at the school, or at least she had been until now, but what had she been doing in the daytime? Why was she still in Reese? Geoffrey gave up wondering what Lena was up to as his search finally ended up in the kitchen. He supposed the stacks of Alcoholics Anonymous pamphlets on the table and the empty syringe he found under the chair was what you'd call irony, but Geoffrey wasn't in the mood to play word games with himself. He'd wiped the chair opposite Hank's and sat down at the table, wondering what would make a man do this to himself. It was suicide, plain and simple. Finding nothing in the house but an overwhelming sadness, Geoffrey had shut the window in the kitchen and gone around the rest of the house to make sure everything was pretty much as he'd found it. He grabbed a roll of duct tape he'd seen in the kitchen and taped the bathroom door shut, sealing the edges as best he could. The window inside was wide open, but he doubted even the most desperate thief would brave the disgusting bathroom to get into the house. For the next half hour he wrestled with the front door. No matter how many different ways he tried, the metal flashing sticking out from the jamb kept the door from closing. Geoffrey tried to hold it down with his fingers, but all that did was end up giving him the equivalent of a metal paper cut on the tips of his fingers. Finally, he found a screwdriver in the kitchen and used the flat end to hold the metal strip flush to the door so he could close it. His plan had been to leave the house through the kitchen door, but Geoffrey had a strange feeling as he started to pull the back door shut. He had the feeling he had missed something. Once more he walked through the house, turning on all the lights, checking each room to see if anything jumped out at him. All that hit him was the odor. Hank must have moved from room to room, trying to outrun the decay, and finally ended up in the kitchen. Geoffrey went back to the living room. He was breathing through his mouth, trying not to gag again from the smell, when he saw the painting over the couch. This had to be Lena's mother. She had the same olive skin and piercing eyes. She wore her hair a little shorter, but it looked almost the same as Lena's did now. Her neck had that same swan-like curve, and Geoffrey could tell from looking at her that she had the same attitude that some women took as threatening and most men took as sexy. Geoffrey imagined she'd been quite the draw to the locals. It would have taken a cop's arrogance to look past that haughty tilt to the woman's chin and the wry amusement in her eyes. Geoffrey finally left the house, turning the thumb latch on the knob to lock the kitchen door. He'd left all the lights on in hopes of discouraging burglars, or maybe it was the thought of going back into the depressing house that made him not bother. He was finished fucking around with this. A woman had been burned alive. Geoffrey had been shot at. A man had been stabbed to death and thrown through their window.
Hank Norton was on his deathbed at the hospital. It was time to find Lena. Jeffrey sat on the front steps and studied the map until he found the route he was looking for. Sarah had been right about the town being laid out in a large rectangle, with a forest in the middle. There would be trails through the forest, shortcuts that had been used for years. Maybe even a fort or some kind of hastily built shelter where kids went to smoke pot and get laid. When Jeffrey was a teenager, he'd had a similar hideout. It wasn't a big stretch to think there was one in Reese, too. Jeffrey had given Sarah his cell phone because the battery on hers was dead. He went to the BMW and took her phone off the charger, slipping it into his pocket and locking the car before heading toward the end of the street. Given Hank's current condition, there was no way the old man had helped Lena in her escape from police custody. This left Lena on her own, which meant she had left the hospital by foot. Looking at the map, Jeffrey could see the path she might have taken from the hospital to Hank's house. He assumed she had come here first to search for money. The house had been turned upside down by somebody. That somebody could very well have been Lena. Jeffrey doubted very seriously that the cruiser Jake Valentine had sent to the house the night of Lena's escape acted as a deterrent. Hank's backyard connected to his neighbor's. Lena could have easily gone in through the back door without anyone on the street noticing. If Deputy Don Cook was in that cruiser, he was probably doing the crossword and eating some crackers while she ransacked the house. He was losing what little daylight was left, standing there thinking about all this. Jeffrey took off his jacket and rolled up his sleeves as he walked up the street. He passed the high school and wondered where Lena was going to sleep now that the classroom wasn't an option. Hank's bar had burned down, but he remembered Valentine telling him that the police tape on the door had been cut. Jeffrey shook his head, thinking if Lena had been staying at the bar all this time while Jeffrey and Sarah were next door at the motel, he was going to kill her. There was only one certainty in all of this, and that was that Lena would have to go somewhere for shelter. She would need food, clothes, water. Jeffrey looked up at the sun, wishing he had brought some water with him. Of course, given the state of the house, it was probably wise he hadn't ingested anything there. At the top of the hill, he took out the map again, checking to make sure he was still on the right route. He saw skid marks on the road where two cars had almost collided, and figured a couple of kids had narrowly missed getting their cars totaled. Jeffrey could hear traffic from the highway as he took the next left. A large field on his right led into a dense forest, and he wondered if this was the same forest that backed onto the motel. Jeffrey consulted the map again and saw that it was. Lena could have walked from Hank's to the bar. The hospital was just a few streets over. As expected, there were all kinds of trails crisscrossing the field. It was colder inside the forest, and he put his jacket back on. There were no signs of secret hiding places, no trash other than some cigarette butts and more empty beer bottles than he could count. Jeffrey could still see the sun peeking through the limbs, and he made sure to keep it on his right as he walked a straight line toward the motel. He kept checking his watch as he walked so that he wouldn't lose his sense of time, which always moved more slowly when you thought you were lost. Jeffrey was starting to get a little nervous when he heard the stream that he'd seen behind Hank's bar the other night. Briefly, he had the entertaining idea that he might find whatever Boyd Gibson had dropped, but by the time he reached the bank of the stream, he'd pretty much given up on that miracle happening. Jeffrey saw the room he and Sarah had shared. Someone who wasn't exactly handy had nailed a large sheet of plywood over the broken window. The door was ajar, and Jeffrey poked his head in and checked to make sure they had gotten all of their things. The room looked exactly as they had left it, but for some reason, Jeffrey didn't find the place as disgusting. Maybe it was because he'd spent a couple of hours in Hank's house. He didn't know how Lena had stood it. Shit, Jeffrey whispered. Lena hadn't stood it. There was no way she'd stayed in that house. She wasn't exactly a neat freak, but no sane human being would sleep in that pigsty. Jeffrey jogged to the front office. The night clerk was gone, but an orange-haired teenager was sitting behind the counter playing video games on the computer. The kid didn't look up from the screen as he jabbed his thumbs at the buttons. "What's up?" Was somebody, a woman, staying here last week, about this tall? Jeffrey held up his hand to indicate Lena's height. Brown hair, brown eyes. You mean Lena? The kid kept his eyes glued to the screen. Jeffrey reached over the counter and ripped the controller out of his hand. Give me the key to a room. The sheriff's already checked. The kid seemed to understand this didn't matter. He quickly handed Jeffrey the passkey, saying, Room 14. It's on the second floor. Jeffrey bolted up the stairs. He jammed the key in the lock and threw open Lena's door as if he expected to find her standing there with a full explanation. She wasn't. He closed the door behind him and dropped the key on the plastic table. Lena's toiletries were neatly lined by the sink, her clothes still folded in her suitcase. Jeffrey couldn't begin to know what, if anything, was missing because he didn't know what she had packed. Still, he opened all the drawers, checked the nightstand, even looked under the sink. There was nothing except a rusted flathead screwdriver that had rolled under the air conditioner by the window. Jeffrey sat on the bed, trying to think. He had never seen Lena carry a purse, but then carrying a bag wasn't conducive to the job. He would have to ask Sarah about that. Or maybe Valentine would be the person to question, since the sheriff had already checked the room. On second thought, there was no need to let the sheriff know he'd gotten one up on Jeffrey. Jeffrey stood from the bed and lifted up the mattress, finding the remnants of what he guessed had been a couple of Cheetos but nothing else. He dropped the mattress, a rush of air blowing back on him. Jeffrey's olfactory system was understandably out of whack since his time at Hank Norton's, but he could have sworn he'd gotten a whiff of gun oil. He flipped the mattress off the bed and knelt down to examine the bedskirt that covered the box spring. Glad that no one could see him, he sniffed around the thin cotton, stopping when he heard a key sliding into the lock on the door. Jeffrey stood up just as the door opened. The maid did a double-take when she saw him, a scowl on her face. She demanded, "What the fuck are you doing?" "Can you come back in 10 minutes?" "Can you put that mattress back where it belongs?" Jeffrey didn't snap to, and she tucked her hands onto her hips. "I ain't got all day, mister." He took out his badge and showed it to her. She squinted at the tiny letters, unimpressed. "Grant County. Sounds like a real shithole. You with the mattress division, checking to see if people pulled off the tags?" Jeffrey put the mattress back in place, hoping he could keep her talking. "Did you ever meet the woman who was staying here?" "The one what gave Jake the slip?" She chuckled, walking into the room. "And to think I voted for that dipshit." "Lena's a friend of mine," he told the woman. "I'm trying to help her out." "Ain't you the gallant knight?" She took a rag out of her pocket and started wiping down the phone on the bedside table, mumbling, "Must have used the phone a lot. Damn greasy fingerprints all over it." Her head was bent, but she looked up at Jeffrey as if she was wondering why he was still there. "Thanks for your help," he told the woman, though the opposite was the case. Jeffrey was halfway toward the stairs when he realized the maid may have been more helpful than she'd intended. He hadn't seen Lena's cell phone in the hotel room, so it must have been in her car. Frank Wallace, his second-in-command, could run a records check to see who she had been talking to before the night the Escalade was torched, or maybe even after. He would also put out his own APB on Hank's Mercedes, and maybe have Frank call in a few favors with the highway patrol to see if they could keep an eye out for Lena. As with Jeffrey's phone, Sarah's couldn't get a cell signal at the hotel, so he would have to call Frank on the walk back. Jeffrey stopped on the bottom stair. Christ, what an idiot. If he couldn't get a cell signal at the hotel, neither could Lena. He jogged toward the front office again. This time the kid was waiting at the counter, ready to serve. He asked, "Find anything?" Jeffrey shot back his own question. "Did Detective Adams make any phone calls while she was here?" "She made a long-distance one before she left." Jeffrey knew from his own bill that the motel charged 50 cents a minute for local calls and $2 a minute for long distance. The calls were big money, and the motel would keep exact records. "Let me see all of her calls." The teenager pulled a stack of papers off the printer. There was only one, he explained. Got a 912 area code.
The number looked familiar.
That's Savannah. Yeah, I think so.
Jeffrey grabbed the phone off the counter and dialed the number. Lena, Chapter 20. Charlotte's face was obscured by the duct tape covering her mouth, so that all Lena could see was a pair of bright, terrified eyes. The woman trembled with fear, her sobs muffled by the tape. Lena glanced in the rearview mirror as she drove the SUV down a dark road, trying to silently communicate to Charlotte to just hold on, that Lena would find a way out of this, though how she would manage their escape, Lena did not know. The tattooed man who had hit Lena was behind them, driving her Celica. She had no idea where they were going or why. She just kept driving because, even though she could not see the masked face of the man in the back seat, she knew that he was not fucking around. The way he held the gun told her all that she needed to know. The weapon was like an extension of his hand. He was not afraid to use it. Lena thought about Evelyn Johnson, Ethan driving her in his truck to that clearing in the woods where she was murdered. Had Ethan looked in his rearview mirror and seen the fear in Evelyn's eyes, knowing there was nothing that he could do? Had he been just as afraid himself? Or had he been squirming in his seat, fighting the excitement building between his legs as he thought about what was to come? "Turn here," the man in the mask said, and Lena followed orders, turning onto Lasky Street, which ran behind the school. There was no urgency in his voice, and he seemed to have no particular plan in mind. As far as she could tell, he was making her drive in a circle around the periphery of the high school. "Next right," he said. Lena looked at Charlotte again. She asked the man, "Why are you doing this?" "Why do you think? Did Ethan send you?" "Who's Ethan?" "If Ethan sent you, then this is between me and him. Charlotte doesn't have anything to do with this. I haven't even seen her since high school." "Honey, I don't know what you're talking about." She didn't know if he was telling the truth or playing with her. Had they followed her to Coastal State Prison, or just waited for her to show back up in town? There was nothing in her motel room that would tell them where she had been. Ethan's arrest jacket was tucked back in its hiding place behind the CD changer in the trunk of her Celica. The only thing of value in the room was her Glock, and they obviously didn't need that. Lena glanced over her shoulder. The man was small, but well-built. He sat casually with his legs spread apart, his left arm draped over the back of the seat, the gun in his hand pointing at Charlotte's neck. He said, "What are you looking at?" "Who are you?" Lena asked. Did the mask mean he was going to let them go? She had already seen his flunky's face, though maybe that didn't matter, because his cover had been blown 2 days ago outside of Hank's house. She looked around for something, anything that could be used as a weapon. Other than the keys, there was nothing but a styrofoam cup in one of the holders. She let her hand slide down the wheel and pressed her knuckles against the side of the cup. The contents were cold, probably water. "Keep going," the man said. "Take another ride up here." Lena ignored him, going straight. He clicked his tongue as if she were a rebellious child, but didn't say anything else. Rule number 1 when faced with an abduction was to not let the perpetrator change your location. If he jumped you in a parking lot, then you fought tooth and nail to stay in that parking lot. You didn't get in a car with him, and you didn't let him drag you somewhere else. Once he had control of you and the situation, he could do whatever he wanted. There was no going back. Lena slowed the car, keeping her eye on the Celica behind them, wondering what she was getting herself and Charlotte into. The man said, "You really like pushing your luck, don't you?" Lena stopped the car. She turned around to face him. "What do you want from us? Why is Charlotte here?" The back door beside Charlotte opened. The man with the red swastika stood there. The man with the gun ordered, "Give her a little incentive so she knows we're not playing around." The thug reached around to the back of his pants.
Lena braced herself for him to pull a gun and shoot them both, but what he did instead was pull out a rolled-up plastic bag. "What are you doing?" Lena asked, but she knew well enough when the man unrolled the bag and took out a filled syringe. Charlotte knew what was coming before Lena did. She panicked, tucking her arms behind her back, struggling to protect herself as the thug tapped the side of the syringe, squirted some liquid out of the needle. She started to flail desperately when he grabbed her arm, then suddenly it seemed to Lena that something inside of the other woman just snapped. She simply gave up, holding out her arm, waiting for the needle to go in. "No," Lena said, but it was too late. The plunger was pressed. Charlotte closed her eyes, a soft sound like a sigh coming from her throat. The man in the mask nestled the gun against Charlotte's cheek. "She likes that, don't you think?" Lena felt tears stream down her face. How many kids did Charlotte have? She had seen one of them in the library the other day, a young girl, probably not even 13. "Please," Lena said, "just let her go." "Why don't you drive some more?" the man suggested. He nodded to his lackey, and the door was slammed shut. Lena put the car in gear and pressed her foot to the gas. She drove aimlessly, following the circle she'd made before, the Celica close behind. Charlotte gave a deep moan. Her eyes rolled back in her head, and she slumped against the door. Lena demanded, "What did you give her?" "Something to take the edge off." "I don't understand," Lena said. She was crying in earnest now. "Why is this happening? What did Charlotte ever do to you?" "Want me to tell you a little story, Lee?" He used her familiar name, the one reserved for close friends and family. Lena turned the rear-view mirror away from Charlotte and onto her abductor. She could see his white teeth through the hole in the mask. "You figuring it out, baby doll?" She concentrated on his voice, desperately trying to place it. The tone was deep, almost as deep as Jeffrey's. Lena ran through her childhood, trying to think of the men she had known. Hank did not have friends. When he was using, he ended up screwing them or pushing them away. When he stopped using, he had lacked the skills to make connections. There were people he knew from AA meetings and Deacon Sims, but that was it. He spent his nights at home or at the bar. The man told her, "You know, when I saw you at Hank's place the other day, I thought, now there's a good-looking woman." Had he been in the Escalade outside of Hank's house? The SUV's windows were tinted. Lena had been so focused on the man with the swastika that she hadn't bothered to look for a passenger. "You look a lot like your mama when she was your age. Did you know that?" "I didn't even know my mother lived to be my age." "Oh, yeah. Angie lived a lot longer than she should have." Hank had said that the man outside was the one who'd killed Angela Adams. Had he meant this man, the one who now held a gun to Charlotte Warren's head? Lena asked, "Did you kill my mother?" She turned around. "Hank said that you killed her." He laughed. "Hank says a lot of things. Not like he's gonna make it much longer, doped up like he is. Tell me, honey, do you like to bet? Maybe you'd want to make a little wager on how long it takes for him to die." His laughter was a dry-sounding noise devoid of any humor. "Frankly, I'd be surprised if he was still breathing after that shit Clint gave him today." Clint, Lena thought. Now she knew the thug's name. "Let me tell you about your mama," the man in the mask said. "You want to know about your mama?" "Yes." "Well," he pretended to think back. "Like I said, you're just like her. Same pretty hair, beautiful eyes. Her mouth was some kind of wonderful. I won't go into details, seeing as you're her baby girl, but let's just say she could suck the leather off a baseball and swallow it whole." He cackled. "Angie wasn't always like that, of course. Tight as a damn drum in high school. Real religious, just like her mother. Would have taken a crowbar just to get her open. Up here.
What?
Turn up here, he said, pointing to the grass beside the school.
There's no road.
I keep forgetting you're a cop, he said. Come on now, just turn onto the grass. Nobody's gonna arrest you.
Lena held on to the wheel as the tires dipped into the shoulder off the road. Some of the water in the cup beside her splashed onto her leg as she steered the car to even terrain.
Keep going.
He indicated that she should drive through the open gates to the football field. Lena drove as slowly as she could without stalling the car. In the mirror, she could see the Celica pulled into one of the spaces in the senior parking lot. Was this the plan, then? To kill Lena and Charlotte outside the school? She didn't understand why he was still talking if all he wanted to do was kill them.
"Little bit more," the man said, "through the gates and onto the football field."
He leaned forward, his hand brushing Lena's arm.
"Give me that cup, will you? All this talking is making me thirsty."
She put her foot on the brake and did as he asked, careful not to let her hand touch his. As the cup passed between them, she got a whiff of the contents. It definitely wasn't water, but she could not place the odor. The cup felt heavier than it should have been.
"Thank you."
He sat back in the seat, holding the cup at chest level.
"You look like you've got a question for me."
She cut to the heart of the matter. "How did you know my mother?"
"She was just like Charlotte here," he answered. "Give them a little taste, and they'll do whatever you ask."
"Taste of what?" Lena asked. "Drugs?" She looked back at Charlotte. The woman was slumped and silent, her lips slightly curled up as if she was hearing a different conversation. Had she lied about just being an alcoholic? Was she an addict, too?
"Stop on the 50-yard line,"
the man told her. Lena put the car in park, but left the engine running. Ahead of her, she could see Clint making his way onto the field. He strained from what looked like a heavy bucket he carried in his hand, his body listing to the side. Instead of coming to the car, he put the bucket down on the sidelines, then stood there, as if waiting to be called over. In the rear-view mirror, Lena watched the masked man tuck his gun into the waistband of his jeans. He held the cup in his right hand and kept his left wrapped around the back of Charlotte's neck. Lena could run now. She could bolt from the car. Clint was fat and out of shape. Lena could run through the woods on the side of the stadium and get lost in the darkness. She could pound on someone's door until they opened up and demand to use the phone.
"You gonna leave?"
the man asked, as if he could read her mind.
"Or do you want to stay put and hear what I have to say?"
Her hand had been on the door, fingers wrapped around the handle. She let it drop and turned to face him. "Tell me," she demanded.
"If I had wanted to kill you," he began, "you would already be dead. You know that."
"Yes."
"Your friend here? Now, she's been a pretty good girl all these years. But when it's time, it's time."
"Don't hurt her," Lena pleaded. "She's got children. Her husband."
"Yeah, it's sad. But you make your choices."
"You call that a choice?" Lena snarled. "Having some asshole Nazi stick a needle in your arm is a choice?" He was smiling again.
"You sound so much like her, Lee. That same sharp tongue and quick temper. Now, Sybil, she was more like, well, I guess you know who your sister was like. Real quiet, always caught up in her thoughts. Hell if I know where she got her brains, though. You could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard she'd gotten a full scholarship to Georgia Tech." He seemed to know everything about their lives, yet Lena had never met him before. What did he really know, though? Anyone who had followed Hank and Lena in a grocery store would know that he called her Lee. The newspaper had run a front-page story when Sybil had gotten her scholarship. As for the details about Angela Adams's early life, Those could be made up. The story she was hearing now about her mother could be just as false as the stories Hank had spun to her as a child. "You working it out?" the man asked. "Am I supposed to recognize you?" "Honey, right now, all you need to do is watch and learn." He held up the cup as if to toast her. "I'm going to show you what happens to people who don't mind their own business." He threw the contents of the cup at Charlotte, and Lena could smell it now. Lighter fluid. "What are you—" He opened his door. There was a click, then a flame ignited from the silver lighter he held in his hand. He tossed the lighter at Charlotte as he left the car, and Lena lunged for it, screaming, "No!" as she tried to catch it. She wasn't fast enough. The lighter fell onto Charlotte's lap. The flame ignited the liquid, and Lena was blown back into the front seat as the woman caught fire. Charlotte made an animal sound, her arms flailing as the flames began to consume her. "No!" Lena gasped, unable to help, unable to do anything but watch Charlotte burn. "No!" The car filled with smoke and the smell of burning meat. Lena clawed at the door, trying to get it open. Finally she managed to find the handle and fell out of the car. She hit the ground hard, pain tearing through her shoulder as she scrambled to her feet. Clint appeared. What she'd thought was a bucket was actually a gas can. He pushed past Lena and threw more fuel onto the SUV. She pounced on him, flailing her arms wildly, scratching at his face, screaming gibberish as she took out her rage on him. Clint slammed his fist into the side of her head so hard that she reeled back, sick with pain. Hot bile roiled up her throat, and Lena bent over, vomiting, in the grass. There was a small explosion as part of the SUV ignited. Lena rolled to her knees, trying to crawl away from the vehicle before the whole thing went up. The smoke and heat were too much. She fell onto her side, wheezing. She could hear a noise that could not be human, high-pitched screeching. Charlotte. She was still alive, still conscious of the flames that were devouring her. Lena rolled onto her stomach, knowing it was too late for Charlotte, that she should get as far away from the car as possible. She tried to move, but her body gave out on her. Suddenly she was scooped up by the waist of her pants, dragged toward the bleachers. The car exploded again, so loud that it must have been the gas tank. She was flung into the stands, her head banging against the metal. The thud vibrated in her ears. The gas can tumbled down beside her. Clint was on top of her, his face inches from hers. "You still alive?" Lena coughed, feeling like her lungs had been burned. She could barely breathe with him on top of her. "Why?" she managed. "Why are you doing this?" He sat back on his knees, brushing debris off his arms and legs, looking at it like he had just come home from church and couldn't understand why he'd gotten so dirty. "Why?" she insisted, her voice thick with grief. In the light of the fire she could see his face, the way he looked down at her with something like pity. "I can't tell you anything, Lena. You'll have to ask Hank." Thursday evening, Chapter 21. Sarah sat outside the Aloha County Hospital, the cold concrete of the bench penetrating her jeans. She was sick of hospitals, sick of the slow way everything moved in them. No wonder people were so furious at the healthcare industry. The tox screen, the blood work, the x-rays, everything had taken twice as long as it should have, and then a doctor had to be located, a pharmacist called in, a nurse found. All these slow machinations were designed specifically to cover everyone's ass in case a mistake was made, the wrong lab report delivered, the wrong drug administered, an incorrect diagnosis given. Meanwhile, the patient suffered in limbo. It was absolutely maddening. The only saving grace was that Hank had not been aware of the wait. He had remained comatose during the short ride to the hospital, and when they had triaged him in the ER and moved him to the ICU, not much about his condition had changed. Still, Sarah did not hold out any great hope. His body was racked with infection. His heart was weakened from years of drug use, and his lungs were showing mid-stage emphysema. Sarah's biggest concern was the burn marks around his wrists and feet. On first glance, they had seemed to match the other cuts and abrasions on Hank's body. Closer inspection proved that they were rope burns. She could tell from the sloping angle of the pattern on his wrists that his hands had been tied away from his body. His ankles had been bound together. What's more, he had been recently beaten. 2 ribs were broken, and there was a nasty bruise on his lower abdomen where someone had either punched or kicked him. Surprisingly, the most immediate problem they'd had to deal with was drug withdrawal. For reasons of his own, Hank had stopped the meth cold turkey, and his body's response had been to rebel completely. His organs were trying to shut down, to begin the cascade that would eventually lead to his death. Working at Grady Hospital during her internship, Sarah had seen her share of homeless addicts come through the emergency room doors. They were little more than the walking dead, their health so deteriorated that it was shocking that they were capable of standing upright. Pneumonia, hepatitis, scurvy, severe dehydration. Years had passed since she'd worked with these hopeless souls, and she had been so shocked to see Hank's condition when she'd first seen him lying in his backyard that for a moment she hadn't been able to act. The only thing she had been able to do for him tonight was help process him through the system. As long as he remained stable through the night, he would be transferred to a larger hospital first thing in the morning. A silver car turned into the parking lot. Sarah's heart sank when she saw it wasn't her BMW. Jeffrey should be here any minute now, and she was anxious to see him. He had called Sarah at the hospital and told her about searching Lena's hotel room, the phone call she had made to Coastal State Prison. According to the records, Lena had visited Ethan Green the same day the SUV was burned. There had to be a connection, but Jeffrey hadn't wanted to talk about it over the phone. He told her he would wait at the motel for the warden to call him back, then he would pick up Sarah at the hospital. She could tell just by listening to him that no matter what the warden said, Jeffrey had already decided to see Ethan for himself. He thought threats and intimidation would work on the con, but Sarah knew better. Men like Ethan Green did not curl up into a ball when they were threatened. They coiled like rattlesnakes and prepared to attack. Sarah had made a pact with herself the night before that no matter what Jeffrey did, she was going to stand by him. After 16 years, she knew that her husband was never going to see a person trapped in a burning building and sit back, leaving it to someone else to save them. Sarah had to accept this facet of his personality and support his choice, because it was this goodness that had drawn her to him in the first place. It was against his nature to walk away. The glass doors to the emergency room slid open, and Fred Bart walked out, patting his pockets. "Hey there, darling," he called, spotting Sarah on the bench. He found his cigarettes, gave her a rueful grin, and tucked them back into his pocket. "Lost in your thoughts?" he asked, sitting beside her without waiting for an invitation. "Looks like rain, don't it?" Sarah looked up at the night sky, realizing that he was right. "Yes." "My sister's here." He squared his shoulders, showed his straight, tiny teeth. "I'm an uncle." He bumped her on the shoulder, an over-familiar gesture, but Sarah didn't protest because he looked so happy. "You're first?" "Third," he told her, exuberant. "I guess you see little babies a lot, what with being a pediatrician. Do you ever get over how teeny they are? I mean, just the teeniest things." "No," Sarah admitted, his happiness distracting her. "You got any little ones in your life?" "No." "Well, I highly recommend it," he advised enthusiastically. "I've got 4 ex-wives and no kids to speak of. Don't get me wrong, it's fun spoiling my sister's little darlings, but it's not the same as having your own." He stared out at the parking lot, his voice turning sad. "Both my parents are gone. It's just me and Sissy now." Sarah pressed her lips together, wondering when she had turned into Fred Bart's best friend. He confided, "Jake comes from a big family, though." "Oh?" "4 older sisters. His baby brother Tom died here about 6 years ago. Overdose." "I didn't know." "Jake was awful tore up about it. I think that's why he joined the force in the first place. Then he saw what was really going on, how nobody wanted to tackle the problem. He decided to run for sheriff so he could do something about it. Sarah wondered if he expected her to take notes. Obviously, Fred Bart was trying to deliver a message to Jeffrey. Jake's a good guy, she thought. Message received. Anyway, Bart said, slapping his knees as he stood. You need a ride somewhere? I'm waiting for my husband, she told him, again wondering how much longer Jeffrey was going to be. He gave her a wink. Lucky man. I'll tell him you said so. You do that now. Bart flashed a smile, showing her his tiny white teeth. He walked toward a green pickup truck, and Sarah waved at him before going back inside. Ignoring the dour woman behind the reception desk, Sarah walked toward the alcove where they kept the snack machines. She was suddenly hungry enough to eat a horse. That was fitting, since horse byproducts were pretty much a key ingredient in most of the snacks on offer. Jeffrey's cell phone rang, and she pulled it out of her pocket, saying by way of greeting, "Where are you? I'm starving." The line was silent, and Sarah was about to hang up when Lena said, "It's me." Shock paralyzed Sarah for a moment. Foolishly, she looked around as if she expected Jake Valentine to suddenly appear out of the woodwork and snatch away the phone. Lena asked, "Where are you?" "I'm at the hospital, with Hank." She didn't respond immediately. "Is he okay?" "No." Sarah looked for somewhere more private, but in the end decided it was best to stay put in case she lost the cell signal. "We found him in his backyard. Someone tied him up, beat him. He was left there to die." "Maybe he wants to die." Sarah could not believe the cold words she was hearing. "Some people could argue you're doing the same thing," she countered. "Jeffrey knows about Ethan." "Ethan's not involved in this." "Do you really think Jeffrey is going to believe you? He's going to go to the prison tomorrow. I can't stop him. If anything happens, it's all on you. Do you hear me? It's all on you." "Tell him," Lena began. "Tell him I went to tell Ethan that I had an abortion." Sarah felt her mouth open in surprise. "It would have been born by now," Lena said, her voice a scratchy whisper. "Maybe you and Jeffrey could have raised it." Sarah leaned against the vending machine, feeling as if she had been stabbed in the stomach. Lena kept talking. "I know you can't have kids, Sarah. Doesn't it piss you off to know what I did? Doesn't it make you angry that I got pregnant when I wasn't even trying?" Tears came to Sarah's eyes. She shouldn't have started this game because she didn't have the heart to play it. "Hank took me to the clinic," Lena continued. "They put this metal thing inside of me and they cut it out." Sarah begged, "Please stop." "I wonder what it looked like when they took it out," she asked. "You must know what it looked like, right? You're a doctor. You deal with babies all the time." Sarah felt the tears come. "How can you be so awful?" "Tell Jeffrey everything I've said," Lena instructed. "Tell him that everything you've ever thought or said about me is true, Sarah. I'm not a good person. I'm not worth saving. Go home. Take Jeffrey with you and go home." "I know what you're trying to do." Sarah wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, angry at the manipulation. She wasn't going to be Lena's unwitting accomplice again. "It's not going to work. You're not going to rope me in." "I don't want to," Lena told her. "I don't want you here. I don't want Jeffrey here. If Hank lives or dies, I don't care. I just want you both to go back home and forget I ever existed." Sarah demanded, "Are you still trying to play me, Lena? I'm not on your level. I don't know how these games work." Lena was quiet. Sarah strained to hear if there was any background noise, anything that might give away Lena's location. All she heard was a whimpering, almost like a wounded animal. It was Lena. She was crying. Sarah made her voice firm, tried to take charge. "Where are you?"
Let us come get you. She didn't answer, just kept crying. Guess it's gone on long enough. You need to let us come find you.
Did you see her?
See? Lena began to sob.
The woman. The one in the car.
Sarah tasted the same stench in the back of her throat as she had when she'd performed the autopsy.
Did you take care of her?
Yes, Sarah said. Of course I took care of her.
She suffered.
I know.
She suffered, and it was all because of me.
Who was she?
She was somebody's mother,
Lena cried.
Somebody's wife, somebody's friend.
Her voice caught.
She was somebody's lover.
Why are you doing this?
Because it's what I deserve. You were right. Everything I touch turns to shit. Get out of here before it's too late.
Too late for what?
Do you want the same thing to happen to Jeffrey?
What do you—
Just get out!
She screamed, cutting the line. Sarah held the phone to her chest, unable to move, her heart pounding. Jeffrey. She was scared that someone would get to Jeffrey. In a split second, Sarah's mind conjured up the autopsy she'd done on the burned woman, only this time she saw Jeffrey on the table, Jeffrey burned. Tears came into her eyes. She shook uncontrollably. Dr. Linton? Don Cook asked. He was wearing his deputy's uniform. His hat was in his hand. Yes, she answered, trying to compose herself, wondering how long the man had been standing there. You all right? Yes, she told him, willing her voice not to shake. She closed her eyes for a moment, tried to clear her head of the awful image. I'm Don Cook. We met the other night. He waited for her to nod. Your husband asked me to come fetch you and take you to the jail. She stared at him, skeptical. He didn't call to tell me. The man shrugged. I was just told to take you to the jail. Jake and your husband are there waiting for you. She indicated the phone in her hand. Let me just call him first. All right. He stepped back into the lobby, giving her some privacy. Sarah looked at Jeffrey's phone, wondering what to do. Being a Luddite had once been a source of pride, but now she felt like a backward fool. She knew that Jeffrey's phone stored numbers, but wasn't sure whether or not dialing out would erase the last phone number received. If Lena had called from a traceable line, using the phone might erase it. Cook poked his head from around the corner. Everything all right? I left a message on his cell phone, she lied. Good. Ready? Sarah nodded. He swept his deputy's hat in the direction of the exit, indicating she should go ahead of him. Outside, she saw the ambulance parked in the bay. The paramedics who had driven Hank to the hospital were leaning against the wall, smoking. They saw Sarah and gave her a friendly wave. Cook's cruiser was parked in a handicap space, and he walked around to open the passenger side door for her. The seat was filled with crumpled bags of junk food and several cans of Diet Coke. Sorry for the mess. You mind getting in the back? Sarah felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. She was either being really paranoid or really smart. Do you mind if I get a ride in the ambulance? She saw his surprised look and tried one of her more winning smiles. I'll just go with them. The ride was quickly negotiated with the paramedics. Sarah had made their job a lot easier on the short trip to the hospital, and the two men were more than willing to return the favor. Besides, the jail was only 3 minutes away. Sarah felt silly as she rode between the burly paramedics, but she had learned a long time ago to listen to her instincts. Don Cook was pulling into the parking lot as the ambulance pulled away. He scowled as Sarah waved at the departing paramedics. He got out of his car, mumbling, "Car's not that dirty." Sarah suppressed the urge to apologize. Instead, she followed him silently into the building. "Sheriff's office is up there," he told her, indicating a set of stairs.
Unless you want someone else to tell you where it is.
No, thank you.
Sarah took the stairs, feeling his eyes on her the whole time. She heard children talking as she climbed. In the lobby, 3 young faces looked up at her from their coloring books. They were on the floor, their legs splayed, faces intent, as they worked their crayons. A teenage girl was on the other side of the room. Her sullen posture indicated she was not pleased to be left in charge. Sarah looked around for their mother, but no one seemed to be in attendance. She was about to question them when Geoffrey opened the door. "Back here," he said. Then, noticing her concern, he assured Sarah, "They're okay." Sarah stepped over one of the children as she walked toward Geoffrey. She whispered, "I need to talk to you." He shushed her, indicating she should hurry. He didn't give her a chance to speak as the door closed. "We've got a missing persons report." "A woman?" "Her husband came in about 20 minutes ago. Larry Gibson." "Any relation?" "Boyd Gibson's brother. Valentine says he's clean." Sarah frowned, wondering when Geoffrey had started taking Jake Valentine at his word. She asked, "How long has the woman been missing?" "Since last Saturday." "I didn't find a wedding ring on the body," Sarah said, though she knew the metal could have melted off in the intense fire. "If his wife has been gone for 6 days, why did he wait so long to come forward?" "She's gone missing before," he told her. "Had a drinking problem, dabbled in meth for a while. She's a school teacher. Those are her kids in the waiting room." "Christ," Sarah whispered. A school teacher with 3 kids. What had Lena said? A mother, a wife, a friend, a lover. Geoffrey took Sarah's arm, concerned. "Are you okay?" "You got a call on your phone." She pressed his cell phone into his hand. From an old friend. He scrolled through the various screens, saying, "I had Frank do a trace." He meant a trace on Lena's phone. "There's only been 1 call made from that number since Monday night, to me at the hotel." "She said," Sarah began, her throat going dry. "She said that the same thing that happened to the woman in the car could happen to you." "She'd say just about anything to get us out of here." Geoffrey frowned at the phone in his hand. "Number withheld. It's probably listed on my call records, but it'll take a day or 2 for it to show up." "Geoffrey." "Let's deal with the missing school teacher first," he suggested. "It'll be fine, okay?" She nodded, though it was far from okay. Unbidden, that same flash of Geoffrey on an autopsy table came to mind. Her stomach twisted into a knot as she preceded him down the hallway, Lena's words of warning ringing in her ears. Do you want the same thing to happen to Geoffrey? Back in Valentine's office, the sheriff was on the business side of his desk. He was writing on a sheet of paper, probably filling out the missing persons report, as the man in front of him gave the details. "She's just average," the man said, sounding frightened and angry at the same time. "I don't know, Jake. Describe your wife. I don't know her height. I don't know her weight. She's just average." "That's okay, Larry," Valentine soothed. "Listen, I've seen her at church about 1,000,000 times. I could tell you blindfolded what she looks like. No offense, buddy, but she's a good-looking woman. Am I right?" The man gave a surprised laugh, as if he'd forgotten that detail. With a pang, Sarah recalled the autopsy she'd performed on the man's brother. What if the woman in the Escalade was Larry Gibson's wife? "Guy can't help but notice a good-looking woman," Valentine said. "I'd guess she's around 5'6" in height. For weight, we'll put 120. License probably says 110, but you know how women are." He looked up from his form, saw Sarah was watching, and winked at her. It wasn't a suggestive wink, more like his way of letting her know that he was just doing his job. Whatever he was doing, it was working. Larry Gibson seemed to be calming down. Valentine asked him, "That weight okay with you?" Larry started to nod. Yeah, she's about 120, I'd guess. And I remember now, last time I saw her was around 2 o'clock. She dropped off the kids at the movies, and when she came back, she got on the phone with her mama. I heard her say she needed to go check on her. Well, Valentine said, sounds like we need to check with her mama. She didn't go, Larry countered. She was taking a bath, and I asked her was she going to her mama's, and she said no, that she told her she'd come by tomorrow. Valentine tisked, shaking his head. Can't make up her mind. Right, that's what I said, Larry agreed. And then she told me she might still go for a walk, and I said maybe later because there was a game on at 2:30, and did she need me to do anything before because I wanted to watch the game. Georgia, Alabama? Valentine asked, probably to confirm the time. Man, that was a good game. Yeah. Did you hear her leave? Yeah, he repeated. Just before halftime I heard the door close. I figured she was going for her walk. Couldn't have been the kids. They were at the movies for that Halloween horror special they advertised in the paper last week. Valentine made a note on his sheet. Halftime, then. That'd put it at around 4, don't you think? 4, yeah. Sarah looked at Jeffrey, but he was intently following the interview. She wondered if he was as impressed as she was with Valentine's ability to draw out the details from the concerned husband. The sheriff certainly liked to keep his talents hidden. What's that you got there? Valentine asked. Larry put a small metal box on the desk. It was old, the cadet blue paint chipped off, showing the gray primer underneath. A rusty lock held the top closed, but Larry easily opened it. I wanted to show you, he said, indicating the contents. Sarah leaned forward, seeing a tarnished silver spoon with the handle bent, and several unused hypodermics. Tin foil, a few cigarette filters, and a butane lighter rounded out the drug kit. Larry turned around as if he'd just realized that Sarah and Jeffrey were standing there. He explained, She's been clean about 6 months now. I just brought this to show you. He turned back to Valentine. To show you, Jake. If she was using again, if that's why she left, then she would have taken this. There's a pack in here. He reached in and held up a small jeweler's bag of dirty white powder. There's no way she would have left this if she was using again. You know that. Jeffrey asked, Mr. Gibson, I don't mean to interrupt, but why did you take so long to report that she was missing? Larry blushed, looking down at his shoes. I didn't want to get her into trouble. First thing I thought was she was back on the drugs. I started looking around the house, trying to see if she'd taken anything. All her clothes were still there. She'd even left her purse. He looked at Sarah when he said, She always took stuff when she ran off before. Usually stuff she could sell. TVs, DVD player, iPod. She never left her purse. Women don't leave their purses. Sarah nodded, as if she could speak for the man's wife. Larry turned back to Valentine. I called around, talked to her mama, her Aunt Lizzie. I guess I was just waiting for her to come back home. She always came back. She didn't want to leave the kids. This drug, he indicated the bag of dope in his hand. It does things to your brain. You don't think right. She didn't know what she was doing sometimes. That's all it was. She just needed to let it run its course, and then she'd come back, and everything would go back to normal. Valentine asked, Where's her car, Larry? See, that's the other thing. Her car's still in the driveway. If she just took a walk. He rubbed his face with his hands. I called into the school and told them to get a sub, that she had the flu. I don't think Sue believed me. He gulped, tears filling his eyes. It can't be her in that car on the football field, Jake. I mean, she's run off before. It can't be her. I don't know what I'd do if... His voice was high-pitched, pleading. We're going to put Boyd in the ground tomorrow. I thought for sure she'd come back when she heard about him. Boyd had his problems, but he was taking care of himself. He helped Charlotte get through her bad times. Mind if I look at this? Valentine asked, but he was already picking up the box. Carefully, the sheriff emptied the contents onto his desk blotter. He used the tip of his pen to push the hypodermics to the side, then the bag of meth and other paraphernalia. Sarah didn't see anything of value unless you were a cop or an addict. Valentine obviously agreed. He tapped his finger on the inside of the box, then picked up his letter opener and used the edge to pry out the plastic lining. The box was so old that it came out in pieces. "Well," Valentine said, "what's this?" Sarah couldn't tell what he had found until he pulled it out, 2 light blue sheets of paper that had been folded in 2. Valentine scanned the documents before handing them to Geoffrey, apparently unconcerned with fingerprints. Sarah read the pages over Geoffrey's shoulder, recognizing them as old applications for birth certificates. Doctors handled the applications now, but back in the 70s, parents were still allowed to fill out all the pertinent information on their own. They were given 6 days to decide on a name, then were expected to file the application with the birth registration office at the hospital. The registrar would verify the information, then send it to the state. Obviously, they were looking at the applications Lena's mother had filled out for her twin girls. Angela Adams had signed her name at the bottom in a feminine cursive. Everything seemed normal to Sarah until she noticed the section marked Father's Name. The woman had listed Henry Hank Norton. Lena, Chapter 22. Lena lay flat on her belly, hidden by the grass, taking pictures of the dilapidated warehouse at the bottom of the hill. Over the last 48 hours she had documented it all, the cars pulling up, the money going out the window, the dope coming back in. At night it got downright congested. No one seemed afraid of getting caught. They kept their radios turned up, rap or country blaring from the speakers. Kids rode up on bikes. Couples strolled. One time a sheriff's cruiser rolled by, and there was a scrambling of bodies, a minuscule show of concern. But for the most part, the traffic in and out of the warehouse was pretty steady. They might as well be printing money in there. A white sedan pulled up, and a man got out. His boots kicked up dust as he walked across the parking lot. Lena photographed every step until he went into the building, slamming the door closed behind him. She put down the camera, checked the time, and made another notation in the log. 10:15 p.m. Clint arrives in white sedan. Enters building. Lena had been lying on her back, waiting for Geoffrey to come, when she had heard the men arguing at the end of the hallway. On the football field the night before, the man in the black ski mask had called the man with the red swastika Clint. Now, lying in the hospital bed, she instantly recognized Clint's harsh growl echoing up the hall. Black Mask wasn't too hard to peg down either. His voice was soft, almost sing-song, when he said, "Clint, listen to me. We've got to get rid of her." Clint had disagreed, said something about needing permission to kill a cop. In the end, nothing had been decided, though the two had gone at it for nearly 10 more minutes, according to the clock radio beside her bed. Lena had lay there helpless, wrists chafing from the restraints as she used every muscle in her body to try to break free. Finally, the 2 men had walked toward the elevator, their heavy shoes scuffing the tile floor. By then, Lena was in a full-blown sweat. What had Hank gotten himself mixed up in? These people had burned Charlotte alive. They had beaten Deacon Sims to death. It was only a matter of time before they decided that letting Lena live had been a big mistake. And who else would they take down in the process? Who else would Lena put in harm's way because of her inability to let things go? Sarah. Poor Sarah. It had been absurdly easy to escape into the bathroom next to her hospital room. Clothes Lena found downstairs in the laundry, 2 large tennis shoes in a nurse's locker. There was a wallet, a bunch of credit cards, but she left them, taking instead a screwdriver from a toolbox in the corner. Lena used the woods behind the hospital as a cut-through, running as fast as she could in the ill-fitting sneakers. She didn't know how much time she had, other than very little. The lock on her motel room door was easily jimmied with the screwdriver, which she tossed onto the table as she eased the door shut behind her. Lena was sweating from the run. She pulled off the scrubs and changed into her own clothes and shoes. She grabbed her cell phone and charger. Her Glock was under the bed where she had hidden it the day before. The keys to Hank's bar were on the dresser. The only time she hesitated was as she was leaving the room. Lena rushed back in before the door closed, grabbed one more thing that she needed. She threw the scrubs and shoes into the hotel dumpster en route to the bar. Hank's $2,000 was still tucked behind the cheap bottle of scotch. This time she had no qualms about taking the money. Another quick jog through the woods, and she was back at Hank's house. The spare key to the Mercedes was on the key ring she had taken from his office. The engine cranked on the third try. An Elawa County Sheriff's cruiser was making a right onto Hank Street as Lena made a left, heading in the opposite direction. She checked the clock on the dash as she put Reese in her rear-view mirror. Only 28 minutes had elapsed since she had left the hospital. She was holed up in a roadside motel on the Florida side of the border by the time the sun rose in the morning. She had fallen into bed but was too exhausted to sleep. Everything started to sink in. What she had seen, what she had done. That was when the demons started eating her alive. Lena stayed in bed for almost 12 hours, only getting up when nature compelled her to. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Charlotte sitting in the back of the Escalade again, waiting for the flames to devour her. The way the woman's arms had flailed, her feet kicking the back of Lena's seat like an animal trapped in a box, the thought of it was too much to bear. She wanted not to feel anything. Wasn't that what Charlotte had said that last time they had spoken in the trailer at school? What had the woman done afterward? Probably taught her last class, then gone home to fix supper for her kids. She had kissed her husband when he got home from work. Maybe they watched a movie that night on the sofa. She would have had less than 24 hours left in her life by then. How had she spent them? What had Charlotte been doing that morning when the bad guys came to get her? That was when Lena had started rereading Charlotte's letters. She had gone back into the motel for them, known that they could not be left behind. She cherished them now, those love letters that said as much about Sybil as they did about the woman who wrote them. Charlotte had been a kind, good person. No matter what mistakes she had made in her life, she did not deserve to die in such a horrible way. Lena should have been in the back of that car. She was the one who had made the mistakes. She was the one who deserved to be punished. Why didn't they kill me instead? That's what she had asked Jeffrey when she'd called. Lena had been so stupid to think that he would leave town. Even Sarah Linton had known there was no way Jeffrey would abandon her. Hearing his voice on the phone was like a knife twisting in her gut. She had wanted to tell him everything, where she was, what had happened to Charlotte, how Hank had lied to her all these years, but she had panicked the moment she'd heard his voice. The men who killed Charlotte could be listening in. They could somehow trace the call through the cell towers. They could kill Jeffrey for knowing too much. They must have been watching Lena all along, following her from the minute she rolled into town. What a fool she had been. A smart person would have acted differently. A caring niece would have taken one look at her uncle and called an ambulance. A good friend would have left Charlotte Warren alone. A just person would have walked back into the fire and joined Charlotte in her violent end, rather than sitting like a spectator on the sidelines. Maybe Lena would have if the sheriff hadn't shown up. Jake Valentine. What a stupid name. He seemed to realize this because he had ducked his head in embarrassment the first time he introduced himself, and Lena had seen something that few people had probably ever laid their eyes on, a thinning spot at the top of his head. Valentine had seen Lena notice it, and had really blushed then, rubbing his hand along the spot, quickly putting his hat back on. As if an Escalade wasn't blazing right behind him, a dead woman inside. She hadn't talked to him, hadn't let one word cross her lips. At first this had been because she was in shock. Lena had been sitting on the bleachers on the football field, her mind reeling, but not with the things that she would have expected. She was remembering football games, pep rallies. In school, Lena had always hung out with the bad kids, and they never sat on the front row of the bleachers. They were always in the top row, hidden by the crowd so they could heckle the cheerleaders, or better yet, drop down to the ground and sneak away. But that night she sat in the front row, her foot propped up on the gas can, as she watched the Escalade burn. The heat was intense, like nothing she'd ever felt before. Even sitting 100 feet away from it, her skin prickled as if from a sunburn. Her throat hurt as if she'd swallowed acid, and when Jake Valentine had stood in front of her, trying to draw her out, she hadn't been able to make words. "What'd he do to you?" Valentine asked, and Lena didn't know what he meant, so she just kept quiet. He had sat beside her on the bench, watched the car burn. "I see you've been hit. You don't get bruised like that from falling down." Lena had stared at the flames, watched them dance along the roof of the car. The gas tank had exploded a while ago, and though she could hear the man's voice, she couldn't quite process his words. The sheriff said, "Whatever he did to you, you gotta let me know. If it was self-defense." Lena had looked at him, her head snapping around in surprise. She opened her mouth, felt the air hit the back of her throat, the heat from the burning SUV quickly drying the saliva. She closed her mouth and stared at the fire. To his credit, Jake Valentine had not handcuffed her then. Lena was thankful for that at least. Ethan had liked her handcuffs, liked sneaking up on her, wrapping his hand around her mouth and scaring the shit out of her. He had loved hitting her even more, and Lena found herself considering the irony as Jake Valentine helped her into the back of one of the squad cars on scene, the sheriff thinking Lena was an abused woman who had snapped instead of a devil who brought death to everyone around her. Jeffrey. She had to get him out of this town before he ruined everything. Down at the abandoned warehouse, a Harley-Davidson motorcycle pulled up, the muffler popping and roaring like an angry dragon. Lena put her eye to the camera. She had turned off the digital screen because of the light and the need to save the battery. It was hard to find a place to charge things when you didn't know where you'd be spending your nights. She cringed as lightning illuminated the night sky. From early afternoon, the air had been heavy with the threat of rain. Lena wasn't worried so much about getting drenched as being found. These were not the kind of people who took kindly to being spied on. The Harley revved a few times, then the engine was cut. The rider was one of the few people who went into the building but didn't come out immediately with a bag of dope. Despite the bike, he didn't dress like a Hell's Angel. Of course, the bike wasn't really his. It belonged to Deacon Sims. Lena recognized the Harley the moment she saw it. The rider was around Lena's age, clean-cut, his hair neatly shaved in a military style. He wore faded jeans, but a dress shirt was usually under his leather jacket. He always left his helmet on the seat of the bike. On more than one occasion, she had seen him check his reflection in the mirror mounted on the handlebars before going inside. She had nicknamed him Harley for the obvious reason, but she knew he had a name and that his name probably caused fear in a lot of people. There was something about the way the others steered clear of him that made her think he was a colonel rather than a foot soldier. Harley was Lena's suspect zero, the rat who had led her back to the nest. The first thing she'd done when she got back to Reese 2 days ago was look for Hank. The drive from Florida had been a long one. It was the middle of the night by the time she got into town. Lena had parked the Mercedes 3 streets from Hank's house and made the trek on foot. She'd nearly vomited from the smell when she first walked in through the back door. Her initial thought was that Deacon Sims, still tucked up in the attic, was the source of the odor, but a quick look in the bathroom had proven otherwise. The toilet had been shattered. The house was empty. There was no sign of anything except misery and ruin. Lena had given up then. Hank was gone. Charlotte was dead. Lena was a fugitive. 2 days ago, a couple of men had argued in the hospital corridor about whether or not to kill her, and Ethan. Who knew how Ethan was involved? Lena went outside to think. She was sitting on one of the boxes stacked on the back porch when she heard the motorcycle. The pipes must have woken up everyone on the street, but no one threw open their windows to complain. She followed the rumble as the bike came up the drive, parked in front of Hank's house. It was Deacon's bike. She knew it by sound, just like she knew there was no way Deacon was riding it. As quietly as she could, Lena made her way toward the old Chevy in the backyard. She slid underneath, the rusted floor of the cab scraping her back as the gate creaked open. The motion light on the side of the house tripped on. Harley blinked up at the light, clearly annoyed. Clint came behind him, closing the gate.
"He wouldn't come back here,"
Clint said, nervous.
"Just let the dope do its work. He's not going to go far off the needle."
Harley spoke with the clipped nasally accent of a New Englander. "That should kill him rather too painlessly, don't you think?" Clint was obviously nervous.
"Let's just go, man. There's nothing in the house."
I would love to talk to him, see what exactly he thought he might accomplish.
I don't think that would be a good idea.
I don't think you were brought into this organization to think. Clint was much stronger than Harley, but he flinched as the younger man grabbed him by the shoulder. You've known Mr. Norton for a while. Clint shook his head, obviously seeing where this was going.
I did my job. I did exactly what you told me to do.
You've had a close connection to the family over the years.
No, sir. That don't matter. I don't play favorites.
Then why is Hank Norton's niece still alive?
You told us not to kill any cops.
Clint spoke carefully.
You issued a standing order.
And now we've got two cops to deal with, one on the run, and the other rather curious as to why.
I'm sorry. It was my call.
It's good of you to accept the blame, Clint, but your lack of initiative explains your lack of progress in the organization. Harley turned back to Hank's house. Let's go see if you at least did this correctly.
I can't be responsible if...
Harley didn't say anything, but his expression must have spoken volumes.
I'm sorry, sir,
Clint repeated, fearful, respectful.
We can go in through the back door.
Both men went into Hank's house. Lena could hear furniture being knocked over, glass breaking as they moved through the rooms. There was an old cliché that said there were two types of people, leaders and followers. Harley was a leader, but so was Ethan. There was no way the two of them could be working together. Neither man would take orders. Neither would put up with each other's attitudes. Put them in the same room, and you might as well sit back for the most violent cockfight of your life. The kitchen door opened. Harley came out of the house and walked down the stairs with a spring in his step. For his part, Clint was wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as if he had been sick.
Find the cops,
Harley tossed over his shoulder.
Both of them.
Find out what they know, and if they give the right answers, find a way to persuade them to go on their merry way.
And if they give the wrong answers?
Initiative, Clint. Harley clapped him on the shoulder again, bowed his head as if in prayer. Oh, God of vengeance, let your glorious justice be seen. Clint seemed uneasy, but he stood there quietly until Harley raised his head. Still he waited a few more seconds before leading Harley back toward the gate. As soon as they were gone, Lena slid out from under the truck. She ran so fast out of the backyard that her heart felt like it was going to explode. She found the Mercedes and rolled down all four windows, listening for the motorcycle's pipes as she drove, having to backtrack a few times before she was able to find Harley stopped at a red light outside the library. A white sedan was in front of the bike, and she assumed that Clint was behind the wheel. The light turned green, and the sedan went to the left. Harley went straight, and she followed the bike. The Mercedes's headlights were off, and Lena slowed, hanging back so Harley wouldn't see her. Ideally, two cars were used in a tail, but Lena was hardly in a position to have such luxury. She just kept back as far as she could and hoped Harley wasn't the kind of driver who was constantly checking his rearview mirror. She sure as hell was checking hers. Clint could all too easily have looped around to see if Harley was being followed. He hadn't, though, at least as far as Lena could see. The road behind her remained clear. When she saw the bike turn into what looked like an abandoned warehouse, she kept on going, steering the car up the hill and finding a spot where she could view what was going on below without being spotted. She had spent 2 nights watching the warehouse, grabbing some sleep at the school before making the long journey back to the motel in Florida to regroup during the day. The second night back, she'd brought the camera. Through the lens, she'd been able to better see who was going in and out of the building, the usual suspects plus a few surprises. It was the surprises that made her start to see her way out of this for the first time since she had arrived in Reese. Lena just needed to get Jeffrey and Sarah out of harm's way, then she would make her move. Between the motel, the digital camera, and gas for the car, Lena had blown $1,100 of Hank's emergency cash. She figured she could find a 24-hour Kinko's somewhere and make copies of the camera's flashcard. Photocopies were cheap, and her log of the comings and goings at the abandoned warehouse was meticulous. Hank had obviously found out something about these guys and their operation. Harley had said as much that first time she had seen him at the house. He'd spoken about Hank's downward spiral in terms of vengeance, and you did not seek revenge on somebody unless they struck at you first. Hank must have tried to play the mother of all poker hands and got caught in a bluff. Either that or they had attacked him at his weakest point, his addiction. He must have fought them at first, but once he got hooked back on the dope again, the struggle was over. Lena didn't share her uncle's weaknesses, at least not where drugs were concerned. All she wanted out of this was freedom, not justice, not money, not vengeance, though God knew Charlotte and Deacon deserved retribution. Lena couldn't think about either of them now because it was the living she had to protect. Charlotte still had a family. There was still Hank, Sarah, and Jeffrey to think about. Lena couldn't afford to bluff. Whether Ethan was behind this or someone else, it didn't matter. First thing in the morning, she was going to lay all her cards on the table. With the right hand, she might be able to win back some lives. If she lost her own in the process, so be it. Friday, Chapter 23. Jeffrey had forgotten what it felt like to wake up feeling like a human being. While he was under no illusion that the Holiday Inn of Beulah, Georgia, was a pantheon of hygienic bliss, all he cared about was that the place looked clean. The sheets were crisp white, the pillows fluffed and inviting. The carpet showed tracks from the rigorous vacuuming and didn't stick to the bottom of his feet when he walked across the floor. Room service came hot and fresh. The staff seemed happy to be there. At least none of the maids had cursed at him. Best of all, the bathroom was as close to heaven as he'd been in a while. The shower had been strong enough to take the hide off an ox, and the toilet flushed without an ominous gurgle. Sarah must have felt the same way. She slept so soundly, he had actually woken her up to make sure she was okay. And then, since she was awake, he'd persuaded her to stay that way a little longer. Then a little longer still. By the time the sun peeked in between the gap in the curtains, she lay spent, her leg thrown over his, her head resting on his chest. Jeffrey stroked her arm, his mind unable to stay distracted without Sarah's help. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but something had changed about her lately. Sex had turned much more intense, and at one point this morning he'd felt like she was holding on to him out of fear rather than passion. The explosion at Hank's bar had scared her. Hell, it had scared him. Jeffrey kept thinking about what Jake Valentine had told him, that his wife refused to have a child until she was certain her husband would be around to help raise it. When he was Valentine's age, Jeffrey would have laughed if someone had told him he'd be adopting a kid one day. He had always assumed that he would end up with Sarah, but never that they would have a family together. Somehow it made him feel even closer to her, like there was something greater in their lives now than just going to work during the week and staying in bed all weekend. Was that how Hank Norton had felt when he'd taken in Lena and Sybil? Had blood made him feel an even deeper connection? Jeffrey's cell phone was on the bedside table. He checked it again to make sure all the bars showed the strongest signal and that the battery was fully charged. It had rained all night, a hard, heavy rain that had tapped on their window like a witch trying to get in. Through the heavy curtains he could see the sun shining. He hoped that the new day would bring some clarity. He had a decision to make, whether to go forward trying to help Lena or to take his wife and go home. Sarah had told him the details of Lena's call as they'd driven to the hotel last night. She had tried to downplay it, but the fact that Lena had cut her close to the bone was obvious. Jeffrey hadn't known about Lena's abortion. That Lena would rub it in Sarah's face was enough for him to turn his back on her forever. Oddly, it was Sarah who told him to see past the other woman's words. She was used to dealing with children, and she thought that Lena's hurtful words were an obvious ploy to get them to leave town. One of the last things she'd said on the subject was that maybe it would be wise to listen to Lena for a change. Neither one of them could get over the possibility that Hank Norton might be Lena's real father. Growing up in central Alabama, Jeffrey knew several jokes that called for the phrase, Uncle Daddy, but there was nothing to laugh about now. What would Lena do if she found out? Or did she already know? Is that why she had been mute when Valentine found her on the football field? Did the death of Charlotte Warren somehow tie into Lena's questionable parentage? Larry Gibson had provided some background information on his wife's connection to Lena. Charlotte had been friends with Sybil, Lena's sister, when all three girls were in high school. Like most school-time attachments, they had lost touch over the years, but they had obviously re-established contact, otherwise there was no reason for Lena to be on that football field. Jeffrey stared up at the shadows on the ceiling, listening to Sarah breathe. His arm was going to sleep, so he slid out from under her and got out of bed. The clock read 7:16, but Jeffrey felt as if he'd slept 10 hours. They had asked for the highest floor in the hotel, both of them thinking but not saying it'd be nice to know that a body couldn't be thrown up to the 10th-story window. The only thing available was a small suite. A luxury, to be sure, but one that Jeffrey was willing to splurge on. The suite wasn't the sort of lavish affair you saw on television. It was really just 2 hotel rooms with a connecting door. Instead of a bed in the adjacent room, there was a couch with 2 chairs and a television. Jeffrey turned on the TV and muted the sound. ESPN showed 2 talking heads who'd been on a football field for maybe 10 minutes before running for the sports desk and packing on 60 pounds. He flipped the channel, watching the ticker scroll on CNN for a few minutes, then switching to MSNBC and watching the ticker there. They were both pretty much the same, so he flipped again, scrolling through all the stations until he stopped on the Discovery Channel, where a man had his arms stuck shoulder-deep up a cow's ass. Jeffrey didn't want to tie up his cell phone, so he picked up the receiver by the couch and used his calling card to check their messages at home. No one had called, so he hung up and dialed the station. He entered the code and accessed his work voicemail. There were 6 calls, 3 from the mayor, who wanted to know why Jeffrey hadn't cracked down on the teenage hooligans who were kicking over trash cans up and down his street. The next 2 were from the county lawyer, asking details on various cases that were about to come to trial. The last call was from Frank Wallace, telling Jeffrey he'd already listened to all the messages and taken care of everything, including arresting a group of boys for kicking over trash cans up and down the mayor's street. Frank wanted his boss to know that the lead hooligan had been none other than the mayor's teenage son. Jeffrey smiled as he returned the phone to the cradle. "Hey." Sarah stood in the doorway. She had thrown on his shirt but hadn't buttoned it, and he could see just about every favorite part of her where the material fell to the side. He made a half-hearted effort to stop the appreciative sound in his throat from coming out. She smiled and pulled the shirt closed as she walked toward him. "You should be sleeping." "So should you." She sat beside him, tucking the shirt underneath her, wrinkling her nose at the television. "What is this, some kind of animal pornography?" He turned off the set. "Want to go back to bed?" "I want to go back home." "I want you to go back home, too." Slowly she turned to face him. She let her back rest against the arm of the couch. "Let me be the one to do it,"
she suggested. "He'll talk to me before he talks to you." Ethan. She could read his mind so well sometimes it scared him.
"I'm not letting my wife go to a prison."
"Your wife?" she echoed, eyebrow raised. "Am I your property?" She didn't want him to answer that. Yes, she was his property. Every part of her belonged to him. Geoffrey put her feet in his lap and started to rub them.
"You don't know what prisons are like, Sarah. The filth, the level of violence."
"You think I'll set off a riot?" She laughed at the idea, but Geoffrey knew better. He told her,
"You take your life into your own hands every time you go inside. The guards only run the place because the inmates let them. That can turn on a dime, especially when there's something they want. Anything can happen, especially with a thug like Ethan who has nothing to lose."
"He's got plenty to lose," she countered. "He only has 9 more years on his sentence. He's up for parole every 2 years. There's always the possibility he could con someone on the board and get out early. He's not going to ruin his chance in front of the parole board just to get to me."
"It's not you he wants to get to," Geoffrey reminded her.
They both knew he might as well have painted a target on his back that day he took Ethan to prison. She pressed her lips together, then said quietly, "Please don't go."
"I won't go if you promise me you'll go back to Grant County today."
She raised her eyebrow again. "And when I call tonight and you tell me that you lied to me and that you've been to the prison, what then?" He traced his fingers down the arch of her foot. She kept her tone calm, reasonable. "I told you that I would support you, but this is crazy. You don't even know that Ethan is linked to anything that's happening to Lena. She gave a very plausible reason for her visit."
"There are too many coincidences," he told her, wondering why she wasn't yelling at him. He knew how to ignore Sarah's temper, but he'd never been able to tune her out when she was being logical. "I have to find out for myself."
"I understand," she said. "But do you really think Ethan Green is going to sit down and spill his heart out to you? If he knows why Lena is in trouble, do you think he's going to tell you anything?" Now she sounded as if she was pleading with him. "He hates your guts, Geoffrey. He'd just as soon kill you as look at you, and you told me not 2 minutes ago how violent prisons are. The guards don't control the inmates. What happens if one of them decides to look the other way while you're walking down a corridor? What happens if Ethan has a weapon on him and decides to do it himself?"
"Baby, I hate to say this as a defense, but if Ethan Green wanted me dead, I would already be in the ground."
Tears welled into her eyes. He continued,
"Lena isn't talking. I've got to get answers from somewhere."
"And you think Ethan Green's just going to offer up answers on a silver platter? Now who's being naive?" Sarah sat up and took his hand. "Please don't go." Geoffrey looked at his hand in hers. Though Sarah hadn't been in the operating room in years, she still had the hands of a surgeon. Her fingers were long and delicate, but there was something strong about them, too. If anyone came into their hotel room right then and asked Geoffrey to describe all the important things about Sarah, he would have started with her hands. He said,
"I won't take you with me to the prison."
"So you're just going to leave me here?"
"I'll drop you by the hospital," he told her. "I know you want to check on Hank. I can swing back by after I see Ethan and pick you up. Okay?"
Sarah refused to look at him. His cell phone started to vibrate, jumping across the coffee table. Geoffrey jumped, too, snatching up the phone, checking the number. He answered, saying,
"Tolliver."
"It's Jake,"
Valentine said.
"Lena's here. She just turned herself in."
Chapter 24. Sarah spent most of the drive back to Reese on the phone, trying to locate Hank Norton. As promised, first thing that morning, the Allowa County Hospital had arranged for Hank's transfer to a larger facility.
The only problem was no one knew which facility. Sarah had tried every hospital she could think of in the area. Finally, she'd managed to get an actual person on the line at St. Ignatius, a regional hospital about an hour's drive away, almost in the exact opposite direction of Coastal State Prison. An ICU nurse was giving Sarah the lowdown on Hank's condition when Jeffrey pulled up in front of the jail.
"Thank you,"
Sarah told the nurse. She disconnected the line, holding the phone to her chest.
"He's stabilizing."
Jeffrey parked the car.
That's good, right?
Sarah nodded, though she wasn't so sure. As a doctor, she understood that a patient's recovery wasn't just down to good medicine. Family support could often energize a patient, even give them a reason to live. Hank Norton was at a crucial point right now. If he thought he was alone, if Lena didn't do her part to take care of her uncle, then he might very well give up the fight. Jeffrey got out of the car and walked around to open Sarah's door. She gave him a tight smile as she stood, but didn't let go of his hand as they walked toward the basement, where the jail was housed. The entire trip down, she could tell that he wanted to talk to her, just as she could tell this desire came from guilt rather than a need for her to understand. For Sarah's part, she didn't want to hear the excuses. Jeffrey had made up his mind that he was going to Coastal State Prison the minute he'd seen the telephone number charged to Lena's motel room. Anything he said now was just a backpedaling attempt to put a better face on the decision. Sarah felt she had to support his choice, but she sure as hell wasn't going to act happy about it. She told him, "The hospital is an hour out of your way." Jeffrey opened the glass entrance door for her.
I know.
Don Cook was at the front desk, but unlike the first time Jeffrey had seen him, he wasn't playing the part of the relaxed old man. The deputy was sitting straight up in his chair, arms crossed, obviously furious. Jeffrey gave him a cheery smile.
"We're here to see Lena Adams."
"I know what you're here for,"
Cook barked. There were footsteps on the stairs. Jake Valentine rounded the landing, stopping when he saw Jeffrey and Sarah. He was dressed in his uniform again, his gun belt tight around his waist, his hat planted squarely on his head. Sarah had expected the sheriff to look pleased with himself to have his prisoner back in custody, but he looked pissed as hell.
"Ma'am,"
he tipped his hat to Sarah, then told Jeffrey,
"she's being processed out."
Sarah and Jeffrey both exclaimed, "What?" Valentine narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't quite buy their reaction.
"Her fancy lawyer got the judge to let her out. She's free to go until her court date on the escape charge."
He instructed his deputy.
"Don, you mind going to fetch her?"
Cook took his time standing, making sure everyone in the room knew he was not happy with the latest developments before he left by the steel door leading to the cells. As soon as the man was gone, Jeffrey asked,
"What happened, Jake?"
"She wasn't locked down 10 minutes before the judge gives me a call, asks me to go over the warrant with him. Again."
Valentine paused as if he needed to check his temper.
"He dismissed all the original charges and chewed my ass out in the process. I had to beg him to bench warrant the escape. If I hadn't spent so much money looking for her, he would have probably let that one drop too."
He rested his hand on the butt of his gun.
"You want to tell me what's going on?"
Jeffrey answered,
"I'm as clueless as you are."
Valentine walked over to the front door and looked out into the parking lot. A light mist had started to fall. He glanced back at Jeffrey and Sarah, then returned his attention to the BMW.
"That fancy car must have set you back a pretty penny."
Sarah felt herself bristle. Jeffrey told the man,
"Doctors make a lot of money."
"That they do,"
Valentine agreed. He kept his back to them, and Sarah was reminded of the sudden punch the sheriff had thrown at Jeffrey that first night outside the hospital. Jeffrey must have been thinking about this too, because he stood in front of Sarah.
"Why'd you let the judge release her?"
he asked Valentine.
"You could have fought the judge. You could have gone over his head, called in the GBI."
"Believe me, all those things occurred to me."
Valentine turned around. "Then I got a message."
"What message?"
He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Jeffrey took the note, unfolded it. Over his shoulder, Sarah saw there was one sentence across the page in block print. "Drop it, or you will die." Valentine took back the note, folded it. "No question about what I've got to do. I'm not going to end up like Al Pfeiffer, shitting in my Depends every time there's a knock on the door." Jeffrey sounded as shocked as Sarah felt. "You're just going to drop it? You're going to let these guys get away with this? 2 people are dead, Jake. Charlotte Gibson was a teacher at Myra's school." "You're one to give me a lecture, considering your star detective is being represented by one of the biggest drug lawyers in the Tri-County area." He shook his head, disgusted. "Looks like I called it right the first time we met, don't it?" He took a few steps forward, closing the gap between him and Jeffrey. "In case you're wondering, I'm questioning your integrity, hoss. You want to go ahead and beat me to the ground now, or do you want to wait until I turn my back?" Jeffrey ignored the challenge. "It's time to stop playing around, Jake. You need to call in the GBI." "I did," he volunteered. "We'll call it my last official duty as sheriff." "Wait a minute," Jeffrey said. "You resigned?" Valentine nodded. "Next to last official duty, I guess. Last one was letting your detective go, and I suggest you get her out of town as soon as possible and forget you ever knew this place." He looked over Jeffrey's shoulder. "Speak of the devil." Lena stood in the open doorway, Cook scowling behind her. Dark bruises patterned her face. Her eyes were bloodshot, but her fury was evident when she saw Jeffrey and Sarah. What are they doing here? Jeffrey ignored her. He told Valentine, "Let's step outside a minute and finish this conversation." "My pleasure." The sheriff pushed open the door with a flourish. Sarah watched them through the glass door. The mist had turned into a spitting rain, but neither man seemed to care. Jeffrey stood on the curb, while Valentine walked into the lot for yet another look at Sarah's car. She felt shame mixing with anger that he was so focused on the damn thing. If the sheriff thought Jeffrey was on the take, he was more than welcome to look at their tax returns. Behind her, the steel door slammed closed. Don Cook had made his exit. Lena and Sarah were alone. Immediately the walls felt as if they were closing in. Lena's tone was clipped, cutting. "You need to get Jeffrey out of here right now." "That's not going to be a problem," Sarah returned, watching her stubborn husband standing out in the rain. "Jeffrey's going to see Ethan." "You can't let him do that." Sarah laughed, incredulous. "I don't know if you remember your little tirade in the hospital a few days ago, Lena, but the best way to get Jeffrey to do something is to tell him not to do it. It helps if you make threats." Lena muttered something under her breath. Sarah heard plenty, but still she demanded, "What was that?" "Nothing." "If you're going to try to mumble, you shouldn't do it so clearly." Lena walked toward her, stopping a few feet away. "I said he's so pussy-whipped he can't see straight," she repeated. "You need to get him the fuck out of here. Now." "How do you propose I do that?" "Just tell him that he has to leave." Sarah shook her head. "God, you're so stupid about people. You think insulting me is going to fix this?" "Fix what?" Sarah demanded. "Fix the woman who was burned alive? Fix the man who was stabbed in the back? Fix the fact that your uncle is at death's door?" Lena pressed her lips together, stared all her hate into Sarah. "Save the theatrics. I get that same look at the clinic every time I give a toddler a shot." Sarah put her hands on her hips. "Tell me, Lena, was Charlotte Gibson your friend?" Lena kept glaring, but Sarah could see the other woman's resolve was breaking. "Was she?" "Yes," she finally answered. "If she was your friend, then I fear for your enemies." Lena finally looked away, her tone softening. "I'm trying to protect both of you. I need a day, just a day. Take me at my word and get out of town." "You've dragged us down here and gotten us mixed up in this shit, for lack of a better word, and you think that a simple 'because I said so' is going to end it?" Sarah looked back at the parking lot, saw that Valentine and Jeffrey were walking toward the door.
"Is Ethan mixed up in any of this?"
Lena stared at Sarah as if trying to divine the best response to get her way.
"Quickly,"
Sarah snapped. Valentine was a few feet from the glass door, Jeffrey behind him.
"Is Ethan involved in this?"
"I don't know." Lena shook her head and shrugged at the same time. "Probably not. I don't know."
"What will happen if Jeffrey goes to see him? What will change? Will it make anything better or worse?"
"I don't." Valentine opened the door. Jeffrey followed him inside. Lena didn't waste her time. She told Jeffrey, "Stay away from Ethan." He looked at Sarah first, as if trying to decide which team she was on. Sarah copied Lena's earlier gesture, shaking her head and shrugging. Maybe Lena wasn't so stupid about people after all. Of course, Sarah had basically drawn her a map. The best way to make Jeffrey do something was to tell him not to. If Lena wanted him out of town so badly, the trip to Coastal State Prison would eat up the entire day. Lena told him, "Ethan has nothing to do with any of this." He gave her that cocky smile that Sarah despised. "That's so."
"I'm taking care of things," Lena told him. "Just leave, Jeffrey. This is none of your business."
He was still smiling, but his tone was a warning.
"Are you my boss now, Lena? Is that how it works when you've got a big-gun drug lawyer pulling your strings?"
Lena looked at the floor. Sarah tried to change Jeffrey's focus, asking the sheriff,
"Is Lena's car still at the impound lot?"
Valentine nodded.
"Do you mind driving us there to pick it up?"
Valentine was obviously surprised by the request. Lena interrupted. "I left Hank's car at his house this morning. We can take that. It's closer." Sarah didn't wait for Valentine to come up with an excuse. She told Jeffrey,
"Lena and I will take Hank's car to the hospital. You can pick me up there when you're finished."
Jeffrey's jaw worked. He nodded toward the door, and Sarah followed him outside. The mist was back, lending a solemn mood. Silently he walked to the car. Her cell phone was in the glove box. He powered it on, staring at the screen as he told her,
"It'll take me a few hours to get there, probably another hour to fill out all the paperwork."
He handed her the phone.
"I'll call you when I'm on my way back, all right?"
Jeffrey wasn't one for public displays, but he kissed her cheek, then her mouth. She grabbed him by his collar, pressed her face in his neck. He said,
"I don't know what's going on between you and Lena, but promise me that y'all are going straight to the hospital."
She nodded, but that wasn't enough. He tilted her face up to his.
"You're going to be the mother of my child, Sarah. Promise me that you're going to keep yourself safe."
"I promise," she told him. "We'll go straight to the hospital. I'll be there until you come to get me."
He kissed her again before letting go.
"It's going to be fine, okay?"
He walked around to the driver's side of the car.
"I'll see you in a few hours. We'll be home tonight."
Sarah watched him get into the car, remembering that morning 6 months ago when he'd left her standing in her parents' driveway. Lena had called minutes earlier, and he was off to arrest Ethan Green on a gun violation. Now, standing outside the jail, Sarah felt the same dread welling inside of her, the same uncontrollable fear that hovered like a dark shadow over her heart every time she found herself thinking about the misery of her life without Jeffrey. As he reversed into the street, Sarah prayed to God that this time would have the same ending, that tonight, just like that night, she would curl up in bed beside him and listen to the steady cadence of his breath as he fell asleep. Sarah and Lena rode in the back of Jake Valentine's squad car. He had offered the front seat, but Lena had said no, and frankly, Sarah did not want to sit by the man. What little respect she'd had for Valentine in the beginning was more than canceled out by his relinquishing his badge over the threatening letter. The irony was not lost on Sarah that, had she been in Myra Valentine's shoes, she would have begged her husband to quit. Sarah wondered if there would ever come a day when she would not worry about the fact that Jeffrey was good at his job. Probably the night of his retirement party. The brakes squeaked as Valentine pulled to a stop in front of Hank's house. Sarah frowned at the Mercedes in the driveway. The car looked older than Lena. Valentine got out of the cruiser. He opened Lena's door, then walked around to get Sarah's. He seemed relieved to be leaving the job and getting on with his life. She wondered what Jeffrey had said to him out in the parking lot. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still overcast. Lena stared at her uncle's house, asking, "Why are all the lights on?" "What's that?" Valentine asked. "The lights are on," Lena said, an edge to her voice. "I didn't see them on this morning." Sarah wondered why it mattered. She asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said, then, "No, I don't remember." She stared back at the house. Hank wouldn't want all the lights left on like that. "He's barely coherent," Sarah reminded her. "I'm sure his electric bill is the last thing on his mind." Lena started up the front walk. "I'm going to check." "Hold on, lady." Valentine trotted up ahead of her, hand on his gun so it wouldn't slap his leg. "Let me just run in there and check things out, okay?" Lena didn't wait with Sarah. Instead, she walked around Hank's Mercedes, looking inside the windows, checking underneath, an air of paranoia surrounding her every move. Sarah followed her, asking, "What's going on?" "We had a deal," Lena said almost to herself. "What deal?" Lena stood on the far side of the car, watching Jake Valentine pull at the tape around the front door, trying to pick it open. "What were you looking for under the car?" Sarah asked, all of her senses telling her something was wrong. "Who did you make a deal with, Lena?" "Hey," Valentine called. "Anything happens?" He gave a little chuckle. "Y'all know the number for 911, right?" He didn't give them a chance to respond as he shouldered open the door. Lena inhaled sharply as if to brace herself. Valentine waved back at them. "It's okay," he said, holding his hand to his side. "I'm okay." Blood seeped into the material of his shirt where the metal flashing on the door jamb had sliced open his side. Valentine kept putting his hand to the wound, then looking at the blood on his palm. Sarah could tell from the bleeding that the cut was deep, but he assured them, "I'm fine. Y'all just stay here while I poke around inside." Lena waited until the sheriff disappeared, then opened the back door of Hank's car. She reached under the driver's seat with her hand, keeping her eyes on the house the entire time. Sarah asked, "What are you doing?" Lena closed the door quietly, locked the car. She had obviously been checking for something under the seat, but she told Sarah, "That cut looked pretty bad." The rain started up again. Sarah raised her hand to shield her eyes. "You want to tell me what the hell is going on here?" Lena grinned, as if Sarah was being foolish. "I think I just didn't notice that the lights were on this morning," she said. "There should be a first aid kit in Jake's cruiser." She went to Valentine's car and pulled the trunk release. The lid popped open, and Sarah saw a rifle bolted to the floor. Beside it was the blue metal box Charlotte Gibson's husband had brought into the station. Sarah remembered the birth certificate applications hidden under the lining, where Angela Adams had listed her brother as the father of her children. It took all Sarah's effort not to push Lena aside as the other woman reached into the trunk and picked up the box. Still, Sarah tried. "That's evidence." Lena snapped open the lid before Sarah could think of a way to stop her. Sarah suppressed a sigh of relief. The box was empty. Even the liner was gone. Rain splattered the metal bottom. Lena asked, "Where did he get this?" "It was brought in by Charlotte Gibson's husband." Lena shook her head. "That doesn't make sense." "All clear," Valentine shouted from the house. He made his way down the porch, holding his side, obviously in pain. He saw the metal box and asked Lena, "Have you ever seen that before?" Lena shook her head and gently closed the lid. Valentine holstered his weapon as he asked, "Any particular reason y'all are poking around in my trunk?" The first aid kit was strapped inside. Sarah retrieved the kit, saying, "We thought you might need this." He took his hand away from his side, showing her where the flashing had ripped the shirt, sliced apart the flesh.
I think I need more than a Band-Aid, Doc. This thing is bleeding like a mofo. Reluctantly, Sarah asked,
"When was your last tetanus shot?"
I stepped on a nail when I was 12.
Sarah looked at the house, dreading the thought of going inside. She didn't want to go back to the jail either, but she couldn't very well make him stand out in the rain. She headed toward the front steps, telling Valentine, "You're going to need another tetanus shot. I'll get you patched up as best as I can, and then you can drive yourself to the hospital."
Drive myself?
He seemed alarmed. "It's 2 minutes away," she said, knowing she should offer to drive him. Valentine scowled.
I hate hospitals.
"Everyone does," she said, leading him back to the kitchen. Sarah was a plumber's daughter and had been exposed to her fair share of sewage, but she had never smelled anything as bad as this. "I'll clean it up and get a good look at it."
Is it going to hurt?
"Probably," she admitted, pushing open the swinging door to the kitchen. Trash was strewn everywhere, but the sink was empty and the light was good. Sarah put the first aid kit on top of a stack of pamphlets on the counter and asked Lena, "Can you find some clean rags?" Lena frowned. How clean do they have to be? She didn't wait for an answer. She put the metal box on the table and went back into the hall, the swinging door swishing closed behind her. Sarah lowered her voice, asking Valentine, "Is there any reason I should be worried about not having gloves?"
What?
he asked, then blushed and laughed at the same time.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm clean as a whistle.
"Okay," she said, hoping she could trust him. Sarah turned on the faucet and used the soap in the tub of orange glow to wash her hands. "Go ahead and take off your shirt. I can at least get the bleeding under control." He put his gun belt on the table and started unbuttoning his shirt.
Is this as bad as I think it is?
"We'll have to see." Sarah opened up the first aid kit, glad when she saw large gauze pads and surgical tape instead of the usual Band-Aids.
I hate needles,
Valentine continued. Lena came in, a couple of rags in her hand. He warned them both.
Y'all don't let it get around now, but I've been known to faint when I see a needle.
"Me too," Sarah told him. She ripped open the gauze pad, and he flinched like a child. She was always amazed by how nervous cops got around anything that questioned their invincibility. The man could barely unbutton his shirt. She asked, "Do you need help with that?"
Aw, hell.
Valentine gave up on the buttons and slipped his shirt off over his head, wincing as he stretched, the wound gaping open. "Careful," Sarah warned, a moment too late. He looked at the blood dripping down the waist of his pants and joked,
I'm not going to need a transfusion or anything, right?
"Oh, I don't think so," Sarah said, pressing the gauze pad to his wound. "If you do, I'm sure we can find some donors at the jail."
I don't know about that,
Valentine said.
I've got a rare blood type.
The blood was already seeping through the gauze. Sarah held out her hand for the rags, but Lena did not offer them. She was just standing there, frozen in place. "AB negative," Lena said, her voice barely above a whisper. "His blood type is AB negative." Chapter 25. Jeffrey passed his gun to the guard behind the metal cage at Coastal State Prison. Ever since he'd been caught unarmed with Jake Valentine in the woods, Jeffrey had kept the weapon close. He'd even slept with it on the nightstand last night instead of tucking it under the mattress like he normally did. He suddenly realized that when the adoption went through, he'd have to get a gun safe, figure out a better place to store all of his guns. The thought made him smile.
Anything else?
The guard asked, ejecting the clip in Jeffrey's Glock and checking the chamber.
That's it.
The man nodded, writing down the serial number from the gun and passing a claim check to Jeffrey. Another guard opened the first of 2 gates, saying,
"Through here."
Once they were both inside the holding pen and the first door was locked, the guard opened the second door and they walked through. The guard, whose name tag read Applebaum, looked to be exactly the type of man you'd find working in a place like Coastal State Prison. Tall, with broad shoulders, he walked with the kind of swagger that said he wasn't afraid of anything.
Jeffrey told him, "I think you met one of my detectives a few days ago." "Nope," the guard told him. "Just got back from vacation." He stopped at another set of doors. These were operated from a central control station. Applebaum murmured something into his walkie-talkie, and the door clicked open. Jeffrey said, "There was nothing in Green's jacket about drugs." Applebaum shook his head. "His boys don't touch 'em. If you're down with his crew and they catch you using or selling, you'd be better off running ass-naked through the yard than having them deal with you." He shook his head. "Had this one skinhead, must have been 17, 18, who aligned with Green's crew when he got in. He couldn't stay off the needle, though. Got caught red-handed. He knew they were after him, so he made a shank out of his comb and keistered it in the shower." Jeffrey knew keistering was prison slang for stowing something up your ass. "What happened?" "They got a broom and shoved the comb up higher. The doc who did the post-mortem says he found bits of plastic teeth practically in the guy's tonsils when he cut him open." "Green did this?" "He ordered it," Applebaum admitted as he stopped in front of another closed door. "Somebody that high up, they keep their hands real clean." "Somebody could flip." The guard laughed as he took out a key and opened the door, revealing the interview room. "And J-Lo could fly down to Georgia and blow me in a private plane." He turned all business as he escorted Jeffrey into the interview room. "Don't touch the prisoner. Don't get within 5 feet of him. See this line on the table? This is as far as he'll be able to reach with the chains. But don't trust that." "I don't want him chained." "Warden's orders." "I'm not afraid of Ethan Green." Applebaum turned around. "Listen, man, I sure as shit am, and you should be too." Jeffrey nodded, taking his point. "Bring him in." Applebaum left, and Jeffrey sat at the table facing the metal ring bolted to the wall. He heard talking in the hallway and stood, not wanting to give Ethan a height advantage. Then, thinking he looked like he'd come with his hat in his hand, walked over to the wall opposite the door and leaned against it, hands in his pockets. The door opened, and Ethan shuffled in with Applebaum and 3 other guards. He kept his eyes trained on Jeffrey as Applebaum and the others guided him toward the chair. He sat, staring a hole through Jeffrey as he was bolted to the wall. Applebaum said, "We'll be standing right outside the door." The 4 guards left, taking all the oxygen in the room with them. The chains around Ethan's handcuffs scraped across the edge of the table as he clasped his hands in front of him. Ethan asked, "You scared to sit across from me?" "Where the panic button is? Not particularly." Ethan's lips curled into a sneer, but he nodded as if Jeffrey had made a point. This was what Sarah was so afraid of, some stupid pissing contest that could quickly turn deadly. Jeffrey pushed himself away from the wall and walked over to the empty chair. He pulled it out about 2 feet from the table and sat, legs apart, hands resting on his thighs. Ethan snorted, leaned back in his chair. "You just gonna stare at me all day, Chief? You got a crush on me or something?" "I want to know what you've been doing with Lena." He made a jerking-off motion. "Fucking around." "I know you've been making phone calls to Hank," Jeffrey said. He'd seen them logged on Ethan's file. "Why?" "To get Lena here." He clicked his tongue. "Worked, didn't it?" "The only problem is, a trick like that only works once." "I got other plans." He held out his hands, indicating the walls around them. "I'm going to get out of here one day, and when I do, I'm going to find her. She'll put a bullet in your head." "She'll die before she gets the chance," Ethan returned. "You ever fuck her, Chief?" Jeffrey didn't answer. "I know you wanted to. I saw the way you looked at her sometimes." Jeffrey did not respond. "Let me tell you something," Ethan said, leaning forward. "She may look hard, but she's so sweet underneath all that. You know what I mean?" He smiled, satisfied. "Good stuff." Jeffrey remained impassive. Ethan obviously thought he was pushing a button.
But Geoffrey had never been attracted to Lena. He'd never had a sister, but he imagined the feelings he had for Lena were about the same.
"What you gotta do is slap her around a little bit," Ethan continued. "Bend her over and—"
He thrust into the table, made a loud grunting sound.
"Bend her over, huh?"
Geoffrey shook his head sadly.
"I think you've been hanging out with the wrong men in here, little buddy."
He cupped his nuts, shook them.
"I've got your little buddy right here, cocksucker." "Fight or fuck," Geoffrey said. "That's what they call it in here, right? You either have to fight or fuck."
He glanced at Ethan, looked at his hands.
"You don't look to me like you've been fighting."
Ethan laughed.
"You see these tats, bitch?"
He meant the swastikas, the scenes of violence that he'd carved into his skin.
"Ain't nobody gonna touch me in here, man."
"That's right," Geoffrey said.
"I heard you and your little girlfriend started your own cheerleading squad in here."
"What's that mean, exactly?"
"I mean, I know you wear the same uniforms, but I don't guess y'all can sit around braiding each other's hair. Do you do your nails together? Maybe give each other enemas and talk about how the white man's gonna rule the world? You watch yourself, son."
"Watch what?"
"A bunch of punk kids whose daddies never loved them. Jesus Christ, you're a fucking Oprah episode. Give me a break."
"Fuck that black bitch."
"Fuck this, fuck that,"
Geoffrey mocked, standing.
"Lena was right. This is such a waste of time."
"What?" Ethan's eyes narrowed. "What did Lena say?"
"She sent me here," Geoffrey said. "She wanted me to see what a pathetic little girl you've turned into."
Ethan stared at him, obviously trying to make out the truth. Slowly he sat back in his chair.
"Nah, man, she didn't send you."
"Yeah," Geoffrey said. He was standing by the door, and he leaned his shoulder against it.
"She said you were hooked up with this brotherhood."
Ethan's lips curled in distaste. "What?"
"Brotherhood of the True White Skin," Geoffrey clarified. "She said you hooked up with them in here to save your own ass."
"Shit," he said, practically spitting out the word. "Those pussies, they run meth." Geoffrey shrugged.
"And?"
"Meth is the white man's devil." Ethan leaned forward, vehement. "You don't give that shit to your own people. Fucks with your mind, makes you a slave. It's part of Darky's conspiracy to take over America."
"You really think that?"
Geoffrey asked, walking back to the table. He put his palms down on the metal surface, leaned close to the red line.
"See, I've met some of those Brotherhood assholes, and they don't strike me as all that different from you."
Ethan laughed. "You stupid waste of fucking air. You think I'm up with those motherfuckers? I told you they sell meth to their own people. They smoke that shit like the niggers with their crack. Let them all fucking kill themselves. Wipe them off the face of the fucking planet so the true race can take over." Geoffrey kept eye contact with him, still leaning over the table. Ethan said he'd been calling Hank so Lena would come see him. If that was his plan, it had certainly worked. What connection did he have with Alawa, though? How did Ethan fit into the meth ring that the Fitzpatrick brothers were running through South Georgia and up the coast? Geoffrey knew Ethan's arrest jacket backward and forward. The other man had never been up on drug charges. All of his piss tests had come back clean from the time he was in juvenile detention to the time he'd been on parole in Grant County. Applebaum, the guard, had even said Ethan wasn't involved in drugs. Had Lena been telling the truth? Did Ethan just happen to be making the wrong phone calls at the right time? Geoffrey pushed away from the table.
"We are done here."
Ethan would not let him have the last word.
"You think you're a big man carrying a gun, Tolliver, but you know what you are? You're shit on my shoe. You know Lena planted that gun in my bag. You know she set me up for a fall. You think you're Mr. Law and Order, but you broke the law, man. You're just as bad as those faggots over in Iraq,
Those Abu Ghraib motherfuckers thinking they can toss out the Geneva Conventions because they got a hard-on to paint some Arab motherfucker in his own shit. You're just as bad as them, man. Maybe worse, because you're not 10,000 miles from home, eating meals out of a tin can and burying your shit in the desert. You just jammed me up in the morning and tucked right back up in your bed that same night. Probably titty-fucked your wife and slept the sleep of the righteous. But you know what, motherfucker? You're just as bad as all of them.
Jeffrey did not respond because, for the most part, Ethan was right. Jeffrey had known that Lena planted that gun the minute he pulled it out of Ethan's backpack. The Nazi knew his way around firearms. Even the most inexperienced jackass would not throw a loaded weapon into his backpack and jog to work. Still, knowing that, Jeffrey had arrested him, and he'd certainly slept the sleep of the just that night because Jeffrey knew, he knew, that Ethan Green belonged behind bars. Ethan had systematically beaten and tortured. Lena wasn't strong enough to stop him, but Jeffrey sure as hell was. He became a cop exactly because there were people like Ethan Green and Lena Adams out there in the world. It was his job to protect the weak from the strong, and he had never been more certain of anything than the moment he slapped the cuffs on Ethan's wrists. Jeffrey raised his hand to knock on the door.
Thanks for the speech, Ethan. It's been real fun, but I need to get back home to my wife now.
I'm gonna get you, Ethan said, his voice a low threat. You just wait.
When I least expect it, right? I'm not going to ever leave her alone. You don't have much of a choice.
I'm gonna get out of here. You wait for that, big man. I'm gonna get out of here, and Lena's gonna welcome me with open arms.
I think you're in for a big shock if you're expecting that.
She can't live without me, Ethan said, standing as much as the chains would allow. A part of me is inside of her. Jeffrey smiled, then said one of the cruelest things that had ever crossed his lips.
Didn't she tell you? I thought that was why she came, Ethan. To tell you about that part of you that she had cut out.
Jeffrey had been expecting surprise, more hatred, but all he saw on the Nazi's face was sadness. Slowly, Ethan sat down in the chair. When he spoke, Jeffrey had to strain to hear him.
We're gonna go away together, he insisted. Lena and me. We're gonna find a beach somewhere, lay out in the sun all day, fuck all night. We're gonna be together for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. Jeffrey knocked on the door again.
Send me a postcard, buddy.
Ethan's head jerked up.
Watch your mailbox.
Jeffrey cupped his nuts, duplicated Ethan's earlier gesture.
Watch this, you stupid asshole.
The Khan did not offer a parting shot. He sat at the table with his hands clasped in front of him, head down, probably dreaming of his fantasy life on a beach somewhere with Lena. Chapter 26. Lena had seen the tattoo on the underside of Jake Valentine's left arm when he'd lifted his shirt over his head. Just at the base of the bicep was an AB followed by a dash. AB negative. She remembered the explanation written on the back of a photo in Ethan's arrest jacket. Symbolizes rank of general in white power movement. Her mouth moved. Words came out that she couldn't control.
AB negative, she said. His blood type is AB negative.
Sarah asked, "What?" Lena's brain had frozen, but she felt her adrenaline kick in. She lunged for Valentine's gun belt on the table, but his reach was longer, and he easily beat her to it. Sarah held up her hands as she backed toward the door.
"Stop right there,"
Valentine ordered, pointing the gun at her.
"Lena, come around here so I can see both of you."
Lena didn't move. How had this happened? She had never seen Jake Valentine at the warehouse. He wasn't in any of her logs or photos.
"I said, get over here."
He grabbed Lena by the arm and shoved her toward Sarah. He reached around for his belt and found his handcuffs, tossed them to Lena.
"Put one on your wrist, one on hers," he ordered. "Make 'em tight. I'm not as stupid as I look."
"No," she told him. her heart pounding in her throat. "This isn't right. Call your boss." "Who's my boss?"
"Clint."
He laughed at the name. "That piece of shit? Clint couldn't boss a one-man army."
"I talked to him this morning. He said we had a deal."
"You're right," Valentine agreed. "Had a deal. You keep your mouth shut and everybody just walks away clean. But that was before you opened your big fucking mouth and brought her into it." He meant Sarah. "Now put on the handcuffs, like I said, while I figure out what we're gonna do here." Lena did as she was instructed, ratcheting the cuffs down on her left wrist and Sarah's right. She left only a finger's width between the metal and their skin, knowing Valentine was watching. He pulled out a chair and told Lena, "Sit down." When she did, he told Sarah, "Finish up with my side so I don't bleed to death."
"No," Sarah told him. "I'm not going to help you."
"You saw what happened to Charlotte," Valentine reminded her. "You want the same thing to happen to your friend here? You can watch her burn while you wait your turn."
"Go ahead," Lena told Sarah. "Stop the bleeding."
Reluctantly, Sarah continued attending to the wound in his side. The cut was deep, but the bleeding had slowed to an ooze. Lena was no expert, but even she could tell what a sloppy job Sarah was doing. If Lena had been able to figure out a way past the gun at her head, she would have dug her fingers into his side until she felt his organs. "Ow!" Valentine said, flinching as Sarah jabbed her finger into the gauze pads. "You did that on purpose?"
Sarah asked. "What are you going to do with us, Jake? Are you going to hurt us? You need to think very carefully about who exactly you're trying to cross."
The flash in his eyes revealed that Sarah's words had hit a nerve. Lena imagined that over the course of the last few days, the sheriff had figured out that Jeffrey wasn't someone you fucked around with. If Valentine was smart enough to pick up on that, then he certainly knew what Jeffrey would do to anyone who threatened Sarah.
"Jeffrey will kill you," Sarah told him. "It doesn't matter what you do, where you try to hide. He will kill you."
Valentine took his cell phone out of his pocket and dialed a number with his thumb. "I don't hurt people," he explained, putting the phone to his ear. "Clint, it's me. You know that stuff you were going to set up for me over at the place?" He paused. "Yeah, I'm at the other place now. We're going to do it here instead." Valentine nodded. "No, something's changed. We'll figure out another way to make that happen. I'll tell you when you get here." He looked down at Sarah almost with regret. "And tell our little buddy that his presence is required to take the edge off." He closed the phone against his leg and dropped it back into his front pocket.
"What are you going to do with us?" Sarah demanded.
"Right now, I'm going to have you sit down," Valentine told her, kicking over another chair. "Go on." Sarah hesitated, but she clearly knew there was no easy way out of this. She sat in the chair, her hand on the table so that Lena's rested beside her. Her other hand was fisted in her lap, and Lena saw that she had underestimated the other woman. If Sarah saw her chance, she was going to fight her way out of this or die trying.
"Does Clint work for you?" Lena asked, trying to distract him.
Valentine scooted up onto the counter, wincing as the cut in his side pulled. "Lots of people work for me."
Harley, Lena thought.
Nobody worked for Harley. When she had confronted Clint at the warehouse this morning, the photos of Harley were the ones that sent him over the edge. All of the color had drained from his face, and his hand had shook as he picked up the phone, dialed the number. His voice had gone quiet as he'd explained to whoever was on the other end of the line that Lena was willing to trade the pictures and the logs for their lives. That was all she wanted. Not money, not drugs, not anything but their lives. She would hold the originals for safekeeping, and the swastika boys could go on their merry way. Clint hadn't said much on the phone. Mostly he'd nodded, his eyes locked on Lena's, his fear palpable in the empty warehouse. He'd hung up the phone and told Lena to turn herself in, that the judge was on their payroll and would let her go with a slap on the wrists. Lena had assumed that Clint had called Harley. Had he talked to Jake Valentine instead? Had the sheriff actually been pulling the strings this entire time?
Hell, I need some aspirin.
Valentine slid down from the counter and started opening the cabinets around him. Lena knew there were all kinds of painkillers in the first aid kit, but she wasn't about to clue him in. He had his back to them both, and out of the corner of her eye, Lena saw Sarah put her hand on the metal box, move it closer. Lena asked, "What did you mean on the phone? Something to take the edge off?" He checked the last cabinet.
"You'll find out soon enough, darling."
Sarah seemed to have the box where she wanted it. She told Valentine, "Your bandage is coming off." He looked at her handiwork, sighed.
"Fix it,"
he demanded, walking over to her. She lifted her hands, but he stopped her, pressing the gun to her head.
"I'll hold this right here so you don't feel the need to grab that metal box and hit me upside the head."
Sarah taped the bandage back into place. "Jeffrey will kill you." She said the words matter-of-factly, as if it was a foregone conclusion rather than a threat. Valentine waited until Sarah was finished, then took the box, pushed open the swinging door with his foot, and tossed it into the hallway. He leaned against the counter, asking Lena,
"How'd you guess it? How'd you know about the tattoo?"
She finally realized with this one question that Ethan was not involved in anything that had happened. Hank was back on dope for his own dark reasons. Charlotte and Deacon were casualties from another war. What was happening in this house right now was all about Jake Valentine and the millions of dollars worth of methamphetamine rolling through his county. For Sarah's benefit, Lena explained.
Hitler's Waffen-SS had their blood types tattooed in the same spot. It means Jake is high up in the ranks.
"As high as you can get," he bragged.
"It's rare to just see one," Lena commented. "Usually they mark themselves up with swastikas and anything else they can think of."
She turned to the woman, willing her to go along.
"Have you ever seen a skinhead? I mean, really seen one, studied their tattoos?"
Sarah's eyes locked onto hers. They both knew she had examined Ethan.
"No."
Lena asked the sheriff,
"Why do you have just one tattoo?"
He chuckled.
"You kidding me? Myra'd kill me if I came home painted up like some freak out of a carnival."
He tapped his chest.
"What matters is what's in here."
"Your wife knows?" Sarah asked, her voice going up in surprise. Valentine leveled her with a gaze, but he didn't answer. Instead, he addressed his words to Lena.
"You were this close to getting away, you know that? And then you had to go and screw up everything. You got the wrong people mad at you, little darling. You should have just kept yourself to yourself."
Lena fought the urge to spit in his face.
"Why did Charlotte have to die?"
"To let you know what happens to people who talk."
"She didn't say anything."
"In my experience, addicts tend to be unreliable."
"She wasn't an addict."
"Then what was she doing toking up in a meth den with your uncle last weekend?"
Lena lowered her head down so Valentine couldn't see her expression.
"Charlotte. Poor Charlotte."
Sarah asked, "What does Hank have to do with any of this?"
"He looked out his window when he shouldn't have," Valentine admitted. "Some associates and I were transacting a little business at the motel. Him and that stupid bartender of his started asking questions, thought they could ride in on their white horses and clean up this town."
He shrugged.
"Guess it runs in the family, not being able to take a warning."
"Al Pfeiffer," Sarah continued. "Is that why he left town? Did you throw that firebomb through his window?" Valentine just shrugged.
"Things happen."
Lena asked,
"Is Cook in on this too?"
"Don?" he snorted. "Don doesn't know jack. He's just holding down that desk until his retirement kicks in."
Sarah asked, "Is that why he ran for sheriff?" Valentine smirked.
"Wouldn't do for me to run unopposed, would it?"
He grinned.
"Poor old Cookie let it go to his head. Actually thought he could win."
There was a knock at the back door. Valentine called,
"Who is it?"
"Me," a voice called back.
Valentine pushed away from the counter and opened the door, all the while keeping his gun trained on Sarah and Lena. Clint stood at the door holding a large cardboard box. He saw Lena and shook his head.
"You're worse than your fucking uncle. You know that? Can't keep your goddamn nose out of anything."
"We had a deal."
"Yeah,"
Clint agreed, reaching into the cardboard box. There was a FedEx pack on top. He tossed it toward Lena. She saw her own handwriting, Frank Wallace's address at the Grant County Police Station. She had sent the packet to Frank from Kinko's the night before, thinking that if things went bad, Frank would have enough evidence to take down the operation. The original photos and logs were tucked up under the front seat of Hank's Mercedes. Her insurance was gone.
Clint told her, "We've been following you since you got into town. You think it's just coincidence we happened to have Charlotte with us the night we ran your car off the road?"
Lena felt her mouth open, but nothing would come out.
"You could have gone peacefully a couple of weeks from now. Needle in your arm, suicide note talking about how sad you were that your uncle was dead."
He glanced at Sarah, shook his head, sad.
"You almost made it, too."
Valentine snapped,
"Stop wasting time and get started."
Clint put the box on the counter and walked over to the stove. He pushed Hank's pamphlets off the burners and tried the knobs. None of the burners would come on, probably because Hank hadn't used the stove in 20 years. Still, Clint didn't give up. He turned one of the knobs and leaned down, sniffing for gas. Satisfied, he took out a box of matches and struck one. The flame whooshed as the gas caught. He turned off the burner and tried each one in turn. Two lighted as easily as the first, but he had to take off the grate and use his thumbnail to clean the fourth before enough gas came out of the valve to catch flame. Sarah asked Valentine, "What are you doing?" He didn't answer as he took various items out of the box Clint had brought and lined them up on the counter. Acetone, rubbing alcohol, ammonia, lye.
"Shit,"
Lena hissed. "Meth. They're going to cook meth."
"Don't worry,"
Valentine told her, opening and closing cabinets until he found Hank's coffee mugs. They were old, handmade in Mexico, so fragile that Hank only used them on special occasions. He held up one of the cups, smiled.
"It won't cook for very long."
No, it wouldn't. Once the ingredients got too hot, the ceramic would break. The liquid would explode the second it touched the open flame, burning chemicals sticking like hot wax to everything they landed on, walls, carpets, skin. Cooking meth was so dangerous that only meth-addled junkies attempted it, and the ensuing explosions could cause massive damage not just to people but to property. Most states considered meth labs weapons of mass destruction, and had asked for funding to clean them up under the Homeland Security Act.
"Is that the business you were doing at the motel?"
Lena asked. "Hank saw you cooking meth?"
"I told you we were meeting with some associates,"
Valentine answered, taking small cans of Coleman fuel out of the cardboard box.
"Some very important associates."
"What associates?" she pressed. "Mexicans? Skinheads?"
Valentine stopped unloading the box, annoyed.
"You want to know the story? You want to know what happened?"
Now that she had the answer within her grasp, Lena wasn't sure whether or not she wanted to hear it. Valentine started to turn back around, but she stopped him. "Yes, I want to know what happened." He leaned against the counter, propping his gun hand up at the elbow.
"Hank tried to go around me, hook up with some boys at the state."
"The GBI?" she asked. Why had Hank gone to the GBI instead of asking Lena for help? He hadn't wanted to get her involved, of course. He'd tried all his life to keep Lena out of the thick of things, just as she'd worked steadily to keep herself right in the middle. Valentine said,
"Fortunately, he went to somebody who was a friend of ours, somebody ready to move up north and take a long vacation."
He smiled at the simplicity.
"It wasn't too hard getting Hank hooked again. You know meth's only got a 22% recovery rate, and most of them never stop wanting it. Mind over matter, I guess. Clint had a couple of conversations with him, shot him up a few times. Pretty soon he was paying for it." "Did you know that I was a cop?" Lena asked. "Did you know that I would come looking for Hank?" "Of course we knew about you," he told her. "How do you think we controlled him in the beginning? He was terrified you'd come down and get hurt. Honestly," he shrugged, "I can't believe the dumb coot's still alive. The shit Clint was feeding him was pure enough to kill a horse. Grade A yabba. He should have been dead weeks ago. We figured by the time you made it down here, it'd be for his funeral."
"How can you—" Sarah began, but the back door opened. Fred Bart looked just as surprised to see Sarah and Lena as they were to see him. It had taken a while, but Lena had finally placed who Charlotte's killer was. Bart had been practicing in Reese since Lena was a kid. It was hard to forget a dentist who had freakishly small teeth.
"No way," Bart said, backing up. "I didn't sign up for this."
"Get your ass in here," Valentine ordered, using the gun to wave him in.
Bart said, "I only brought enough for one. Clint didn't say."
Clint swung around aggressively.
"What did I say, you stupid cocksucker?"
Valentine ignored them, asking Lena, "You got any more questions?" She opened her mouth to answer, and he slammed his gun into the side of her head. Lena saw stars as she fell. The only thing that kept her from hitting the floor was the fact that she was handcuffed to Sarah.
"Lena!"
Sarah struggled to pull her back into the chair. Lena's ears were ringing. She heard Valentine say,
"Do the doc. I owe it to her husband."
"No!"
Sarah screamed, rearing back, taking Lena with her. Clint stepped in, bear-hugging Sarah from behind. Lena was dragged across the floor as Sarah struggled against the man, fighting for her life. Valentine's hand clamped down on Sarah's handcuffed right wrist, and Lena saw Fred Bart jam a needle into her arm. 2 or 3 seconds later, Sarah stopped struggling. She crumpled to the floor beside Lena, her eyes glassy. Lena put her fingers to Sarah's neck, trying to feel for a pulse.
Bart said, "It's just a mild sedative, darling. Something to take the edge off. She'll be fine."
Valentine fished the keys to the handcuffs out of his pocket.
"Yeah, she'll be fine until she dies."
He gave Bart the gun, saying,
"Shoot her in the head if she moves."
Bart took the weapon, showing the same easy familiarity as that night he'd sat by Charlotte in the back of the Escalade.
"What are you going to do, Jake? I didn't sign on for any of this. I don't hurt innocent people."
"You do if you have to." Valentine twisted the key in Sarah's cuff, and her hand fell to the ground. He told Clint,
"Take her into the hall so I don't have to look at her any more."
Clint's lips twisted up in a smile.
"Get right back in here," Valentine ordered. "Don't fiddle with her, or I'll cut your goddamn cock off."
Bart had taken his eyes off Lena. She edged toward the door, and he snapped the gun at her head.
"Don't try it, sugar. We both know what I am capable of."
Lena sat back in the chair. The cuff was still dangling from her hand, and she worked her fingers along the chain, thinking she could use it as some kind of weapon. She grabbed the cold, curved metal in her hand, fashioning it into brass knuckles. If Bart or Valentine got close enough, she would hit them as hard as she could, no matter who had a gun pointed at her face. Better to die from a bullet than burn to death like Charlotte. Clint came back, the door swinging behind him. Lena caught a glimpse of Sarah lying in the hallway before the door swung closed. Bart asked,
"Jake, what are we doing here?"
Valentine reached into the cardboard box and threw out a handful of empty blister packs from a box of cold medicine.
"We're making meth."
He tossed more of the empty packs onto the counter, scattered some matchbooks on the kitchen table. The box had everything he needed: medical tubing, beakers, filters. He dumped the box on the table, too.
Bart asked, "Why are these girls here, Jake? I told you after Charlotte that I was finished with this kind of shit."
"You're not finished with anything until I say you are." Bart kept the gun on Lena, but he said,
"I don't want to be part of this."
Valentine chuckled as he opened the cabinet under the sink. Years of cleaning products were stuck to the bottom, but he swept them aside with his hand, saying,
"Shit, we could have just used this."
Bart said,
This is wrong, Jake. This is just wrong. Al never did things like this. Innocent people never got hurt. Al was bringing in pocket change. We got us a real organization here, Fred. We can't let our people down.
Valentine reached under the sink and grabbed the drain pipe, putting his weight into his heels as he pulled on it.
That ain't moving.
Clint was just standing there.
What do you want me to do now?
Valentine indicated the cans of solvents on the counter.
Mix 'em up. Get everything ready.
Clint started opening bottles and pouring them into Hank's ceramic mugs. Bart tried again.
Jake? Shut up your whining, Fred.
Valentine groaned as he stood up, cursing.
Motherfucker, that hurts.
As he held his hand to his side.
You're not even worried about me, Fred.
Valentine gripped the counter, his hand leaving a bloody print.
Look at my damn side. I ripped it open on that stupid door.
Bart glanced at the bloody bandage.
You'll live? Thanks for your concern.
Valentine wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He was sweating. He picked up the jug of bleach that had been under the counter and set it on the kitchen table with a thump. Bart said,
This is crazy, man. What are you going to do?
What we're gonna do is handcuff her to the sink, then blow this place to hell.
Bart shook his head.
They'll find the cuffs and the— Yeah, I'll be sure to make note of that when I'm filling out my scene of crime report. Valentine interrupted. One pair of police-issue handcuffs.
What about the compound? Bart glanced nervously at Lena. Did you clear this?
It's all clear, Valentine told him. They took the leash off as soon as she showed up with those pictures.
Clint said,
We're ready here,
indicating the ceramic mugs on the counter. Thin plumes of smoke already drifted out of the mugs as the chemicals combined. Valentine asked,
How long will it take?
Clint shrugged.
The ceramic is pretty thin. I'd say it'll take 10, maybe 20 minutes tops for the heat to crack them. Once the liquid touches the flame, it'll go up like a fucking A-bomb. I'd get the hell out of here as soon as you put them on the heat, though. You never know with these things. The chemicals ain't exactly stable.
Valentine patted him on the back for a job well done.
I hear you, boy.
Bart said,
I am so sick of this shit. You think her husband's going to just let this go?
He waved the gun toward the hallway.
At least shoot her so she doesn't have to suffer through it.
He glanced at Lena, though with less compassion.
Shoot them both. What harm will it do to show a little kindness?
Valentine splashed acetone around the room.
Because that'll leave bullets in the body, Fred. I can pocket a pair of handcuffs, but I can't hide a bullet in an X-ray. Even if you dig it out, you can tell when a bullet hits bone. Knives leave marks too, so don't even think about it, Clint.
He shook his head, telling Bart,
I thought you'd done enough autopsies by now to know how this shit works. We'll just cuff her to the drain pipe and get the hell out of here.
Lena finally spoke. What are you going to tell Jeffrey? He smiled at Lena.
That Deacon Sims was cooking meth in Hank's kitchen, and you and Sarah came along at the wrong time.
She didn't even bother to act surprised that Deacon's body would be found in the ruins. It made perfect sense. Jeffrey knows you were here.
He'll know that I dropped y'all off,
Valentine countered, splashing ammonia on top of the lie.
Then he'll know that I went home and had lunch with my wife before she had to go back to school.
He'll put it together that you handed in your badge on the same day that his wife died. Bart had been following the conversation closely. Lena could feel his body tense. He asked,
You resigned?
Yes, Lena said, gripping the handcuff in her hand, willing him to come closer. Don Cook told me that Jake resigned this morning. Jake got a threatening letter and said he was leaving town before he ended up like Al Pfeiffer.
She's lying, Valentine said. I resigned, but
He said he was leaving town, Lena repeated. Look at this stuff, Fred. She indicated the beakers, the chemicals. They had all of this ready to go. Why do you think that is?
Don't listen to her,
Valentine told Bart, a warning in his tone. Lena pressed on, putting together the pieces. Valentine must have been pretty fucking pleased with himself. Lena had handed him surveillance photos. The right one shown to the right people would paint Fred Bart as the mastermind to the whole operation. They were going to set you up, Fred. They've been planning this all along, just waiting for the right time to bang you up. He shook his head, and she insisted, "Think about it, Fred. Look at what's going on here. Jeffrey would have needed an explanation, somebody to blame for his wife dying. Can't you see Jake is setting you up for the fall? You are the explanation." "Don't listen to that crap," Valentine said, but even Lena could tell she'd struck close to home. The man was visibly nervous. He couldn't stop himself from looking at the gun. "Come on, Fred. Things were just getting a little hot, and I—" Both Lena and Valentine ducked as Bart squeezed the trigger. Instinctively, Lena put her hands over her head, and the loose cuff slapped her in the face. She looked up, expecting to see Jake Valentine lying dead, but it was Clint who had been shot. Bart was an excellent marksman. The bullet had gone straight between the man's eyes. For his part, Clint seemed the last one to realize he'd been shot. He stood there, his eyes staring blankly, body swaying to the side. At least 2 full seconds ticked by before he collapsed back against the door. It swung open as he fell, the chain looping his wallet to his belt, clanging against the wood. "What the fuck did you do that for?" Valentine demanded. "For the love of Christ, Fred! He was Jerry's man!" He stamped his foot on the floor. "You're going to have to explain this, you stupid asshole!" Bart had the gun trained squarely at Valentine's chest. "You think I don't know what you're doing?" "What?" "She's right," he said. "You've never cooked meth in your life, and Clint was too far up the ladder to fool with this shit." "That's not—" "What were you doing with all this stuff?" he asked, indicating the chemicals, the beakers. "You were planning on leaving me holding the bag while you skipped town with that fat wife of yours." Valentine's fists clenched. "Don't you dare bring Myra into this," Bart said. "Al and I kept this town in line, kept the good people away from the bad for 30 years. You didn't give a shit about right and wrong. You just offered it around like candy." "Money is money, man." "At what cost?" "Them fistfuls of cash I was giving you every week didn't seem to bother you none." "Like I had a choice," he snapped back. "You were nothing but a little pissant before you married into that family. And all of a sudden you're the big man in town, waving your dick around like you're somebody special. All you ever were was a fuck-up. Like it was my bright idea to throw Boyd through the fucking hotel window," he yelled. "What about that, Fred? Another one of your grand gestures, just like the school teacher you torched on the football field. She's what started this shitstorm in the first place." Valentine looked pleased with his point. "You and your foolish ways, thinking you'll scare people off like in the old days, and all it ends up doing is throwing gasoline on the fire. And here I am trying to clean up your mess. Who's the fuck-up now?" "You know why they kept me around?" Bart demanded. "You ever ask yourself why they didn't give me a one-way ticket to the swamp? It was because they didn't trust your skinny little ass as far as they could throw you." Valentine chuckled. "If you know them so well, then you know how they feel about family." "I think they'll be glad to get rid of you, is what I think." "I think that I'm the only one standing between you and death right now." "Get over by the sink," Bart ordered. "Both of you." Valentine started. "Hold on now." Bart shot him in the leg. "Shit!" Valentine screamed. "Jesus Christ! What the hell are you doing?" Bart reached down and picked up the shell from the bullet. "I said both of you get over by the sink." When Lena didn't move, he kicked her chair. "There are worse ways to hurt you than with a bullet, darling." She got up, moved toward the sink. Valentine held his bleeding leg, fuming. "You think you can get away with this?" "I think I'm going to have an awful lot more bullets to dig out of your body down at the morgue if you don't get down in front of that sink and cuff your hand through that pipe." "You think you can go back to the good old ways? There's too much money now, Fred. They're going to put you in the ground." "Shut up," Bart ordered, kicking Valentine in the leg right where he'd just been shot. "Fuck!" Valentine screamed, his knees buckling as he fell down. "You two," Bart said, waving the gun at Lena. "Get down on the floor." She knelt slowly. "I never told anyone it was you in the car," she said. "I kept quiet the whole time." "I know, hon," Bart said. "That was really good of you." "Let me go," Lena begged. "Let me and Sarah go, and neither one of us will say anything." Bart flashed his nasty little teeth. "The funny thing, Lena, is if it was just you, I'd believe it. I really would. But the doctor lady out there won't lie. She may give it a good try, but no way she can keep a secret." "She will." He shook his head. "Jake, reach down there and pull that cuff through the pipe." "You son of a bitch," Valentine muttered, grabbing Lena's arm and passing the cuff through the bend in the drain. "Tight now," Bart instructed. "Tighter." Valentine made the cuff so tight his wrist turned red. "They will find you," he warned Bart. "They will find you and rip your intestines out through your asshole." Bart was over by the stove. He turned up the burners as high as they would go and used the butt of the gun to knock the knobs off the stove. Satisfied they couldn't be turned down, he got the ceramic mugs and put each one over the open flame. "You're gonna die for this," Valentine warned. "You think you can get away with killing me? I'm a fucking general in the Brotherhood of the True White Skin. Vengeance will rain down upon you like the wrath of the one white god." Yeah, Bart said. "And you're gonna get ass-fucked by the biggest, blackest cocksucker in hell." He lifted his foot and kicked Valentine in the face. Bart's angle was off, but the bottom of the sink was right behind Valentine. His head slammed against the cast iron, an ominous crunch sounding from his skull. He slid down the sink, blood dripping from the back of his head. Bart knelt down and checked Valentine's pockets, the gun aimed at Lena's chest. "Don't do this," she begged. "Please don't do this." He found Valentine's cell phone and broke it under the heel of his cheap shoe. He told Lena, "I really am sorry, darling." "Yeah," Lena said, thinking if her hands were free she would choke the life out of him. "Look, no problem. I understand." Bart shook his head, a faraway look coming into his eyes. "You're just like your mama was. You know that?" Was. Lena felt her throat tighten, all the fight draining from her body. "What happened to her?" she asked. "Please, I've got to know." "She was one of the good ones that crossed over, honey." Bart stood, checked the mugs on the stove. "She's in a better place now." He indicated the room, the situation. "I hope knowing that brings you some peace." "Peace?" she echoed. "Are you fucking kidding me? You think you're doing a favor killing me?" Bart tossed the gun onto the kitchen table. "I'm sorry, baby." He opened the door and closed it softly behind him. "Fuck!" Lena screamed, kicking Valentine in the leg. He moaned, rolling to the side. She saw the top of his head where his skull had been caved in. The bald spot was on display now. The bottom of what could only be a red swastika was tattooed on his scalp. "Sarah!" Lena yelled, knowing there wouldn't be an answer. "Sarah!" She leaned out as far as she could, looking past Clint's lifeless body. Sarah was still propped up against the wall, her eyes staring vacantly back at Lena. Lena dragged Valentine's arm through the pipe, groaning from the exertion. He was dead weight. She might as well be cuffed to a boulder. Pushing and pulling, she managed to get him inside the cabinet, his elbow looped around the bend in the pipe. He was saying something, begging her to stop, to help him, but Lena ignored his pleas, bracing her feet on the sides of the cabinet, gripping his hand in both of hers, pulling as hard as she could without dislocating her shoulders. When she'd dragged Valentine into the cabinet as far as he'd go, she reared back from the sink and kicked the pipe with all her strength. "Help!" she yelled, kicking the pipe again and again, her foot slipping and pounding into Valentine's shoulder. "Help!" "Lena," Valentine whispered, his hand reaching out to her.
please."
Lena started coughing as a fine mist filled the room. She had bent the pipe, but it held in place. It was the only fucking thing Hank had ever replaced in this falling-down piece of shit house. She screamed in fury, kicking at the pipe until her foot was so badly bruised she could hardly lift it. "Help!" she tried again, knowing even as she yelled that no one was coming. Bart had shot the gun twice, and no one had bothered to ride to their rescue. This was a working-class neighborhood. No one was home in the middle of a Friday morning, at least no one who would care. The gun. Lena saw it sitting on the table against the wall. She lunged for it, her arm nearly popping out of the socket. She couldn't reach the table. Lena rolled onto her back and kicked out her feet, trying to loop them around the leg of the table so that she could pull it over. She grazed the metal with the toe of her shoe, then stopped as she heard a bottle break. A plume of white smoke erupted over the table. The liquid dripped to the floor, sizzling like bacon as it ate through the linoleum. What was she thinking? She'd just released more chemicals into the air. And what would Lena do if she managed to get the gun? She couldn't shoot a weapon in here. Fumes were already filling the air. A spark from a gun could blow up the whole house. "No, no, no," she panted, sitting up, trying to make herself think. "Oh, God, please." She jerked the cuff one more time and screamed in pain. Her wrist was bruised and bleeding. It hurt so bad that maybe it was broken. "No," she whispered, coughing around the word. Her lungs shook in her chest. She felt as if she'd inhaled cotton. Lena coughed to clear them, but nothing would work. She reached up and turned on the faucet, cupping her hand underneath and bringing the water to her lips, her eyes. So many years she had sat in this house praying to God that she wouldn't die here, that she could somehow get out of this awful town and make something of herself. Yet here she was, trapped in Hank's house, living out her worst nightmare. Lena choked back a sob. Jeffrey would figure this out. He wouldn't let a fucking dentist autopsy his wife. He'd get somebody from the state to look at the bodies. They'd see Valentine's broken skull. Maybe there would be enough of Lena left for them to see the bruises on the bottom of her foot, the bloody pulp of her wrist. Her wrist. Lena saw it then, saw the way out. She reached for Clint, trying to grab the leg of his pants, his shoe, anything she could hold on to. Her fingers weren't even close. She lay flat on her stomach, her arms stretched over her head as far as it would go, and kicked out her legs, trying to use her feet to pull Clint's body toward her. He was a heavy man, but she managed to clamp one of his feet between her own, inching him over until she was able to loop her shoe through the chain that connected his wallet to his belt. She tightened her abs, screaming from exertion as his body came closer. Lena sat up, reaching for him, finally able to grab the leg of his pants and drag him close enough to get to the knife on his belt. Lena looked at Valentine. He was staring at her, fear blazing in his eyes. She didn't give herself time to think, taking the knife and hacking it into his wrist. Valentine's mouth opened, but he didn't scream. He gave this kind of high-pitched whine that seemed to last forever. Lena tried to close her ears to it, hacking at the skin again, trying to reach the sweet spot where bone gave way to tendon. Her stomach turned as blood squirted into her face, repulsion almost overcoming her. The handcuff around his wrist was so tight that she couldn't rear back with a knife high enough for fear of dulling the blade on the metal. She stopped, trying to catch her breath, trying not to vomit. On the stove she could hear gurgling as the liquid started to boil. "Please," Valentine whispered. "No, Lord, please." She pushed away the remains of Valentine's broken cell phone, pressed Valentine's wrist as flat to the floor as it would go, and placed the knife blade against his wrist. "No," Valentine begged, his voice rising in register as he saw what she was going to do. Oh, God, no!" Lena stood up and pressed the sole of her shoe against the knife, the double-sided blade slicing into the rubber. She leaned her forehead against the counter for balance as she put her full weight onto one leg, crunching the blade into his wrist. "No!" Valentine screeched, his legs kicking out, animal sounds of pain echoing in the room. She ground the toe of her shoe into the blade, bouncing her weight until the knife cut all the way through to the floor. The handcuff jerked up, Valentine's hand popping off his wrist like a loose tooth. The cuff was so tight that his hand wouldn't come out. Lena stood, his hand slapping against her leg. She gagged, the smoke thicker up high. Her eyes stung, and she couldn't get her bearings. The mugs on the stove were white-hot, liquid boiling up. She tried to turn off the knobs, but just the stems remained, and she couldn't get them to budge. Smoke filled the room with rolling black clouds. In the distance, Lena could see Sarah had managed to sit up. As Lena watched, Sarah's mouth moved, but she made no attempt to stand, no motion to leave the burning house. Lena stumbled toward her, slamming against the table, knocking the matchbooks onto the floor. She looked down, saw that the red strike pads had all been peeled off, the matches unused. Her arms started throbbing, and she realized she had put her hand in broken glass. There was a strange odor, then blinding pain. Acid. She had put her hand in the broken bottle of acid. Her mouth opened, but there was no breath in her lungs to scream as she jerked her hand away from the table.
"Lena!"
Valentine called from behind her.
"Please!"
Lena moved forward, away from his voice. She felt as if her own skin was dripping off the bones of her hand, but she pushed herself on, made her legs move toward Sarah, even though every ounce of sense left in her body was screaming for her to go the other way. She coughed, gagging from the smoke, the heat of the enclosed room boiling her skin. He had set it all up so perfectly. The kitchen was a mad scientist's dream, and every cop's nightmare. Lithium batteries, iodine, paint thinner, lye. Some of the same ingredients used to make crystal meth were used in the bomb that brought down the Murrah building in Oklahoma City. She had to reach Sarah before the house exploded, had to get them both out of here and into the open air.
"Sarah!"
Lena screamed, lurching down the hallway. She squatted in front of her, grabbing Sarah under the arms and trying to pull them both to standing.
"Help!"
she yelled, her legs cramping as she forced them both up the wall. The smoke was so thick now that Lena couldn't see. She felt tears running down her cheeks from the stinging chemicals. Something popped in the kitchen like a champagne cork or a pop gun. Lena swung Sarah's arm over her shoulders, dragging her toward the front door. She could see the crack of sunlight coming through where the door hadn't quite shut.
"Please, Sarah," Lena begged. "Please help me. I can't lift you."
Sarah's legs started to move in an awkward walk. Lena pulled her forward, yanked open the door. The sunlight was blinding. She could feel the handcuff and what was still in it banging against the door as she pushed Sarah outside. They both fell in a heap at the foot of the stairs, but Lena did not let herself stay down. She grabbed Sarah underneath her arms and walked backward, dragging her across the yard and into the street. They had reached the neighbor's sidewalk when the air changed. There was something almost like a vacuum sucking all the oxygen toward the house, then a violent pushing out as a blast of hot air shot past them. Lena did not hear the explosion until she was diving to the ground, using her body to cover Sarah's. Then came the heat, an intense, horrible heat that burned her skin. Lena lay on top of Sarah. Her body was out of adrenaline or whatever it was that had made Lena capable of getting them both out of the house. Somehow she forced herself to roll to the side, falling onto her back. In the distance, a siren announced that help was finally on its way. Lena closed her eyes, let herself feel relief, then joy that she had gotten away. She struggled, sitting up, coughing up a spray of blood. Her hand was hurting so badly that she could barely breathe. She tried not to look at it, tried not to see the melted skin where the acid had eaten into her flesh. That was when she noticed the empty handcuff dangling from her wrist. She looked around her, traced their footsteps across the street. Nothing. Sarah tried to sit up, but fell back against the lawn. Up the street, Lena saw an Aloha County Sheriff's cruiser take the turn on 2 wheels.
"What happened?"
Sarah mumbled, pressing her fingers into her eyes.
"Lena, what happened?"
"It's okay," Lena told her. "It's all over."
"Are you okay?"
Sarah asked, still a doctor even though she was flat on her back. The cruiser screeched to a halt in front of them. Lena struggled to stand as Don Cook got out of the car. Her legs wouldn't work, and her hand felt as if it was on fire.
"What the hell is going on here?"
the deputy demanded. Lena tasted blood in her mouth. Her stomach clenched, and she could barely speak.
"Fred Bart," she told Cook. "You need to find Fred Bart."
Sarah had managed to sit up. She put her hand to Lena's back, told her to take deep breaths. Lena tried to do this, but the blood caught in her throat. She coughed, her body tensing from the effort. The last thing she heard was Sarah screaming, "Call an ambulance!" Then she passed out. Monday, Chapter 27. Nick Shelton had not been entirely forthcoming when he'd told Jeffrey the Georgia Bureau of Investigation could only step in when the local law enforcement agency asked them to. There was one exception to this rule, when the local law enforcement was so corrupt that there was no other choice but for the state agency to come in and clean house. You didn't get more corrupt than trying to blow up a cop and a police chief's wife in a meth lab, and the state agency had swarmed into Elawa County like a pack of angry hornets. Jeffrey had been halfway between Coastal State Prison and Reese when his cell phone rang. He hadn't recognized the number, but knew the voice as soon as he picked up. "I'm okay," Sarah told him, not even bothering with the formalities. Her words had stopped his heart in his chest, because you didn't say you were okay unless you'd been decidedly un-okay before. Sarah was calling him from the back of an ambulance. The siren in the background competed with her voice. She had laid out everything she could remember, from Valentine pulling the gun to Bart injecting her with something that had knocked her out. By the time she'd finished the story, Jeffrey's jaw was so tight that he could barely form words. He had been blowing smoke up Ethan Green's ass while Sarah had been in mortal danger. He would never forgive himself for leaving her alone with Valentine. If the man was not already dead, Jeffrey would have found him and done the deed himself. 2 hours later, when he had finally reached the hospital, Sarah seemed more concerned about Lena than herself. She was worried about the plastic surgeon being good enough to fix the burn on her hand, scared an infection would set up in her lungs, sure that the pulmonologist didn't know what he was doing. She'd been almost manic, pacing back and forth as she spouted her concerns until Jeffrey had physically stopped her. "I'm okay," she kept telling him, long after he figured out the words were more for her own benefit than his. Even when he drove her back to Grant County, she kept telling him that she was fine. It wasn't until last night that she'd finally broken down. He'd told her he was returning to Reese to help Nick Shelton interrogate Fred Bart. She hadn't told him not to go, but this morning he'd felt like a criminal as he sneaked out of the house before she woke up. Jeffrey pulled up in front of the Elawa County Jail, vowing that this really would be the last time he laid eyes on the place. There was a hazmat truck parked in the lot, a couple of government types milling around and drinking coffee. After the explosion at Hank's house, they had evacuated his neighborhood within half a square mile so they could clean up the toxic waste. The only things left of the sheriff were bits of DNA they'd found in the yard and the man's severed hand. Jake Valentine. Jeffrey felt sick every time he thought about the man. Now that Valentine was dead, they'd found out all sorts of interesting things about him. His modest house in town was obviously his idea of slumming. He owned a large cabin at the lake with 2 powerboats docked outside. His arrest jacket was pretty clean, but his brother's was another matter. David Valentine had been stabbed to death in a knife fight with a rival skinhead gang, but judging from his rap sheet, he'd been pretty high up in the Brotherhood. Arson, rape, assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder. Valentine must have learned from his brother's mistakes. He'd kept a low profile. Except for a misdemeanor arrest for public drunkenness back in college, there was nothing on Jake Valentine's record that would tell you he was a skinhead drug trafficker running millions of dollars worth of meth. The missing piece of the puzzle was Myra, his wife. Myra Valentine, née Fitzpatrick, was the baby sister of Jerry and Carl Fitzpatrick, the leaders of the Brotherhood of the True White Skin. Their parents had moved to Elawa after their hometown in New Hampshire had made it clear that they didn't want the family of a cop killer living in their midst. Myra had liked it in Reese well enough to stay. Jake Valentine had married into a powerful family, and like most powerful families, they had found a way to employ their shiftless brother-in-law. Nick had sent out a request to the Brotherhood's New Hampshire compound, asking to interview Myra. The compound had not replied. Jeffrey had never entirely trusted Jake Valentine, but he'd been so damn hot on putting Ethan in the middle of everything that he'd let Sarah and Lena go off alone with the man. Jeffrey didn't know whether to feel angry or ashamed at his own blindness. He remembered Grover Gibson's words that day Jeffrey and Valentine had gone to the man's shack in the woods to tell him that his son was dead.
"You did this to him," Grover had screamed, fists flying as he jumped the sheriff. "You killed him."
Valentine had set it up so well, warning Jeffrey ahead of time that Grover blamed him for his dead son's drug dependency. Jeffrey had actually helped defend the sheriff. He couldn't dwell on that now, because it only made him furious. Fred Bart had to be his focus now. The slimy dentist was the only one left to punish, and he seemed intent on fighting it every step of the way. He'd been in his office filling a cavity when Don Cook finally got around to looking for him. Bart insisted it was sheer coincidence that the patient in his chair also happened to be his lawyer. Nick was sure that Jeffrey could help him break the man. Jeffrey didn't share the state agent's optimism. Ilawa County was built on secrets that went back decades. The town thrived on looking the other way. Jeffrey doubted very seriously anyone was about to change that, especially Fred Bart. The jail lobby was even more claustrophobic than Jeffrey remembered. Don Cook was probably in the sheriff's office upstairs, measuring for new furniture. Nick was seated at the man's desk, thumbing through one of the deputy's hunting magazines. He glanced up when he saw Jeffrey.
"You look like hell, man."
"Sarah's not too happy about me being here."
"She'll get over it,"
Nick said, but Jeffrey wasn't too sure.
"I'm real tore up about Bob Berg, man. They picked him up last night."
Jeffrey felt the same way. He'd assumed Berg was one of the good guys, but the GBI agent had apparently been taking money for years.
"Is he saying anything?"
"Not a peep," Nick answered. "Bob's not stupid. He knows he's not going to see daylight for a while, and he's not about to rat out a damn skinhead."
"You didn't find anything about Hank contacting him?"
"Bob didn't write down jack, man. Even if he did, we'd need him to testify, and there's no way he'll flip. Those Nazi fuckwads are everywhere. Bob's going to be sleeping with one eye open for the rest of his life."
Jeffrey guessed that was some kind of payback.
"How's Lena doing?"
"Fine," he answered, glad to be talking about something else.
"She's going to need therapy for her lungs, but she should be ready to go back home by the middle of next week." He added, "They moved her to the same hospital as Hank last night."
"How's he doing?"
"Better. Still not out of the woods yet."
"What about Bart?
He doing any talking yet?"
"Shit,"
Nick mumbled, standing from the desk.
"He's doing nothing but talking. That jackass thinks he can squirm his way out of anything. Claims Lena must have been high from the chemicals, that she's remembering it all wrong. His lawyer says Bart will tell us everything he knows about Valentine if the charges are reduced to reckless endangerment."
Jeffrey laughed for the first time in days.
"He really thinks he's going to walk away from this?"
"His lawyer indicated he'd be open to probation with time served."
Jeffrey laughed again. He was suddenly looking forward to seeing Fred Bart. Nick turned serious.
"I want your read on the lawyer. Something's going on there."
"All right," Jeffrey agreed. "You got the goods?"
Nick handed him a folder, then reached under the desk and buzzed the door open. Jeffrey followed him to the back, thinking that even though only a few days had passed, the building had an air of neglect to it. Don Cook wasn't exactly a leader, and it was going to take someone with a strong personality and a lot of experience to help the town recover from Valentine's betrayal. Jeffrey gave the man 2 months before he stepped down, took his retirement, and went fishing for the rest of his life. A tripod with a digital camera on top stood outside the small conference room. Nick rapped his knuckles on the door as he opened it.
"Finally,"
Bart said, as if he was glad to see them. Jeffrey threw the file Nick had given him on the table, then he held out his hand, introducing himself to Bart's lawyer. The man didn't offer his name, and Jeffrey guessed from his expensive suit and fancy haircut that he was more at home in Atlanta than Ilawa County. Nick indicated the camera.
"Just let me get this set up."
He whistled under his breath as he placed the tripod at the head of the table, moving it just so, acting like he had all the time in the world. Jeffrey knew he was just trying to make the dentist antsy, but the technique was working on Jeffrey, too. By the time Nick was finished, Jeffrey was almost squirming in his chair. Nick sat down beside Jeffrey, opposite Fred Bart and his lawyer. For the sake of the camera, he said, "I'm Nick Shelton with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Beside me is Grant County Chief of Police Jeffrey Tolliver, who will be leading this interview. That okay with you, boys?" The lawyer nodded. He was a burly man, his hair shaved close to his head. Jeffrey wondered if he had something tattooed on his scalp. Bart said, "Can we get this over with?" Jeffrey opened the file on the table. He fanned out the photographs they had found in a folder on Jake Valentine's desk. Judging from the charred debris in his wastebasket, there had been more photographs, but Valentine had taken care to make sure it was only Fred Bart and Boyd Gibson implicated in the surveillance photos. The sheriff had been telling Jeffrey the truth when he said he'd called the GBI. Nick's office had logged a call on his voicemail about an hour before Jeffrey and Sarah had gotten to the jail. Valentine had sounded giddy as he'd laid out the case of the drug-pin dentist. Fred Bart barely glanced at the photographs. The pictures were grainy, but they still managed to tell a story. Jeffrey tapped his finger on the top one, which showed Fred Bart with Boyd Gibson smoking cigarettes outside an abandoned-looking warehouse. Behind them, a drug transaction was taking place. Another photo showed Bart in his Jag passing off a stack of money to Boyd Gibson. All the photos pointed the finger at Fred Bart as being the meth mastermind in town, with Gibson as his muscle. Bart blustered. "Obviously, those have been doctored." "I'm sure you can find an expert to tell that to a jury," Jeffrey admitted. Jake Valentine had done a good job setting up the dentist. If Lena hadn't seen the tattoo under the sheriff's arm, no one would have questioned Valentine's evidence, or Bart's death in his own homegrown meth lab, courtesy of Clint Jones. Jeffrey told him, "Your bank account shows a cash deposit of over $200,000 Friday morning. I was in my office with my patients. I have no idea what you're talking about." "You mean your office where they found enough meth to powder a ski slope?" He paused. Jake was ready to hand the GBI the bust of a lifetime. Bart shook his head slowly side to side. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Jeffrey laid it out for the man. "You're looking at the death penalty." The lawyer interjected, "My client is cooperating in every way he knows how. He shot a man in cold blood in front of a police detective." "She was high," Bart protested, much as Nick had predicted. "With the amount of chemicals in that room, I'm surprised she even remembered she was there. You know what she did to Jake. She cut off his hand. That's not the action of a thinking person." Jeffrey thought it was the action of somebody who didn't want to die. "You injected my wife with a sedative. Jake would have hurt her if I hadn't knocked her out. Mark my words, he was a violent man." The lawyer stiffened. Jeffrey would have missed it if he hadn't been watching. Jeffrey asked Bart, "How are you protecting Charlotte Gibson in the back of that Escalade?" "I've already told your friend here that wasn't me," Bart insisted. "I was at home watching TV that night." "Lena's willing to make a positive ID." Bart flashed a smile. "It's my understanding that the perpetrator of that crime was masked." "Yeah," Jeffrey agreed. "But it's hard to hide behind a mask when you've got little ferret teeth." Bart covered his mouth with his hand before he could stop himself. Jeffrey said, "Tell me about Boyd Gibson." The lawyer seemed to perk up at the sound of Gibson's name. Was Fred Bart the only person in the room who didn't realize the guy was working the other side? Jeffrey would have loved to roll up the man's sleeves, look for any tattoos he might have. Jeffrey repeated, "Boyd Gibson." Bart talked slowly, moving his lips as little as possible, as if he could hide his teeth. "Jake told me what happened," he said. "Clint and Boyd never got along, but Jake kept them in line."
He told them to burn down Hank's bar. Lena had spent some time there, and Jake didn't like her poking around. He was trying to scare her off. So, Jeffrey prompted. So Jake said that they poured gasoline round the outside of the bar. Clint threw a match on it, but then Boyd started yelling about how Hank kept some money inside, stuffed under a floorboard or something. He ran into a burning building to get cash? Jeffrey asked, thinking that if Bart was telling the truth, Jeffrey had risked his life to save one of the stupidest bastards on earth. Bart nodded. At that point, you came along. Boyd got away, and he met up with Clint in the woods. They had some kind of argument. I told you these men were hot-headed. Bart paused for effect. At any rate, Clint ended up stabbing Boyd. And then what? And then he had to tell Jake. What about the knife? Clint didn't want to lose his knife. It was expensive, so he used one he'd found. The man held out his hands in an open shrug. Mind you, I got this story second-hand from Jake, so I can't confirm the veracity. Yeah, Jeffrey said. I understand that. He crossed his arms. Did Jake say whose idea it was to throw Boyd's body into my hotel room? His. Jake thought if your wife got scared enough, you'd leave town. Jeffrey asked, What about Charlotte Gibson? Jake got worried because she was talking to Lena. So Jake torched her? Yes. Jake liked to send messages. Is that right? Yes.
Jeffrey remembered what Lena had said about Bart's last words to Valentine, the anger that had boiled up between the two men. The dentist had been supplementing his income with meth since Valentine was in diapers. He'd been the big man in town until Myra had married her college sweetheart.
Let me get this straight, Jeffrey summarized, counting off the dead bodies on his fingers as he said, Clint Jones killed Boyd Gibson. Jake killed Charlotte. And, of course, you were kind enough to shoot Clint in, what, self-defense? I guess leaving Lena and Sarah in the house to die was some kind of oversight on your part. I know I shouldn't have left those women there, but I was terrified. Jake has some powerful friends. I ran away because I was frightened. I take full responsibility for that. I'm happy to hear you take responsibility for something.
He tried to defend himself, saying,
I called the sheriff's office and gave an anonymous tip.
Nick had obviously heard this before.
We listened to the 911 tapes from Friday, Fred. We haven't found anything.
Then you need to keep looking, Bart insisted.
I called from a payphone at the Stop and Save. It should have my fingerprints on it.
Jeffrey didn't doubt the phone had Bart's prints on it. He'd had plenty of time to think up an alibi while Lena and Sarah were fighting for their lives.
What about the other body?
Jeffrey asked.
Other body?
Bart echoed.
What other body?
He seemed as surprised as Sarah and Lena had been. Both women swore they hadn't seen anyone else in Hank's house, but the remains of a man's body had been found somewhere in the vicinity of the back bedroom. Jeffrey told him.
There was another set of bones in Hank Norton's house. The state coroner says it was an older man, maybe in his 60s.
Bart looked at his hands.
I don't know anything about that. You don't know anything about a lot of things, Jeffrey challenged. I think you're just sitting there with your little mind spinning, trying to come up with quick answers for every question. But the thing is, you've got no idea how deep this hole is you're standing in. I don't know what you mean.
Jeffrey looked at Nick. Both men knew that Bart was either too arrogant or too stupid to see that his life was pretty much over the minute he shot Clint Jones and told Jake Valentine to get under the sink.
All righty,
Nick sighed, pressing his palms against the table as he stood up. Bart yelped.
What are you doing?
Packing up, Nick told him, collapsing the tripod. You don't know doodly squat, Tonto, and I have a feeling any second now that the Lone Ranger there's going to be heading back up to the corral to get along with his little doggies.
The lawyer chuckled. Well put.
Nick told him,
No offense, buddy, But we're really hoping none of this goes any farther than it has to. I think we've had enough collateral damage to last us for a while." The lawyer pushed Valentine's photos of Fred Bart across the table. "It seems to me you have an overwhelming amount of evidence here. Surely enough to charge the guilty party." He stood telling Geoffrey, "I'm very sorry that your wife was in harm's way." As an afterthought, he added, "And your detective, too, of course." Geoffrey took the man's meaning, but he wanted to be clear. "Just so long as they're safe now." "They are." The lawyer turned to leave, but Bart clawed his arm, screaming, "You said they'd work a deal! You said they would— Get your hands off me!" he barked, jerking his arm away. Bart finally seemed to understand that the lawyer wasn't on his side, that the only reason the man was here was so he could make sure Bart wasn't a threat to the people who were really paying his fees. For his part, the lawyer seemed relieved that the masquerade was over. He gave Nick a nod, then Geoffrey. "Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me." "What are you doing?" Bart demanded. "You're my lawyer. Where are you going?" The man left the room without looking back. Bart stood by the table, wringing his hands like a woman. Nick told him, "Sit down, Fred." Bart sagged into his chair. "I want to cut a deal," he muttered. "I need to cut a deal." "Welcome to the state of getting your head out of your ass." Nick clapped his hands in mock congratulations. "What kind of deal you think you can make, Freddy boy?" "Any kind," Bart pleaded. "Just tell me what you want me to say." Nick shook his head. "We want you to say some names, Fred. Only problem is, you don't know 'em." "I know them," Bart screeched. "I know all of them." Like... His mouth worked as he tried to come up with something. "Just tell me. Tell me who you want, and I'll say it." "Rhymes with Fitzpatrick." He paled. "No," he said, "I can't do that." Nick shrugged. "Look it, Hoss. We're giving you enough rope here to hang a snake. Not my fault you can't tie the knot." "They'll kill me," Bart said. "They'll— worse than that. They don't just kill people, they—" His words stopped as he gulped for air. "Please," he cried. Geoffrey stood up, and Nick opened the door. "No," Bart begged. "You can't just leave me here." Nick couldn't help himself. "Don't worry, Hoss. We'll go by the Stop and Save and call 911 on our way out of town." Geoffrey had a bad taste in his mouth as he drove past the Aloha County High School. He should feel good about leaving Fred Bart to the wolves, but instead he felt dirty. Fred Bart had left Sarah to burn, and Geoffrey was a firm believer in an eye for an eye. He was also a cop, and he knew the state had a process for taking care of its most deserving criminals. What was the difference between waiting 10 years for appeals to fall through and letting the Brotherhood take care of him? The difference was that the Brotherhood got stronger with every life they took. They wouldn't roll Bart into a sterile room and slip a needle in his arm. They would make him beg for his life. They would beat him, torture him, make it so that death was the only thing he had to look forward to. Fred Bart would be a lesson for every other thug and moron out there. You did not cross the Brotherhood without paying the ultimate price. Still, Ethan Green's words kept coming back into his head, and Geoffrey couldn't help but wonder if the young man had seen the real Geoffrey, the one who hid behind his badge while he looked the other way. Geoffrey had taken an oath to protect and defend everybody, not just the people he thought deserved it. He was supposed to work within the system, not make up the rules as he went along. He was supposed to take care of the weak and protect them from the strong. Fred Bart sure hadn't looked strong when Geoffrey and Nick had left him crying in the interrogation room. He had fallen to the floor on his knees, begging for help. Geoffrey realized he'd passed the motel and made a U-turn. He pulled up in front of the office as the maid was coming out of one of the rooms. She stood there, watching him get out of the car. Geoffrey told her, "I need to get the things out of room 14. "They're packed up," the woman said, walking away. Geoffrey guessed he was expected to follow her. He caught the office door before she let it slam in his face. "Thanks," he said.
She went behind the front counter, scratching her arms through her long-sleeved shirt. She told him, "There's a balance on the room." Jeffrey glanced at the keys hanging on the board behind her and figured maybe 3 rooms were checked out. "Been busy lately? Listen, asshole, I don't make the rules." He laughed, taking out his wallet. "How much is it?" She scratched her neck, calculating how much she could get off him. $100. How about 20? How about 50? Jeffrey paid her the money, though he seriously doubted the cash would ever make its way into the register. Judging by the woman's appearance, he guessed he was looking at one of those rare things, a meth addict who had made it past her 30s. The woman asked, "How's the girl doing?" "Lena?" "Yeah, her." "She's okay." "Right," the woman said. She took out a bag from under the counter and pushed it toward Jeffrey. "Here's a shit. Go on and get the fuck out of here." He studied her face for a moment, the arrogant tilt of her chin. Slowly, he said, "She's at St. Ignatius for a few more days." "Great. My tax dollars at work." "You pay taxes?" She gave him an eat shit look that he should have been used to by now. "You know, your daughter looks at me the same way sometimes." "I ain't got a daughter." "Lena looks just like you." Angela Adams grunted, giving up. She had $50 in her pocket and a need in her veins. Got her head up her ass just like me. Didn't recognize her own mother standing right in front of her. Jeffrey had barely made the connection himself between the oil painting that he'd seen hanging over Hank Norton's living room couch and the woman standing in front of him. Something about the tilt of her chin had given it away. Even after all these years, she had that arrogant challenge in her eyes. Angela had been beautiful once, but meth had taken that from her, just like it had taken her away from her young daughters. Still, Jeffrey tried to be kind. "Sometimes you don't see what you're not looking for." "You think I don't know what I look like?" She picked at the edge of the laminate. "Hank doing okay?" Jeffrey felt another piece of the puzzle click into place. "Hank was with you the whole time he was missing, wasn't he?" "Stupid fucker, should have known better. Didn't last no more than a couple or 3 days before we were ready to kill each other." She picked at the sore on her neck. "Bastard just walked off one morning. I guess he turned up at his house." "He's cleaning up," Jeffrey told the woman. "All the meth is out of his system." "He's always looked after them." She caught herself. "Her." "We found the birth certificate you filled out with Hank's name on it." "Did she see it?" "No," Jeffrey said. "It got lost in the shuffle." She gave a rueful laugh. "Dumb fuck that I was. I figured it'd make it easier for him to take the girls, keep them safe. I nearly got him arrested." She started picking at the sore again. Blood trickled out. "I was the one who got Hank hooked. Did he tell you that?" "We've never really talked about it." "When Cal was killed, that's their father. I just couldn't take it. Pregnant, fat, miserable, alone. Then I had a toothache on top of everything else. I went to that stupid bald fuck, Fred Bott. He told me he had something that could take the edge off." She glared at Jeffrey as if he'd challenged her. "I made my choice. Lena would want to see you. I've been in and out of jail the last 20 years. You think a cop wants a con for a mother?" Jeffrey certainly hadn't wanted his own father, but then you didn't get to choose your parents. "I've known Lena a long time. She'd want to see you." "You think she'd want to see this?" Angela demanded, rolling up her sleeve. Jeffrey winced at the damage the needles had done to her skin over the years. "I work here," Angela said. "I make just enough money to keep myself going. I don't need nothing in my life that makes it complicated." "I'm not sure Lena would agree." "Yeah, well." She pushed her sleeve back down. "I don't really give a fuck what you think, asshole. Get the hell out of my face."
She walked around the counter, heading toward the door. Geoffrey expected her to leave, but she stopped. He tried.
"You're her mother. Nothing will ever change that."
She kept her back to him, her hand on the glass door.
"You want to know what kind of mother I am?"
She shook her head, disgusted.
"I promised I'd leave them alone, but I was broke, twitching so bad it hurt. I went over to the house, begged Hank for some money. He gave it to me, and
She took a deep breath.
I was backing up the car, not looking where I was going, and I ran right over her, right in front of her sister and that pudgy little girl from up the street. You know about that? You know I blinded my own daughter?"
Geoffrey couldn't fathom that kind of guilt.
"Cops banged me up the next day for holding. There was some other stuff on my sheet, some bad checks, a couple of priors. The judge came down on me hard. Me and Hank, we figured the girls would be better off thinking I was dead instead of knowing what I really was. Still, mister, giving up those babies was the only good thing I ever did in my life. Don't take that away from me."
She pushed open the door and walked out, leaving Geoffrey alone with Lena's things. Chapter 28. Lena sat in a wheelchair beside Hank's bed, holding his hand with her good one. His skin was dry, his fingers like sticks that wouldn't bend. He wouldn't look at her, wouldn't return her grip. At first she thought he was mad, but she was slowly beginning to realize that he was ashamed. If he was talking to her, he would have said something about his own pride ruining him. He had been almost arrogant about his recovery from addiction, but it had only taken one needle to get him hooked again. His body was ravaged from the drugs he had taken. The ones the doctors had prescribed were doing their best to counteract the withdrawal, but there was nothing they could really do for his depression. Mostly the two of them just stayed like this, Lena holding his hand, Hank staring out the window, until the nurses came and told them both to get some rest. Lena didn't talk much because there wasn't really anything to say. "Doing okay?" the nurse asked, coming in to check all the tubes and machines Hank was hooked up to. She was a nice woman, but her cheerfulness grated, and her voice was loud enough to wake the dead.
"Fine,"
Lena told her, coughing. The nurse shot her a look of concern. "Did you do your breathing exercises this morning?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
Lena answered. She smiled, patting Hank's hand. "See how good your niece is being, Mr. Norton?" Her voice was even louder when she talked to Hank, probably because he never responded. She asked Lena, "How's your hand doing?" Lena held up her right hand, which was tightly bandaged.
"Doing okay. The doctors say I should be able to get full movement back."
"Of course you will," the nurse said, relentlessly positive. "Just a few more minutes with your uncle, okay? You both need to get some rest." She wagged her finger in warning. "I'll check up on you." The door snicked closed, and Hank mumbled,
"Sure is damn loud enough."
Lena felt so relieved to hear him speak that she couldn't respond. His voice was rough when he asked,
"You really doing those exercises, girl?"
"Yes."
"I never could tell when you were lying."
"Me either." Hank took a deep breath and let it go slowly. She said, "Tell me about my mother." He smiled.
"Which story do you want to hear?"
He thought she was playing the old game Sybil and Lena had made up when they were little.
"The true one, Hank. The one where she lived."
His eyes watered all the time now, so she couldn't tell if he was crying.
"She always loved you girls. That never stopped."
"She blinded Sybil." If he was surprised, she could not tell. His face was still turned away from her.
"She came to the house, looking for money. She was out of her mind with grief when it happened. I got her out of there, took the blame when the cops rolled up, said it was all my fault. I couldn't let you hate your own mother like that. I wanted you to love her, love the memory of her."
"What happened to her?" Lena asked. "How did she die?" His head jerked around. He was obviously shocked by the question. There was almost panic in his eyes, as if he could not decide what to tell her. "It's okay," she soothed. "I'm not blaming you. I'm not angry. I just need to know the truth. Just tell me the truth." Hank's throat visibly tightened. He pressed his lips together as if to force back the words that wanted to come. He had never been a man to dwell on memories, maybe because none of his were good. "Hank, tell me," Lena coaxed. "Tell me this one time, and I'll never ask you again. I think after all this time I deserve to know how my mother died." He stared back at the ceiling as if to collect himself. When he finally answered, he spoke so quietly she could barely hear him. "Car accident. Fred Bart told me that she's in a better place." Hank was quiet again, thinking it over.
"Losing your daddy, and then hurting your sister like that?"
He swallowed, obviously fighting with his emotions.
"I'm a selfish man, Lee. You're all I have left, and I can't—" His voice caught. "I can't lose you."
Lena tightened her grip on his hand, willing him to understand that she would never leave him again. "When I saw you at the house, you told me that man, Clint Jones, killed my mother."
"He dealt to her," Hank said. "He dealt to both of us."
Lena sat back, trying to reconcile the image she'd had in her head for all these years of Angela the angel with this new one of Angela the drug addict. Had her mother been as bad as Hank? Had her arms been as marked, her features as ravaged? Lena shuddered at the thought, almost wishing she'd never been told.
"Meth is just—"
Hank shook his head.
"You die the minute you take it. The person you are, the person you were gonna be, that's gone the second the liquid hits your veins. You're dead from that moment on."
"How did it happen? How did she die?" He closed his eyes, chest rising and falling with each breath. He would not look at her when he said,
"She went over Taylor Bridge too fast and hit a telephone pole. Snapped her neck. The doctor said it must have been instant."
Lena had been called out on her share of single-car accidents. Invariably, there was a dark story behind them. His fingers wrapped around her hand.
"She would have never left you if she'd known how sorry I'd turn out to be. She thought I would take care of you."
"You did," Lena told him. "You did the best you could."
"Don't forgive me,"
he said. His hand was weak, but he held on to her as tight as he could.
"Don't ever forgive me."
Lena couldn't stop herself, not after all that had happened, all he had done for her and Sybil. He glanced at her, then looked away quickly.
"Better get now before that nurse comes back. Makes me wish I was back in a damn coma."
"All right," she said, letting his hand slip from hers. Neither one of them had ever been good at talking about their feelings. "Call me if you need me, okay?" Lena shuffled out of the room, feeling more tired than she'd thought herself capable. The doctors had told her the reason was because she wasn't getting enough oxygen. Lena thought it was because all she did was lie around the hospital all day with nothing to do but feel sorry for herself. Her room was right next door to Hank's, and she could hear the phone ringing from the hall. Lena hastened her step, snatching up the receiver mid-ring. "This is a collect call from an inmate in Coastal State Prison," an automated voice informed her. Lena didn't sit on the bed so much as fall. She waited for the recorded voice, her heart thumping against her ribs as she heard,
"Ethan Green."
Lena crooked the receiver between her shoulder and ear, pressing the button on the phone to accept the call. There was silence, nothing but a soft beep every 3 seconds to remind them that time was passing. He said,
"How you doing?"
Lena glanced around the room, feeling like someone was watching her. "Why are you calling me?" she demanded. "I don't want to talk to you."
"That why you accepted the call?"
"I'm hanging up right now."
"I heard about what happened."
Her hand had been hovering over the phone, ready to hang up, but she stopped at his words. Of course Ethan had heard about what had happened. His network would have fed him the news before the media even knew about it.
"That toothache I had when you saw me?"
She knew he wasn't expecting an answer.
"Don't worry about it,"
he told her.
"I got some medicine. It doesn't hurt anymore."
She thought about Fred Bart, the way the dentist had smiled with his nasty little teeth before he set Charlotte on fire. She spoke before she could stop herself. "Good."
"Nobody hurts my girl. You got me?"
"Nobody but you," she reminded him. He chuckled lightly.
"That's right, Lee. Nobody but me."
Her breath was coming up short. Her hand was still inches from the hook, ready to hang up, but she couldn't make herself do anything but listen.
"I'm going to write to you,"
he told her, his voice soft, coaxing.
"I'm going to write to you, and you need to write back. Okay, baby?"
"No," she said, a begging quality to her voice. She tried to be stronger. "I don't want you in my life any more."
"You think it's that easy? You think you're ever going to get away from me?"
He laughed again, humoring her.
"I'm going to be out of here before you know it, Lee. Then we can start over. Just you and me. Okay?"
She shook her head, words failing her.
"Sleep tight, baby. I'll be thinking about you."
Lena hung up the phone, still hearing his voice, sensing his presence in the room. Who would get to her first, Ethan or Harley? Both men always settled their scores. Neither let anyone get the upper hand. Would she be beaten to death, or wake up a couple of weeks from now with some stranger sticking a needle in her arm, telling her not to struggle, that it would be easier if she just gave in? Lena hoped it was the needle, hoped to God that she would never have to see Ethan Green ever again. She looked up at the ceiling where shadows danced against the white tiles. Ethan was still there, filling every part of the room, every part of her soul. She lay back in bed, his dark presence hanging over her, until exhaustion won out, and she finally fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 29. Sarah sat on the front porch, talking on the phone to her mother. Jeffrey had called half an hour ago and said he was just crossing the Grant County line, but she wasn't going to feel safe until he was home. He had told her he needed to talk to her about something, and Sarah guessed it was the same thing that had been bothering her for the last few days. She couldn't keep going on like this. Something had to give. Her mother sounded exasperated.
"Are you listening to me?"
"Yes, Mama," Sarah lied.
"He told me that he'd fixed the automatic sprinkler. Half the plants are dead."
"I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose."
"We've been home less than a week, and he still hasn't offered a credible explanation."
"I'm sure he meant to fix the sprinkler."
"Sarah,"
Kathy began, and Sarah braced herself for a lecture. Surprisingly, her mother offered,
"do you want me to come back over? I can be there in 5 minutes."
Sarah loved her mother, but Kathy had been with her practically 24 hours a day over the last week. She needed time alone to think. "Jeffrey will be home soon."
"You sound so distant. Is it the lawsuit?"
"No," Sarah answered, but the word brought a sour taste to her mouth. Buddy Conford had called 2 days ago to tell Sarah that Global Indemnity was settling with the Powells. The parents would get $2 million for their son's death, barely enough to cover Jimmy's hospital and lab fees. Buddy had tried to make a joke about how rare it was that an insurance company was actually paying off some of these medical bills, but Sarah hadn't been in the mood for humor.
"If it's not the lawsuit, what is it?"
"Mama." Obviously she'd had enough.
"Sarah Ann Linton, I am your mother, and I know when something is bothering you."
Sarah let out a stream of breath between her teeth. Kathy cut straight to the heart of the matter.
"Did you hear from the adoption agency?"
"Yes," she said. The social worker had left a message on the machine that morning while Sarah was at her parents' house. She'd come home to find the red button flashing, but had let 3 hours pass before she pressed play.
It was the same thing that kept her from checking the mailbox or listening to the voicemail on her cell phone. Sarah had waited so long to hear that there was a child out there for them, but now that the moment was at hand, she could not bring herself to reach out.
"And?"
Kathy prompted.
"What did she say?"
"She said that they have a 9-month-old boy," Sarah answered. "He's mixed race, Asian and African American."
"Oh, honey, that's wonderful."
"Is it?" Sarah asked, feeling like her heart was going to break. Just saying the words had conjured up the creamy skin and wiry hair, the way his little feet would curve into the palm of her hand. "What am I going to do, Mama? Stay up with a baby all night while I wait for the phone to ring so some stranger can tell me my husband's dead?"
"Stop being ridiculous,"
Kathy snapped.
"Cops have families, Sarah. Plumbers have families. You take a risk every time you get behind the wheel of a car or go to the post office. You can't put your life on hold because you're scared of something that might happen."
"Jeffrey's so stubborn," she argued. "He never listens."
"Welcome to marriage, honey. I'm sorry we can't organize you a parade."
Sarah put her hand to her neck, tried to coax the words that needed to come. "What if—" she tried. "What if—" She dropped her head in her hand, finally voicing her darkest concern. "What if I can't take care of him, Mama? What if he gets sick or injured and I can't—" Her mother was gentle but stern.
"It is not your fault that Jimmy Powell died of leukemia."
"What if my baby gets sick?"
I know you pretend you don't believe in these things, but you'll know the first time you hold your child that he is a gift on loan from God. For however long that gift lasts, you cherish it. You hold it to your heart, and you do the best you can to never let go."
"I just can't—" Sarah thought about Jimmy Powell the last time she had seen him alive. His eyes had lit up when Sarah entered his hospital room. He'd always had such a crush on her. She was as close as he would ever come to having a girlfriend. He would never steal a kiss from a girl after school or make out in the back of his father's car. He would never have a wife or a child. His mother would never have grandchildren. For the rest of her life, Becky Powell would have nothing but lost milestones to remind her of her dead son. Other children would go to school. Other families would take holidays together. Becky would only have an empty calendar, days without Jimmy stretching before her like a bottomless pit. Kathy's tone softened.
"What did you tell the social worker?"
"That I would need to talk to Jeffrey."
"You call her back right now and tell them you want that baby."
"Mama, I don't know."
"I do,"
Kathy interrupted.
"I'm hanging up the phone so you can call her."
She paused.
"Call me right back, okay? I want to hear all about my first grandbaby."
The line went dead, but Sarah didn't make the call. Now that she had time alone, she found herself incapable of putting together any logical thoughts. Her mind kept jumping from Jimmy Powell to Jeffrey to the baby that was waiting for them. She sat motionless, staring at the street until her BMW pulled up in front of the house. Jeffrey waved at her through the windshield, giving a half smile. He had told her there was something he needed to tell her, something important. This wasn't just her decision. Maybe he was having second thoughts, too. Sarah put the phone down on the steps and walked toward the car. He opened the door, saying,
"Man, I'm sick of driving."
He saw her face, asked,
"What's wrong?"
"The adoption agency called." He closed the distance between them, scooping her up into his arms.
"A baby!"
he yelled.
"Oh, God, Sarah!"
He spun her around.
"I can't believe it. I can't believe—"
He was laughing, trying to catch his breath.
"Is it a girl or a boy?"
"A boy."
"Ha!"
he said, spinning her around again. Sarah laughed too, caught up in his excitement. "You'll make me dizzy." He put her down, cupped her face in his hands.
"I've got a boy."
He kissed her.
"This is it, Sarah. This is the beginning of our lives."
He kissed her again, deeper this time.
"God, I love you."
She could see tears in his eyes, the absolute joy he felt at the news.
Suddenly all of her doubts fell away, meaningless distractions. She wanted a child with this man, wanted nothing more in her life than to raise their baby together. He asked,
"Can we pick him up tonight? Right now?"
"Tomorrow," she said, laughing at his eagerness. "We have to meet at the agency and start the foster care procedures."
"Paperwork,"
he groaned, but he was still smiling.
"Oh, God, Sarah, I love you so much."
She put her hand to his cheek. "I know." He laughed again, almost a whoop.
"What do we do now?"
"They said they already sent the forms," she told him. "Check the mailbox. I'll get the phone." She was halfway up the front walk when he yelled at her,
"Hey, Foxy Mama!"
Sarah turned around, her face blushing red.
"Hush,"
she warned him. "The neighbors."
"Call them all," he yelled. "We're going to be parents."
He opened the mailbox. There was a flash of light. Geoffrey flew up and back, his body twisting as the air cracked from the explosion. Sarah was running toward him before her mind processed what she had seen. A bomb. Somebody had put a bomb in the mailbox. "Geoffrey!" she gasped, falling down on her knees beside him. Chunks of metal were everywhere, mail flying all around them. She saw his open chest, bone, muscle, beating heart. "Help!" she screamed. "Somebody help me!" He opened his mouth and blood pooled out. His right arm lay on the asphalt a few feet away, torn from his shoulder. She pressed her hands to the open wound, desperate to stop the bleeding. Blood poured between her fingers, soaked her hands. "No," she whispered. "No."
"You,"
he said, his teeth chattering. She pressed her lips to his, kissed him on his mouth, his face. "Oh, my love, my love!"
"You,"
he whispered, blindly reaching for her. She could see the pain in his eyes, knew that his life was slipping away. "Don't leave me," she pleaded, squeezing his hand. "Oh, God, Geoffrey, please don't leave me."
"You."
"No," she begged, willing him to hold on. "Please, I love you, I love you." Why had she always teased him, never telling him the words, "Geoffrey, I love you"?
"Only."
She kissed him again, tasting his blood in her mouth. This couldn't be happening. He could not leave her.
"Only,"
he tried, blood gurgling in his throat.
"Only ever."
"Only ever what, baby? Only what?"
"You,"
he gasped, choking.
"Only ever you."
His body relaxed. The blood stopped spurting from his shoulder. Sarah realized that their neighbors had come. They stood in a circle around her, not knowing what to do. She screamed, ordering them to go away. She didn't want them to see him like this, didn't want anyone to touch him. The ambulance came, then the police, his men, his friends. She railed against them all, begging them to leave. She lifted Geoffrey up, holding him in her arms, refusing to let them near. She held on to him like this, keening like a child, until her mother came and made Sarah let them take him away. Acknowledgements. 10 years ago, when I was first searching for an agent to represent me, I would look in the back of books to see whom authors thanked. I just assumed that an author wouldn't thank their agent unless they liked them. So with that in mind, I hesitate to thank my agent, Victoria Sanders, because I want her all to myself. Y'all stay back, you hear? There are many more people to thank for helping me along the way. Kate Misiak, Susan Sandon, and Kate Elton, as always, were invaluable. I would also like to thank my Bantam publicists, Sharon Propson, Susan Corcoran, and Barb Berg. I've dedicated this book to them because they are truly the best team in the business, and what's more, they have selflessly eaten myriad Tim Tams on my behalf. Thank you, Betsy Hulsbosch, Cynthia Lasky, and Carolyn Schwartz. The Bantam marketing team deserves all the praise in the world. Mine is but a grain of rice in the melting pot of thankful authors. Paolo Pepe, you did it again. Kelly Sheehan, thank you for not flying down to Atlanta and strangling me. You are a star. There are so many people in sales, some of whom I've had the privilege to meet, others who have done tremendous things for me behind the scenes,
and I want to thank them all for their continued support. I think I need to single out Lisa George here for drinking the Kool-Aid. Last but not least, my endless appreciation goes to Nita Toblib and Erwin Applebaum. RMB, thank you for being a faithful correspondent. Bill Burgess, you are a goober to infinity. Aaron O'Reilly, I appreciate your 10. DT, you are one of the last great Renaissance men. I am privileged to have your friendship. Thanks to DM, AE, DL, and PB for your brilliant support. Beth and Jeff at Cincinnati Media handle my website with aplomb. On the medical side of things, David Harper, MD, was again a huge help. It's not many people who will keep listening when you begin a conversation with, so I want to burn someone alive. Family-wise, I want to thank my daddy for teaching me the important things early on, and to DA. As always, you are my heart. Sue Kurilovich was the winner of the Get Slaughtered contest, granting her the dubious honor of having her name appear in this book. Sue, honey, you did ask to be bad. I've written a little note for my readers that can be found at karenslaughter.com/letter. Please note that this letter contains major spoilers for this novel, so don't read it before you finish the book and ruin it for yourself, all right? I've also written a bonus chapter that can be found at www.karenslaughter.com/bonus chapter.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Beyond Reach by Karin Slaughter. Copyright 2007 by Karin Slaughter. Read by Joyce Bean. Directed by Laura Grafton. Engineered by Martin Wosner. Performance copyright 2007 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. Recorded by arrangement with the Bantam Dell Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, Post Office Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.